Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Business Compliments and Arrival at Twin Islands. I don't know who will lead the team. For the Twin Islands, Kona? Although this is rare, ZHE didn't take it too seriously. It's a secret, I understand. As for the leader, you can guess it with a little thought. Kona, who was born on the 7 islands and is said to have a relationship with Articuno, must be the best choice. After all, it's impossible to let ordinary people be responsible for issues involving mythical beasts. ZHE yawned and turned over and lay on the bed. The light in the room was turned off by Flame Chicken very consciously. Go to sleep, don't practice by yourself tonight, conserve your energy, he said with his eyes closed. Vegeta turned over and indicated that he had fallen asleep a long time ago. Flame Chicken, who was comprehending the wave guide, and Pang Yangui, who was comprehending the power of sand, stopped their actions, nodded, and returned to their respective rest areas. Chaco Pokémon hummed a happy tune and landed on the bed from the sky and began to rest. Next to it was a curled green vine snake. On the cabinet at the head of the bed, a luxurious bowl was quietly placed. Looking from the outside, you can see a pink elf sleeping in it. That is the fluffy sheep. Unlike the other 5, the fluffy sheep likes to stay in the luxury ball and doesn't like to run out at night. In its words, the luxury ball is tailor-made for it, and it doesn't understand why it wants to run out. It can be regarded as a unique little habit of the fluffy sheep. Well, according to intelligence personnel, the Rockets have some ideas about the 3 mythical birds. It seems that there is an experiment that will use the genes of the 3 mythical birds. But considering confidentiality and the transmission of information, it is unclear what the specific experiment is. Kona, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and red hair, leaned on the back of the seat of the spacecraft, crossed his legs, and chatted with Shiba next to him. The red lining and the blue outer layer look very strange color combination, but it looks very flavorful on her. The 3 mythical birds she mentioned are the collective name of the 3 mythical beasts, the lightning bird, the moltas and the Articuno, also known as the 3 stupid birds. Are they going to attack the holy flame? Shiba frowned. He immediately thought of the torch relay that was about to begin. The torch at the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference was the flame of the moltas, which was also considered its body organ and naturally contained genes. Not necessarily. The old man already had one, so he hurriedly asked me to take over this time. Kona put the nails of his left hand in front of him and looked at them carefully. This bright red nail polish was not very good. How about changing it to pink after completing this mission? Ziba was silent for a moment. What about Kauai? No problem. The security force has already been deployed. According to the strength of Mr. Finglin and that guy Mazishi, if there is an emergency, it will be no problem for them to hold on until we arrive. If it really doesn't work, they can move over instantly despite the side effects. Kona took out tools from his small bag and began to sharpen his nails. It takes some time to get from here to the Twin Islands, even if the technology is good and the spacecraft is fast. Just as the 2 kings were chatting casually, several young people sitting in the seats behind them were also communicating. Oh my god, I didn't expect that both Kona and Shiba would come this time. A young man lowered his voice and sighed with another handsome young man next to him. It was Yizo and Tetsuya. I thought it was only Kona. Tetsuya also lowered his voice and sighed. As a junior, and during the Alliance mission, you should always respect the 4 heavenly kings. You will never know if they will save you when you are in danger. So the names are more formal. By the way, it's okay if I don't know, but as the grandson of Grandma Kakuko, how can you be so uninformed? Tetsuya subconsciously choked Yizo. Yizo rolled his eyes. How can I know about this kind of mission in advance? Grandma can't tell me such a thing. Okay. Then, his eyes turned. Do you think Team Rocket succeeded? Yizo asked furtively. Definitely not. If Tetsuya subconsciously wanted to complain about him, I guess not. According to what King Kona said, Team Rocket failed because of the temperature problem inside the Twin Islands. It is precisely because of this that such a big commotion has occurred. Otherwise, the Alliance would still be kept in the dark. A girl who has been extremely active since boarding the spaceship also came over and shared her information with great interest. She is very similar to Kona in front of her, and both have red hair. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Akko, you are really direct enough. Yizang was also shocked by her and almost covered his mouth with his hand. Is it really appropriate to complain about the Alliance in such an occasion? It's okay to talk about it in private. It's okay. Anyway, it's an old-fashioned problem. It's nothing more than a structural problem. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 days that we are slower than these dark organizations. Konarako looked old-fashioned, but also very lively, with a very contradictory temperament. Yizang soon forgot his loyalty to Akko and chatted with her and was very passionate. Hello, Shibasoshu, I've heard a lot about you. Another muscular man came to Tetsuya and extended his hand. Tetsuya shook it subconsciously. Hello. Before he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in front of him. Soshu had a friendly smile. Tetsuya nodded in understanding, also smiling, and while standing up, he quietly increased the strength of his hands. Akko poked Yizang, who was talking non-stop, and motioned him to look in the direction of the other 2 people. Two brute men with a head full of muscles. Yizang complained unceremoniously, and it was obvious that 2 bored people were competing in strength. The 2 people who were wrestling with red faces looked at each other, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes at the same time, and then nodded in tacit understanding. Fuck, what are you going to do? I warn you, don't. Yizang went from disdain at the beginning, to fear later, to despair, and finally he was controlled, and couldn't speak clearly. For a long time. Hey, are there only 4 of us this time? It seems not. It's just that the 4 of us happened to be on the way. The rest of you went by yourself yesterday or today. Oh, I was thinking. Speaking of which, do you know who else is there? Tetsuya and Soshu were chatting with their arms around each other. Boys' friendship is that simple. Akko walked to Yizo, slowly squatted down, and took out a feather from somewhere. The feather brushed across Yizo's face. Why bother? You're just asking for a beating, she said. I wish you rest in peace. Her words were full of gloating. Yizo lay on the ground with a face full of pain, reckless. As soon as the first word was shouted out loudly, 2 death-like eyes shot at him. I'm busy with training, and don't have time to practice. I'll practice after I go back. He immediately changed his words, but he was still as stubborn as Panda Duck. The little guys are really active. Kona listened to the noise coming from behind. Although he didn't see it, he could guess what happened. Shiva didn't answer. Kona sighed in boredom. Really, there is not a single normal person in the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto except herself. Kikuka was gloomy day by day, extremely depressed. Watari was a workaholic and a nosy person, rushing to help people when he saw them. As for Hiba, he was very boring, and his brain circuit was not on the same channel as women. If this work partner was not very strong, she would have proposed to the Alliance to replace him. You will be single for the rest of your life. Listening to the energetic voice behind him, Kona felt that he was a few years younger now, only 18 years old, and complained about Hiba to himself. A trace of surprise flashed across Hiba's steady face. He touched his head like a fool. We are all lone wolves in our 30s. You have no right to say anything about me. Moreover, with your conditions, you have been solo for so long. You are worse than me. Hiba secretly complained. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only complain about it in his heart. The young people at the back were still sharing their own gossip. Except for Tetsuya, the 3 people present were all relatives of the 4 heavenly kings, and they knew much more gossip than the average person. TSK, 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 I didn't expect that. Tetsuya's current appearance was just like a sand slash running in a melon field. Although he knew some of the secrets of the Pokémon world, they were limited to matters related to elves. Or it was like some secrets that could not be revealed. This kind of gossip between various gym leaders in the real world was an unknown area for him. As the few people chatted, they talked about themselves. Speaking of which, Tetsuya, you have passed the assessment of the 6th level breeder by skipping levels, which is really amazing. Soshu sighed. He was envious of Tetsuya's brain, because his uncle said that he was in a low IQ. You are also amazing. The champion of the P1 fighting tournament is not that easy to get. Tetsuya was also praised by Soshu, but he was not exaggerating at all. The P1 fighting tournament is indeed a small competition compared to the Quartz conference, but the quality is also very high. Like his senior brother RC, his junior nephew Xinyan, and even the fighting king Ziba, all participated in this competition, and won good rankings. From this point of view, the fan fighting uncle is actually not weak. That is to say, the year before last, the year before last, I barely made it to the top 8 in the Whirlpool Island competition. Akko mentioned his own results inconspicuously. The Whirlpool Island competition is a competition held every 3 years for water attribute Pokémon trainers. The venue is the Whirlpool Islands, located in the 41st water area near the Azure City. According to legend, the Whirlpool Islands used to be a huge island, and 2 countries quarreled over this island. As the guardian of this island, the sea god Lugia was extremely disappointed, and sent down lightning to cut the island into 4 pieces, and then disappeared at the end of the bottom of the waterfall, hoping that the invisible trust between humans and Pokémon could appear again. On the one hand, the Whirlpool Island competition was held because the local people hoped to be forgiven by Lugia. As for why the legend says that the sea god used lightning, ZHE soon let it go. Lugia's superpower and flying attributes can be called the god of the sea, so what's wrong with using electricity? Kyaga cried violently. Tetsuya thought that the reason was that his nemesis was a little less impressive than the normal mythical beasts. In fact, Lugia is more suitable for the title of god of rain/weather, because it is said that when it flaps its wings, it will cause a storm that lasts for 40 days. At the same time, the 3 stupid birds under its command control the natural weather of the world. The reason for this misunderstanding is that Lugia has too much power and lives in the deep sea. Back to Akko's results. From the perspective of difficulty, it is not worse than that of Saoji, who won the P1 championship at the same age. On the one hand, it is because it was 1 year earlier and 1 year less of training time, which is still a big difference. On the other hand, the Whirlpool Island tournament is not like the P1 fighting tournament, with many restrictions and requirements. If the latter can still win by relying on skills, the former depends entirely on strength. Akko, who traveled in Johto for the first year, can achieve this result, which is completely outstanding. Yizang looked at the 3 people who were praising each other with a suffocating expression. It's okay, you are also a senior student of the Pokémon Research School. Zaya patted his shoulder and found something worthy of praise. Yizang slapped his hand away with a dark face. What else can you say besides being a level 6 breeder? I'm an outstanding graduate of the Alliance Pokémon School in Viridian City. I'm the champion of the Saint Anu competition. I have served as a temporary teacher in your school. I'm also the discoverer of the new evolution of Eevee and the ancient fossil Pokémon, and I have recently been awarded the title of Alliance Researcher. Zaya spoke without hesitation. Yizang's face became darker and darker as he spoke. Oh, by the way, I'm a bounty hunter with a level B and a success rate of 98%. It seems that you are still stuck in the graduation assessment. The last sentence Zaya added made Yizang's mentality explode completely. You bastard. Wow, these 2 mountains are too magnificent. Zaya looked at the scene not far from the window of the spaceship and was amazed. He swore that he was definitely not looking at Kona by the window. The 2 peaks on the Twin Islands are not volcanoes, but they are more than 2,000 meters above sea level. No one knows how they suddenly appeared on such a vast sea level. Moreover, there are no other islands around. The most important thing is that according to the normal weather in the southern part of the Kanto region, it should be very warm even in January. The Orange Islands are summer all year round. But the Twin Mountains, let's call them that, are all covered with snow. The sun shines on the top and reflects a dazzling light. Even the Twin Islands below are all white. As the spacecraft approaches, snowflakes come into view. The people in the spacecraft did not feel the temperature change at all. The spacecraft belonging to the Alliance is not so cold that it does not even have a constant temperature system. Ground base. Ensure the landing position. Spacecraft B2 is ready to land. As the pilot communicated with the ground base, the spacecraft with the Alliance's red and white Pokeball logo printed on the exterior slowly landed on the snow. Squeak with the sound of the hatch opening. Everyone who changed into expedition clothes walked down. Thanks to Beishi Langjin for awarding the character Monarch Snake with 233 Kidian coins. Originally there should be one more chapter, but my body can't hold on any longer. I'll write it tomorrow morning. I'll try to write as much as possible at the beginning of the month. Old people really can't do that. I'll try to update 54,000 words this week. I saw that I updated 200,000 words in August, which is a lot. I'll try to write 230,000 words next month. Chapter 227. The future of the Alliance and the current situation of the Twin Islands. The Alliance's response was quite fast. After the incident, they sent people here immediately. So the leader of the Alliance's special operations team stationed here had been waiting for a long time. He saluted everyone, of course, mainly to Kona and Shiba. Tetsuya and the other four returned the salute respectfully, which was due respect. Not only because of his identity, but also because of his strength. As the captain of the special operations team, he is a very powerful quasi-king trainer. Of course, he is not a king level trainer, and it has not yet flooded to this extent. Even in Kanto, which has the strongest overall strength, the number of king level trainers recognized now is just over 3 digits. According to the regional population, it is about 1 in 600,000. Even if it is evenly distributed to the city, it seems that there are only 2 king level trainers guarding each city on average. Moreover, quasi-kings and quasi-kings are also different. A trainer with 6 quasi-king Pokémon and a trainer with 5 king Pokémon, and 1 quasi-king Pokémon can only be considered quasi-king trainers in terms of level, but the difference in strength is too great. The main reason is that the relative proportion and number of people are too small, and further subdivision is meaningless. Just like Tetsuya's previous life, assets of 100 million and 999 million are collectively called billionaires, and they will not be prefixed with 500 million when occasionally mentioned. Captain of the Special Operations Team 6, Shiraki Maya reports to you. Captain Shiraki's loud voice is completely inconsistent with his pretty face. Are all the people here? Kona took the spaceship and immediately switched to work mode, exuding a cold breath. 2 of them are coming from the Johto area, so it will take about an hour, and the rest are all here. Shiraki Maya was 1 step behind Kona and Shiba, reporting the current situation in detail. Considering that the low temperature of the underground caves of the Gemini Islands is not suitable for humans to enter for a long time, we use the unmanned probe specially sponsored by the Hiraf group for exploration. However, due to the previous activities of the rocket team, the nerves of the ice and water elves in the underground caves are abnormally tense, and they will be destroyed immediately after seeing the unmanned probe. Shiraki Maya recounted the work and gains of her team in the past few days, as well as her own inferences. Soon, the group came to the small base where they were stationed. It was also produced by the Hiraf group. The appearance looks like a super enlarged version of a tent, but it is a steel version. Various vehicles around are surrounded in a circle, forming an artificial windbreak with the surrounding rocks. When everyone walked inside, they felt that the temperature had returned to normal. King Kona, King Shiba. When the group walked in, the people who were originally sitting inside, working or resting, stood up subconsciously and greeted the 2 heavenly kings. Kona returned the greeting, and the working people quickly entered the proper state. They were very excited. It is rare for the 2 heavenly kings to go out at the same time. Many people thought that it seemed that there were indeed Articuno living under the Twin Islands. Please come here. Shiraki Maya led the way in front and walked further inside. Space technology can be said to be one of the most popular technologies in the Pokémon world. Although it looks like a huge tent from the outside, it is actually a different world inside. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many people and instruments. Follow me. Kona and Shiba kept walking and called out to the 10 trainers, who were standing in the corner and didn't know what to do. They were obviously much younger than the surrounding staff. After hearing the call, they immediately followed. Kunsareri, Joe Ikk, Dairofu Hiroki, Sasaki Seiichiro, Yuto Shun, Mirase Mumiko, Riko Laramie, Yuji, Yamashiro Junior, Harukato Shikapi. A total of 10 people, 4 women and 6 men, reported their names one by one. The other 4 also introduced themselves. Tetsuya sighed in his heart. This is the new force of this generation of the Alliance. What a familiar surname. Needless to say, the names of Junsa and Joai. As a police family, Junsa is spread across various departments of the Alliance, not limited to urban security. Not everyone in the Joai family is obsessed with medical work, and many Joais have amazing combat strength. The key is that they also have medical elves such as Jigglypuff, who are even better at serving as medical logistics during adventures or missions, so they are very popular teammates. The 3 families of Silph, Sasuke, and Yuto are more focused on business. They all have company groups involved in various industries, with different focuses. It can be said that most of the economy in the Kanto region can be related to these 3 families. As for the Mirasame family and the Laramie tribe, they are famous for cultivating Pokémon. The former is based on its own botanical garden and has a unique ability to cultivate grass-type elves. Only descendants with extremely high cultivation abilities for grass-type elves can inherit their own botanical gardens. Even the Rainbow Gym, which also specializes in grass, is slightly inferior in this regard. However, there is no comparison between the two. After all, the Mirasame family is a single-line family, and their path is different from that of the Rainbow Gym. Every generation of the Mirasame family, without exception, is a diehard fan of the Alliance. The latter has a large pasture outside the hunting zone, close to the Pokémon protection area in Kanto, and the Pokémon they cultivate are much stronger than their peers in terms of physique and body shape. The role they play is more like a breeding house for Pokémon members within the Alliance. The Yuji family is the absolute supporter of the Kanto Alliance in the Orange Islands, and Yuji is very familiar to Tetsuya. This is the one who will become the chief trainer of the Orange Islands in the future. Now he does not have the momentum of seeking defeat alone in the Orange Alliance in the future. At least, there is no Dragonite Pokeball hanging around his neck. It is said that this is because most of the challengers cannot even defeat his starting Pokémon Ditto. If you can't even see Dragonite, there is naturally no need to keep it on your waist ready for battle at all times. It's not surprising. In fact, the Orange Islands are a very remote and small place in the entire Pokémon world, and there is no need to participate in its Victory Cup. Therefore, few powerful trainers go there. If it weren't too remote and the Kanto Alliance didn't bother to care, otherwise the Orange Alliance, a local Pokémon alliance, would have been merged by it long ago. The future Yuji is said to be the chief trainer, but in fact his strength is not very strong. The Yamashiro family and the original Haitang family are composed of scholarly families and administrative members of the Alliance. In short, the family members are either researchers and internal staff of the Alliance, or doctors or senior executives. The 5 girls quickly gathered together and chatted. The boys were more dull, and their personalities were not so extroverted. If Tetsuya and Yuzang were not familiar with each other, and Yuzang had a good relationship with Soshu himself, the 3 of them would not be able to play together so easily on the spaceship. Soon, a large group of people walked into a room. The young people stood obediently against the wall, listening to the conversation of the 3 people in front, and the girls also quieted down. To be precise, it was Kona who asked, Shirokime who answered, and Hiba who occasionally asked additional questions. Although it was very time consuming, we have found out where the elves gather in the past few days. Shirokime took out several magnets of different colors and stuck them on the whiteboard showing the map. The outermost circle is where the 2 types of elves, the messenger bird and the sister, stay. They are more like scouts. Their flying and psychic systems allow them to quickly pass information to the elves deeper. The next circle is the 2 extremely ferocious and predatory elves, Marilla and Ice Ghost. Most of our instruments were destroyed by them. Going further in, there are 3 types of elves, the white sea lion, the thornshell, and the long-haired pig, all of which are extremely good at defense. There are also some slowpokes that appear randomly. Judging from their distribution and the key defense range, it can be inferred that the injury of Articuno is not serious and should be in this direction. As he said, Shirokime drew a circle at a certain place on the map and looked at Kona. Are there no elf cubs? Hiba asked. Nothing has been found so far, because we have only broken through the third line of defense. If we go further, the instrument cannot break through. Shirakimeya replied. However, according to our speculation, the cubs should not have been captured by Team Rocket. Otherwise, even if they were protecting Articuno, these elves would go crazy. It is more likely that their cubs are in the core, staying with Articuno, which is also the safest. Shiba nodded silently, without saying anything more, and looked at Kona. She was the only one present who knew where Articuno lived. Kona looked at the location of Shirakimeya's painting and frowned. Articuno's general living area is not there. It will be deeper. That's not good. Her words were full of worry. This shows that Articuno's injury is at least not as serious as Shirakimeya said. Otherwise, the deeper you go, the lower the temperature, the higher the bonus to ice elves, and the more difficult it is for Team Rocket to attack. With Articuno's wisdom, it is impossible not to understand this. Prepare 2 sets of ice cave exploration tools and a lot of food immediately. You and I will go in together. Kona said immediately. The first sentence was said to Shirakimeya, and the second sentence was said to Hiba. Yes. Shirakimeya immediately went out and began to prepare. Are you confident that the elves inside will not attack you? Hiba asked with a frown. Although judging from the strength of the two of them, the elves inside will not have any impact on them, and they can fight all the way in. But this is impossible, not to mention the need to be wary of the rocket team's sudden attack, which is not in line with their usual style of doing things. Moreover, if Articuno is angered, it will be very uncomfortable. It's not that Hiba thinks that he and Kona can't beat a not particularly strong and injured Articuno together. Even with the home advantage, it's still easy for the two of them to win. Even one of them can do it with all the main players. The key is that this is unnecessary. They are here to help Articuno. Beat him unconscious first and then recover? With the arrogant character of the mythical beast, it is estimated that it will continue to fight after waking up, and it will never end. Kona nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be fine to go in. Her tone was full of confidence. Ziba looked at her deeply. It seemed that Kona and Articuno had a closer relationship than the people in the alliance thought. What if something unexpected happens? Yazzie asked her aunt weakly, and she was the only one who would interrupt at this time. Kona was silent for a while. If it is really too serious, I guess the place in the middle will have to convince them. In order to avoid further questions, she explained it rarely. In my main team, except for Laplace, Dragon, White Sea Lion, Thorny Shell, Slowpoke, Lip Sister, and Long-Haired Pig were all captured here. Everyone took a breath and felt a chill in their mouths. Good guy, I really didn't expect it. There are only 8 types of Pokémon in the underground ice layer of the Twin Islands, and Kona's main team accounts for 5 of them. If she didn't have a good relationship with Articuno, no one would believe it. Judging from the strength and qualifications of her elves, they are probably the children of the eldest in the tribe at that time. Normally, there would not be so many elves with high qualifications in a normal cave. But unfortunately, Articuno lives here. The name of the mythical beast is not called randomly. Most of the mythical beasts have the ability to change the natural environment. The elves of the same family living here will have their various abilities significantly improved. After generations of reproduction, it is not too difficult to produce high quality individuals. Of course, compared with ordinary places. This is why the elves underground here are generally strong. Otherwise, what you normally see is not the Ice Demon Guardian family, the Thorny Shell family, etc., but the Snow Boy family and the Shelder family. That's fine. Ziba seemed to be shocked for a moment and fell into silence after saying a word. Kona folded his hands in front of him, staring at the map and thinking about something. King Kona, King Ziba, the things are ready. Soon, Shirakimeya returned to the room and said to the two kings, "Well, are they hiding in the 7 islands?" Kona turned around, her glasses reflecting the light, and asked in an unusually cold tone. She didn't say who they were, but everyone knew it. Well, there are too few people stationed there by the alliance, and it's also very remote. If Team Rocket wants to hide, they can only hide there. Shirakimeya secretly complained in his heart. He knew Kona would ask. Or even if he didn't ask, he would report it sooner or later. Everyone knows that Kona protects his hometown, but the 7 islands are not suitable for human habitation and cannot be developed. However, we immediately evacuated the residents of the 7 islands to a fixed location, and no casualties have been found so far. He said carefully. No casualties is a good thing, and it is also normal. To put it bluntly, considering the remoteness and population distribution of the 7 islands, Team Rocket can just find a place to hide and no one will find it. There is no need to hurt anyone. They also know that it is unnecessary to anger Kona. A crazy woman is not so easy to deal with. He also considered that the Rockets would hide in disguise, so he specially sent someone to half monitor them in the name of care. Where are the elves? Kona continued to ask. Shirokimea felt even more bitter. Some of the elves' bodies were found on the 5th island, the Time Island. There were traces of large instruments being transported around them. We also found the Rockets' warehouse, but they had already evacuated. Kona's face seemed to be covered with frost. There will be in the early morning, so it is recommended to get up early to read it. Don't stay up late. The additional updates in August, to be paid in September. Monthly tickets accumulated +5. 10,000 rewards +3, accumulated rewards +1, average subscription increase +1, a total of 10 chapters, 30,000 words. I still owed a little before, so I'll count it as 10,000 if I add more and try to write as much as possible. Basically, I have to write 220,000 words in September, which is not much different from what I imagined yesterday. It is highly likely that I will not be able to post during the day because I'm not writing this full time. I have to be busy. I just said to write a little when I have time. If the state is good, I can write 1 or 2,000 when I'm slacking off during the day, but it will be embarrassing if it is not good. I will probably mark the goal I plan to achieve each week in the future. If I can do it, it's fine. If I can't, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, I will try my best. So if there is a sudden increase, don't worry about it. Just treat it as a surprise. Anyway, I basically guarantee at least 4k every night. Your supporting characters are either Far Away in Gala, Unova, or Orphans, and each one is more like the protagonist than the protagonist. Chapter 228 Socialite Itsuaya. You are getting bolder and bolder. Kona uttered these words from her fiery red lips. She didn't care that Shirokimea only found out such little information. In other words, being able to take care of both the Twin Islands and the 7 Islands with such a small number of people in the past 2 or 3 days was already perfect. Shiba also nodded. In recent years, the Rockets have been the only one in the world, and various activities are indeed too frequent. In fact, from the perspective of the top leaders of the Alliance, they don't mind how the Rockets develop. On the one hand, the Rockets' previous actions were not too excessive in the Dark Organization, although they were still not good and could not be forgiven. But thanks to the contrast of their peers. Another reason is that it is also a good choice to let the Rockets unify the Dark Organization and then destroy it. This is confidence in one's own strength. Forget it, Articuno is more important. Let's go in first. Kona was very angry, but she restrained herself to some extent. After all, it was a good thing that the residents of the 7 Islands, who were from the same hometown, did not suffer any casualties. Go back and destroy their bases. She took the backpack from Shirokimea's hand, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she decided to retaliate. For the Alliance, it is not difficult to find some of the Rockets' hidden bases. As one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, she occasionally wants to help, and the Alliance will not mind, and even hope for it. It is an old tradition to follow orders and not listen to propaganda. It is quite exciting to take the initiative occasionally. Anyway, they are cleaning up the Dark Organization and can also promote it. Shiba smiled and shook his head, letting the Rockets find trouble to provoke Kona. Go find do later. He seems to have found a few that he has not solved recently. It is said that he wants to follow the clues. Don't expose the intelligence personnel for no reason. Do I look so brainless? I have my own intelligence. Kona retorted mercilessly. I'm just afraid that you will get too excited. Shiba spread his hands without any concern. Kona actually often seems to be in a trance and is a little slow to react to things. He is really worried. As the person who has partnered with Kona the most times among the 4 heavenly kings, Shiba has a lot to say about this. It's like flowing water at ordinary times, but it turns into hard ice when it comes to competitions. This is also a recognized description of Kona. The two of them put on their equipment and backpacks skillfully. Kona put in the various potions she had prepared before coming here. She was worried that Articuno would be seriously injured, so she had asked the Joy family for the best products. Oh, by the way, when the other two come, you can help guard outside. I originally planned to take you down to broaden your horizons, but I guess it's not possible for the time being. Kona turned around and said to the 14 young people who had been ignored for a long time before walking out. Well, if it's the temporary captain, you can do it, Tetsuya. Shiba took over the conversation and threw a very difficult task to Tetsuya. Kona didn't object, which was equivalent to acquiescence. Tetsuya was confused. No, he didn't want to do this. Could he refuse? But obviously, the 4 heavenly kings didn't give him the opportunity and time to refuse, and disappeared in the room the next second. Shirakimeya also left. As the person in charge, he was still very busy. Everyone looked at each other, and Tetsuya wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, he should have no grudge against Shiba. Why did he let him do such a thing? No, he didn't even know Shiba. How could he give him such a skilled task? Except for him, everyone present was a descendant of a big family, and they were all geniuses. It was normal that no one would submit to anyone. How could he be responsible for this? Of course, I've never seen my uncle treat people so peacefully. Soshu slapped Tetsuya on the back. Although he was stronger, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Anyway, Tetsuya's personality was very much to his liking. Moreover, he didn't want to be a temporary captain, and he had no experience in assigning tasks and commanding. He was very curious about his uncle's attitude towards Tetsuya. He didn't behave like this when he was scolding him. Soshu muttered wildly in his heart. I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you for your concern for him. Sasaki Seiichiro, who was dressed very elegantly and gentlemanly, walked at Tetsuya and stretched out his hand. It also broke the quiet atmosphere between the boys. As for the girls, they had already gone to chat on the side. Several boys were very puzzled. Tetsuya subconsciously shook it hard. Seiichiro made a strange sound. Sorry. Tetsuya felt that he was embarrassed. He kicked Soju, who was laughing beside him. It's mainly because this guy and I started wrestling right away when we met, and I subconsciously misunderstood. Seiichiro rubbed his hands with red marks and said helplessly, it's okay, your physical fitness is really amazing. No wonder there was a period of time before when Kojiro said he wanted to exercise, which made his parents very angry. He smiled very gently, and his tone gave people a very comfortable feeling. Tetsuya laughed dryly. It couldn't be the problem caused by his previous complaints about Kojiro being too thin. He ran away from home recently, but I think it's good. He pursued his dream. I even asked someone to cover it up for him. Seiichiro said something that surprised others without caring. Hiroki Hirofu and Shunaya Yuto came over. As the descendants of the Alliance's business pillars, they have a good relationship. It's not that there are no disputes between the families. It's impossible to have no disputes when it comes to making money, even if the fields involved are almost staggered. But under the control of the Alliance, there is no big hatred. There is no such thing as playing dirty tricks. Good guy, you are a really good brother. There's nothing I can do. Who let this guy become a trainer and make his brother suffer? Hearing what Hanji said, Seiichiro was unhappy. How can this be called suffering? He himself went through this, and his dear brother must go through it again. Immediately, he took off his gentleman appearance and started to quarrel with Hanji with foul language. Oh, it's okay. They are always like this. You'll get used to it. Yuto-shun came up. Hello. I've heard of your name for a long time. Just call me June. The little devil in Sunday always mentions you as a handsome teacher to me. She is still thinking about when you will continue to teach. It's very polite. But the name of little devil also made Tetsuya keep a polite smile. Is it really okay for you, a brother, to say this to your sister? After several people communicated, they soon became lively. After all, they were all geniuses and had many common topics. The reason why they were so awkward before was largely because they had only heard of each other, but never met each other. They were able to have their current abilities to a large extent because they devoted almost all their time to the elves. Apart from the acquaintances in their respective family fields, they really didn't know anyone else. Speaking of which, my grandfather also praised you. The ancient elves of Dasha Valley have helped our family a lot. I'll tell you secretly, around this time next year, there will be a blockbuster news. Hangi said secretly, seemingly lowering his voice, but actually speaking loudly. Everyone looked at him with disdain, but did not expose him. Isn't it just the fossil resurrection technology? There have been rumors for a long time. Who among the people present is not well informed? Oh, really? Yangtze gave a face saving support. The main reason is that his status in this group is the lowest, and he has to do a good job of supporting. Hangi nodded in satisfaction. Since we all know each other, I'll tell you that my technology is not simple this time. You all know that other people's resurrection technology has a low success rate, high requirements for equipment, and complete bone fossils. This time, our family has corrected these shortcomings at once. As long as there is a little suitable gene, the equipment that is simple enough to be stuffed into a space backpack can revive fossil elves with almost 90% accuracy. He didn't mind telling the people present about this, and they would definitely be one of the first people to know in the future. Besides, when it comes to technology, you can't reveal anything by verbally stating the advantages. So simple. Isn't that the full revival of the ancient elves? Everyone was also shocked by his series of boasting. Is it really that good? Ahem. Actually not. It's still quite troublesome to determine the suitable gene. We have to consider activity and so on. Hangi immediately changed his words. I don't know who you learned this habit of boasting from. Yuzang complained, and then everyone stared at him. How come you don't have any self-awareness at all? Harahei Tang Looping and Yamashiro Junai were pestering Tetsuya to discuss knowledge related to breeders. One of their grandfathers was a breeding master and the other was a spirit doctor, while their fathers were the other way around. One was a spirit doctor and the other was a breeding master. Their mothers were both high-level managers of the Alliance. Having been educated by the two generations since childhood, they knew more clearly that Tetsuya had passed the 6th level breeder assessment. When they met, they naturally had to have a good exchange. Oh, my grandfather also mentioned it to me. According to him, it was because of the cone arrangement of this energy that it would cause a comprehensive reaction that destroyed part of it. The three of them took notes and recorded the discussion in unison. It can only be said that being powerful does not mean that you can teach others. Not everyone can teach and entertain like Professor Oak. However, the knowledge systems of the three people have a very wonderful complementary relationship. Sparks of knowledge are constantly triggered in the collision. Several boys were chatting enthusiastically, and the girls on the side also laughed like silver bells. Hey, do you think the story between Tetsuya and Nancy Pavilion Master is true? Ako's eyes were shining with gossip. I know. Professor Oak mentioned it when we were chatting with my mother. It is said that he went to the Oak Research Institute when he borrowed it last time. Yumiko Murasame looked as if she had been hit by something. Her family's ancestral Murasame Botanical Garden is located on the back mountain of Pallet Town. Although she is not a resident, she has a very good relationship with Professor Oak of the Oak Research Institute. My distant cousin also mentioned it in the group. It is said that even the owner of Natsu came to help him with a very small mission. When Lizzie Laramie heard what Junsei said, she nodded desperately to show her agreement. Yes, it's Sister Lin, right? The last time she came to visit the Laramie tribe, she also talked about this with my mother. The only one who looked confused was Joe Ikk. She shook her head. No, it was clearly him and Mr. Watari who was spread in our family group last time. The other three girls' eyes became even more fiery and interested. Tetsuya, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, would never have expected that in the opposite corner of the room, the girls were gossiping about him. And it was the kind that was particularly outrageous. He didn't use his perception ability to the maximum all the time. That would be very tiring. It can only be said that rumors are more powerful than the universe's first roaring tiger. At the same time, in the underground cave of the Twin Islands, which never sees the sun, but is extremely bright, Zibba waved his fist to break an icicle crystal that fell from the top of his head. It seems that the injury is quite serious, and even the temperature of the outermost part can't be maintained. He sighed. These icicle crystals emitting light are not just a collection of ice energy. From their state, the state of the elves, that cause these crystals to appear, can also be reflected. Kona frowned and didn't reply. Soon, the two came to an unusually large cave entrance. Jiu Clang with a voice similar to a female voice, a humanoid Pokémon appeared in front of the two. It looked a bit like a noble and honest woman, wearing a red long skirt that hid her feet, with a purple face, pink lips, saucer-shaped eyes and long blonde hair. It was the ice and psychic elf, Sister Mimi. It looked at the two people in front of it with a vigilant face. G-clang, Sister Articuno shouted to drive them away. It's me, is Articuno in good condition? Kona took a few steps forward and asked directly. G-clang, Sister Articuno shook her head and did not reply, continuing to drive them away. Of course, it recognized Kona, but during this period, no human or foreign elf could enter. Not attacking now was already giving Kona face. Sister Articuno, come out and communicate. Kona persuaded her several times, but the communication was fruitless, and he had to release his sister Articuno. Lu G-clang, hi, the two sisters Articuno kept talking. With a loud shout when using superpowers, the sister Articuno on the opposite side fell silent. The two stood there and waited patiently. They knew that this was communication. A faint and weak bird call came. Kona's face showed joy. This was the cry of Articuno, which meant that it had not yet fallen into a frozen hibernation state, which meant that the worst case scenario had not occurred. Articuno made way for the entrance. You stay here and help guard it, she said to Hibba. Hibba nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot. Kona took back his Articuno and trotted into the deeper part. The Articuno just now looked at Hibba warily. Hibba didn't care and closed his eyes. He didn't know how the little guys up there were getting along, but they should be okay, he thought. He had specially compared the information and found that his friend Arcee's junior brother, the little guy named Tetsuya, actually had a relationship with everyone before he was appointed as the captain, including the two who had not yet arrived. TSK, another socialite, maybe Professor Oak had this treatment last time. Hibba sighed. It was exactly the same. As for the safety of Kona, who had already entered the deeper part, he was not worried at all. Instead, he was worried about his friend Watari. Judging from the situation, he felt that Articuno had almost acknowledged Kona, since he was allowed to go in, even though he was so badly injured. It was only a matter of time before Articuno treated her as his trainer. Then Doo's chance of winning the championship would be even worse. Doo would definitely feel that he had met the wrong person if he saw Hibba's gloating look. There is definitely a lot of words, but I'm not pursuing 2 regular updates now because that would be too tiring and I can't stand it. Writing this is a hobby, so I don't want to push myself too much. I just want to write more. But the number of words is definitely a lot. If we calculate it, based on 54,000 words 7 days a week, I'm almost updating 8k words a day. Basically, I can only guarantee that there will be 4k words at 11 PM every day, and the rest of the updates will be at irregular times. Chapter 229, The Trainer's Adventurous Spirit and the Island of Time. You mean, you want to go to the Rocket Team warehouse on the 5th island? Shirokimaya looked at Tetsuya, who came to report. Yes. Tetsuya nodded. I just looked at the patrol route of the Special Operations Team, and the combination of the two routes is very perfect. If we join in rashly, it may destroy the tacit understanding between the team members and increase the possibility of exposure. It just so happens that the 7th island is short of manpower, so we can go there to help. Shirokimaya frowned. Tetsuya was right. It's not impossible. With the strength of these 16 trainer new stars, they can actually play better there. And, to be honest, if the league hadn't ordered them to stay here, it would actually be a better choice to send some people to investigate the 7th island. Kona and Shiba, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, are here, plus a friendly mythical beast Articuno. Unless the rocket team dispatches most of its core forces and suppresses with heavy firepower, it will not be able to defeat them at all. If this is really the case, except for the few strong people in the team, the rest of the people are not much different from cannon fodder. Of course, this is impossible. The rockets can't be so bored that they unilaterally declare war on the Alliance. This is not what he is worried about. The main thing is that, if any of these 16 people have any problems, he will have a hard time explaining it. After all, the order from the King of Sugar is to keep watch nearby. If these people have any problems, because of his order, then ZHE also observed the words and expressions, and naturally knew what Baemumea was thinking. It was just human nature. We are here as a supervisory team this time, and we are free to act, so we just tell you a few words, and wait for the tickings to come out to help convey it, he said with a shy smile. Baemumea was stagnant, as if that was the case. They were not under his control at all. He just subconsciously treated these young people as his subordinates. The main thing was that he sounded like a tool. ZHE also reported to him at the beginning and explained it by the way, but it was just because of his personality. According to the other 15 people, their mission this time was to fight in a mobile manner and act freely. What report should they make? What if their whereabouts were exposed? Have fun at work then. After the exchange, Tetsuya turned around and left without mercy. Shirokimea sat there with a pen in her hand, smiling. This is in line with the style of a young genius. If he had not joined the special forces and received strict training from the instructors, he would probably have been like this. He is extremely confident in his own strength. Don't take bean buns as dry food. He was also a little genius back then. It's just that each generation is more evil than the previous one. He, the former wave, is almost beaten to death on the beach. The genius team will act on their own and set off for the 5th island. Thinking of this, he also sent a message to the top leaders. What is the supervision team? That's just a name. As early as when Du proposed the list of 16 people at the meeting, the name of the genius team was circulated in the Alliance. As the backbone of the Alliance, Shirokimea naturally hopes that the Alliance will be as strong as possible. Understood. Continue to hold on to prevent the rockets from coming back. Soon, someone from the top leaders of the Alliance replied. Shirokimea looked at the text message on the communicator and curled her lips. This is too real. Even when their 6th team sent an emergency report, the top leaders didn't bring it back so quickly. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. If something happens later. Shirokimea lowered her head and continued to work. Quartz Plateau. Sure enough, those little guys can't sit still at all. A man in the conference room spoke with a smile. Haha, aren't all trainers like this? Adventure is something that is forever engraved in our blood. Hearing what Chief Yuto said, everyone nodded with a smile. They also went through this in the past. None of the people present are weak. They all have their current status because of their solid achievements. In this world, where trainers are respected and elves are the mainstream, you are really embarrassed to say that you have a high position without some trainer strength. They believe in their offspring very much. They are not 3-year-old children and inexperienced novice trainers. Okay, let's continue to discuss the key points. Damalanki sat in the main seat and knocked the wooden hammer in his hand. Soon, the conference room returned to a serious state. On the other side, Tetsuya also returned to the team. What's the deal? A female trainer asked Tetsuya as he returned. Well, I asked for a speedboat. This place is still a distance away from the 7 islands. If flying Pokémon are the main force, don't waste your energy. Just drive the speedboat. Tetsuya explained why he returned a little later than originally planned. He didn't mention water Pokémon, because for water Pokémon, normal swimming doesn't consume much energy at all. And the one who communicated with him was one of the 2 trainers who arrived later, Nanomyoji, the granddaughter of Professor Oak and the elder sister of Zao Mao. To be honest, he was shocked when he saw it. He never knew that Nanami was actually a very strong trainer. It was not mentioned at all when he watched the animation in his previous life. Note 1, however, Nanami did not take the path of a battle trainer. She was more committed to the development of the gorgeous competition. But this did not affect her strength at all. Due to the relationship between Professor Oak and Shigeru, the two quickly became familiar with each other, and Nanami also smoothly integrated into the team. Or rather, he didn't need to help. Nanami, the granddaughter of Professor Oak, was much more popular than Tetsuya had imagined, and everyone was very enthusiastic about her. Wouldn't the speedboat's movement be a little loud? Another male trainer who arrived later also raised his doubts. He was a descendant of the Yoda family, Yoda Tatsuya. At this point, the descendants of the business family and the doctor's family were all here. It's okay. According to observation, Team Rocket has already evacuated, so there's no need to worry about disturbing them. If they hadn't evacuated, it's impossible for them to not know that our group of people flew into the sky and the sea. It's not a stealth operation. Yuto-shun answered Tetsuya carelessly for him. Yoda Tatsuya nodded to show his understanding. Okay, if there's no problem, get ready to go. Tetsuya looked around and saw that no one had any objections and everyone was eager to try, so he directly issued the departure order. The group soon arrived at the beach in the cold wind. Since the climate of the Twin Islands is not caused by nature, a very strange scene occurred. Behind was a snowy land, but the distance near the sea was sunny. If you don't turn your head, you will subconsciously feel that you are in a seaside resort like Lanpulki. The speedboat that Zaya had requested in advance was parked not far away. Then we will go ahead. Among the group, several people raised their eyebrows and released their Pokémon. Go, Lapras. Go Blastoise. Gyarados, go. Kyloden, leave it to you. Go Thuduk, handsome appearance. Accompanied by the male and female voices and the sound of the Pokeball opening, 5 Pokémon of different shapes appeared on the water not far from the speedboat. It can only be said that they are worthy of being second generation Pokémons, and none of them are ordinary. Even the most ordinary Gotharduk is rare, because of the great difficulty of breeding Psyduck. You guys don't use it? Zaya looked at the people who obviously had water Pokémon, but didn't release them. Your speedboat can hold 12 people, right? There are 5 of us here, so the remaining 11 are enough. It's not necessary. Sasaki Seiichiro clearly expressed his desire to be lazy. The person who nodded beside him clearly agreed with his point of view. In fact, it was mainly to save energy. Although it was not difficult for water elves to swim, it was still a little different to bring someone with them. Travel experience told them that every bit of saving was a bit. The other 5 people didn't have this idea. This is a difference in personal habits. They did the same thing every day when they were traveling outside, and they had their own way of dealing with it. Everyone boarded the speedboat and set sail immediately. I didn't expect that you could actually drive a speedboat. Yizang looked at Zhe driving a speedboat with one hand and subconsciously retorted. Oh, you didn't expect a lot of things. Do you think I'm the same as you? Zhe childishly retorted back. Everyone drove towards the island that was looming in the distance in a playful manner. It was the same concept as running to the mountain to the death. On the sea, although you saw the island, the distance was still not short. In addition, considering the speed of the 5 water-type elves next to them, it took them more than an hour to reach the first of the 7 islands, the Island of Gathering. It took more than 2 hours before they arrived at the 5th island, the Island of Time, under the leadership of Konarako's Lapras, avoiding countless reefs along the way. By the time they parked and hid the speedboat and went ashore, the sky had darkened. As soon as Yizang stepped on the ground, he began to retch. These nearly 4 hours made him sick. He never expected that he would be seasick. Not only him, but Mirasame Yumiko's face was also pale, but after all, she was a girl, and considering her image, she still restrained herself. But no one had time to care about them. Take a break for 10 minutes, and those who have detection means should detect first. As soon as they stepped on the Island of Time, everyone immediately changed their mentality and entered the mission mode. Although the intelligence given by the special forces was that there was no one on the 5th island, everyone, whether it was the rocket team or the residents, had retreated, but they still had to be prepared. It was entirely possible that the other party was bluffing. After all, the special forces were busy evacuating civilians at the time and didn't have time to spend too much energy on them. As Tetsuya gave the order, the Pokémon were released one by one. Arcanine, Houndoom, Row Swampert, Grunt, Jenga, Alakazam. Several people looked at each other, and the meaning of competition in their eyes was extremely obvious. The groups of Pokémon that were obviously not getting along went in completely different directions. Note 1, Nanami won the Grand Prix Championship, and the opponent she defeated was the Carder of the Magna team, one of the 3 fires, Fire Goose, mentioned in both the game and the special. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Designed Battles and Playing with Art. One by one, don't be lazy. ZHE was also helpless. He didn't believe that only these few Pokémons among the 16 people could play the role of exploration. Especially under the premise that Sasaki Seiichiro released Houndoom and Swampert at the same time. Everyone has his own specialty. Compared with your Pokémons, ours is a little worse. Zibazanshu replied. This is also true. In fact, according to Junshireri, she can do it alone. Of course, everyone will definitely not do this. Youthful vigor is not just talk. In such matters, it is natural to determine the winner. What if your Pokémon finds some hidden clues? The nose of the wind speed dog is not a decoration, but has been specially trained by the Junsha family. It has now consciously become the boss of the Big Wolf dog and Houndoom, with 2 dog Pokémon brothers, and its nose keeps moving above the ground. After all, its strength is also the strongest one. The Rontian cat also consciously followed behind, which is an innate habit. Although it has the ability of perspective and can find many deeply hidden enemies, perspective consumes a lot of electricity and it takes a period of time to accumulate energy to recover. So it doesn't see through easily. But with the help of Windy Dog, 1 exploration and 1 confirmation, this is a very efficient search method. Swampert relies on its fins and eyes to find clues. Its fins are very sensitive, and it can even predict storms by sensing the sound of waves and subtle changes in sea breeze. On land, it can find enemies by sensing the moisture in the air. This is not a job that any elf can do. It is mainly due to its body structure. Pang Yangui said nothing, but as soon as he appeared, he immediately exuded a yellowish brown light all over his body, and circles of ripples spread out, extending to the distance, and completely merged with the earth. The orange crystal stones on the left and right sides of the head flickered, which was using its excellent hearing to perceive the situation of the entire island. Among these elves, the only one who can compare with it is probably Windy Dog. Jenga laughed and slid into the shadows. No one knew where it disappeared. Of course, its trainer, Yuji, might know. For ghost-type Pokémon, unless they are specially equipped with instruments, it is difficult for humans to find them when they are in stealth mode. Especially for experts like Jenga who play with shadows. However, they are not completely without weaknesses. Take Jenga as an example. Its body is like a heat sink. The general Jenga will reduce the surrounding temperature by about 5°C because it takes away the heat. This is why people generally feel a chill around them when they encounter ghost-type Pokémon. But this special ability is not uncontrollable. As long as it is willing, it is okay to suppress it for a while. Most of the time, they will not deliberately control it. They will be happy because of the fear of the victim. This kind of atmosphere is more conducive to their pranks. Alakazam snorted disdainfully. If it weren't for his trainer who had already told him in advance, he would have to teach this disgusting guy a lesson. He closed his eyes and ignored the whereabouts of his temporary teammate. With his hand slightly across his chest and his spoons crossed, his entire body began to emit a blue-purple wave of superpowers. The entire elf also used superpowers to float in the air. "Have you rested well?" Zaya asked as usual, and without waiting for a reply, he immediately arranged the next action. According to the location of the so-called warehouse for storing items of the rocket team, there are a total of 8 elves, and we will search directly there. Zaya's instructions were open and closed. Everyone had no objections, and they tacitly selected people and elves and dispersed. On the premise of ensuring that at least 2 teammates could be observed with a naked eye, they continued to advance in After all, according to the action team, there was no one here, so there was no need to be sneaky. Even if it was assumed that some of the rocket team had returned, there was nothing wrong with this behavior. Most of the rocket team's strength must be concentrated on the Twin Islands. Even if they returned to the warehouse base here, they would most likely come to take away some hidden information or things that had not been evacuated in time. The remaining strength could not be too strong. There was definitely no danger for them. All the way was silent. The team soon arrived at the rocket team warehouse near the forest on the island of time. The elves stopped leading the way one by one. TSK, they haven't left yet. They really don't take the alliance seriously. In Tetsua's headphones, Yizang sighed. It's normal. The special forces are focusing on protecting the residents of the Twin Islands and the 7 islands at the same time. They have limited manpower and can't go back to sweep like us. Junsha's voice sounded immediately. Tetsu didn't say anything either. He looked through the gaps between the leaves of the forest. With the help of the dim sky, his excellent eyesight could clearly support him to see the lights of the warehouse and the 2 members of the rocket team patrolling. The big R on the clothes was a little too obvious. It was not like the special forces said that the 7 islands were empty. It was not surprising at all. In fact, everyone had expected it. Otherwise, Shirakimeya would not have let them come here to do useless work. Or, this is what the special forces did under the deliberate instruction of the alliance. Tetsuya wanted to complain when he thought of Shirakimeya's words. What do you mean by the special forces were busy protecting civilians in the Twin Islands, so they didn't have time to clean up the information in the rocket team's warehouse? Isn't this clearly asking them to come back to get something? The 2nd street lamp on the left, the 4th on the right, and the 7th in the south all have cameras on them. There was silence in the headset for a while, and then Yuto-shun's feedback came. There would naturally be no problem with the Lakazan's perception. A total of 7 rooms, 22 people, and about 16 combatants. Yuji also sent the information with a little hesitation, but his tone was a bit strange. It's true that his Jenga invaded inside, but this number of people is too consistent. Everyone continued to be silent. Should we praise the rocket team for its good intelligence work, or that it has a high degree of tacit understanding with the alliance? Or maybe, then just attack directly, don't worry about the stuff. ZHE also rolled his eyes, interrupting everyone's thoughts. This is probably the so-called credit. He was too lazy to guess the story behind it, and the various means. He was exhausted. Since both sides were playing this way, he would be more direct. Let's play art. Prepare the 3 types of Pokémon, water, electricity, and fire. He said so in the team channel. The others quickly understood what he was going to do. I always feel that my aunt will beat you to death later. Konarako said silently. After all, if it is done according to Tetsuya's idea, it must be very grand, and the environmental damage is estimated to be not small. Of course, she released her Pokémon with great enthusiasm. This kind of thing, just thinking about it is exciting and stimulating. Ice and water are one family. As the niece of the King of Ice, how could she not be good at water? Release Pokémon that can do illusion, telekinesis, etc. It's still too far away and not very convenient. Jun, your Alakazam will lead. Build an illusion, just like a screen in front of us. Together with the Pokémon, we will slowly move forward. Yuji, you are the only Jenga of the ghost type. Let it prepare hypnosis and interfere with the opponent's perception. Tetsuya continued to explain. It's really uncomfortable to be pinched by the nose. Although they knew what the league was preparing for them, they were still unhappy. Let's go big. Zay's elegant and easygoing face had a hint of murderous intent. I bet the old men must be thinking of letting us fight each other, and then take the credit, and then exaggerate and promote us, and we will become the typical example. Who said it wasn't? Making stars is not a 1-day or 2-day thing. Tell me, will there be beautiful ladies asking me for autographs when I walk on the street in the future? What are you thinking? Do you think you are Mr. Do? Besides, if you want to find someone, you should find someone as handsome as me first. I'm curious about how my dad would react if he knew we blew this up. In the headset, as Zay issued his instructions, many people also teased. No one thought Zay's behavior of using a butcher knife to kill a chicken was wrong. Of course, his hands were not slow at all. Every few years, the league will promote outstanding young trainers to attract more people to work hard in this area. This is almost a reserved project. As soon as the list of their team was released, so many people could have guessed that it was their turn. But they were not the type of obedient children. If they did not have their own ideas and abilities, they could not have achieved their current abilities just by relying on their family. There were a few people, such as the slightly older Hiroki Hirofu, who had no resistance to the Alliance's approach. He had gotten used to this kind of thing, since he had been in charge of part of the family's business. However, they could make a fuss. What could the Alliance do to them? He said he was fearless. Moreover, Tetsuya's method was indeed the safest method. Otherwise, who knows if there were any special cadres or senior cadres among the 16 Rocket Team combatants. Doing so could at least weaken the opponent's strength. The main thing was, what a pity, I changed a few of the second team for comprehensiveness before leaving. I should have used all the first team earlier. Hiroki Hirofu sighed regretfully in the voice channel. The 6 elves in his first team happened to be all elves of these 3 systems. But as he said, considering the comprehensiveness, he changed a few grass, steel, rock, and ground types. Who said it wasn't? I only have 1 water and 1 fire left. He was not the only one. Shibazangshu also felt regretful. I have all grass type Pokémon. Mirasame Yumiko once again felt the inconvenience brought by her own attributes. It's okay, you, Miss Joy, and Nanami will be responsible for auxiliary treatment and energy recovery in the back. While directing everyone to line up the Pokémon according to their attributes, Zaya also took the time to arrange 3 girls who did not have water, electricity, or fire attribute Pokémon. According to his idea, if skills are used on a large scale, recovery is also very important. There are not enough fire type Pokémon. Zaya frowned as he looked at the second to last row of fire type Pokémon. 2 Charizards, an Ninetales, a Windy Dog, a Houndoom, and his Blaziken. 13 people actually managed to get 6 fire type Pokémon. Of course, except for Houndoom, which is only an elite. All Aqua Seekings, including his Blaziken, it successfully broke through a few days before coming here. It's okay. As long as there is a trigger for the fire type, even a Charmander can set it off. Yuto-shun said from behind. Tetsuya nodded. That's right. As long as there are enough water type Pokémons and electric type Pokémons, it will be fine. He looked at the Pokémons in the front. There were 12 water type Pokémons of different sizes waiting there. Blastoise, Golduck, Gatos, Slowpoke, Scorpion, Starfish, Gyarados, Lapras, Vaporeon, Croaker, Swampert, and Nano. It was a whole exhibition of powerful water type Pokémons. It was also a coincidence that everyone's main water type Pokémons were not repeated. This is also related to the fact that there are more types of water type Pokémons. Among them, Konarako alone contributed 4 Pokémons. There are a total of 9 Quaseekings and 3 elites. In terms of quality, they are no worse than fire type Pokémons. In the sky, Alakazam sighed. Guided by his own mental power, the range of the illusion technique was a little larger. The size of this group of Pokémon is too big. Fortunately, Pokémon like Golduck, Gemstar, Slowpoke, and even Pokémon like Happin, Pufferfish, Pixie, etc. in the back are all helping. It is only this group of people, otherwise it would be difficult to gather so many Pokémon that can cast illusions and have good strength. Sandwiched between the fire and water Pokémon are the energetic electric Pokémon. 3 Jolteons, 2 Electabuzz, 1 Thunderman, 1 Ronchian, and 1 Magneton. 5 Quaseekings and 3 elites. Adding together the Pokémon of the water and fire types, the electric Pokémon are not only slightly thin in variety, but also slightly inferior in strength. But the impact is not great. Of course, there is also Tetsuya's shiny Fluffy. The pink color is sandwiched in between, which is unusually abrupt. So you are the richest one. Hiroki Silph complained that even a dog owner like him doesn't have a shiny Pokémon. Try to tell Mr. Silph to be like Devin. Tetsuya didn't care. Not every shiny Pokémon is strong, and not everyone likes shiny colors. With the ability of the Silph group, there is no Pokémon that they cannot get, but Hiroki Silph does not want them. Haven't you seen the famous Devon Manufacturing Company, whose eldest son, the Hone champion Daigo Tsushima, has a bright white and gold shiny Metagross as his main force? If he can get a shiny color quasi-god, why would he care about anything else? Hiroki Silaf shrugged. I don't have Daigo's talent. My father will beat me to death if I say that. He admitted very readily that he was not as good as Daigo. There is nothing to hesitate about. The strength of the champion is there. Even though there are many conflicts of interest between Silaf and Devon Manufacturing, and both sides don't like each other, Daigo is far ahead in terms of the trainer talent of the air. Even opponents have to admit this. You know, the object of Daigo's comparison has always been watery. But in the same way, President Silaf has also used another characteristic of Daigo to ridicule the president of Devon Manufacturing, who made this genius trainer, the future heir of the company, so devoted to digging stones. Hiroki Silaf is a little bit inferior in trainer strength, but his business talent is not low at all. Although for the current president of Devon Manufacturing Company, Zifuchi Mujin, he doesn't think there is anything wrong with his son. It can even be said that Daigo's hobby of liking stones was cultivated by him. The 43-year-old helmsman of Devon, who took office at the age of 19 and gave birth to Daigo with his marriage partner in the same year, has a relationship with his son that is more like a brother than a father and son. This is also a point that many people talk about with relish. It is believed that this is one of the keys to Daigo's success. Tetsuya can only say that they are happy and can think whatever they want. The distance is almost there. If we get closer, the elves will not be able to suppress the fluctuations of moving forward. In the back, the logistics director Joe Ikk said in the channel. Tetsuya looked at it and saw that there were less than 50 meters left. This distance should be enough. Then, water elves, surf. As the synchronous command was issued, the waves that were only a few meters high at the beginning quickly overlapped. It's the weekend, so I can write a little more freely. I'll write 25,000 words in 2 days. The time is uncertain, so don't wait. Chapter 231, Team Rocket Warehouse, boom. Hey, how long will it take to finish cleaning up? It's been a long time. Why are you taking so long? When Tetsuya and his team slowly approached, the rocket team members patrolling outside the two warehouses were also chatting. Who knows? Let's wait for the leader to tell us. One of the mushroom-headed team members said. In his words, he didn't take his so-called captain to heart at all. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They asked us to come to this deserted place when the Twin Islands are more short of people. The other coxcomb-headed guy touched the double bomb gas beside him, feeling very bored. I do know a little bit. It seems that they asked us to go directly to other places after cleaning up here. Maybe there is a mission. The mushroom-headed guy leaned against the warehouse door and lit a cigarette. Be careful not to be smelled by the elves or seen by others at night, the coxcomb-headed guy said, and lit a cigarette. The two smiled at each other. Are you kidding? Someone is coming here? By the time someone came here, they must have evacuated for a long time. In the middle of the night, the guys of the Alliance Special Forces should be very alert to whether they will raid the Twin Islands. Coxcomb blew out a smoke ring and took out a blood bag to feed Zubat on his shoulder. You should take a break too. The frequency of ultrasonic wave release does not need to be so high, he said. Zubat squinted his eyes and enjoyed the taste of simulated plasma. With the support of high technology, there are more flavors that he likes. Hey, it is said that Zubat has an evolved form. Mushroom Head looked at Zubat, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. In the novice period, Zubat was more dangerous than Gas Bomb. When he joined the team, he did not dare to choose it, for fear that Zubat would give him a shot. The gas of the Gas Bomb at least has reaction time, but the Zubat will die after a poison needle and a blood sucking. Of course, the corresponding is the Zubat period, which has a wider range of applications and its combat effectiveness is not bad at all. In comparison, the double bomb gas is not so good. Well, I specifically asked Lord Lance about the last mission, and Lord Lance revealed that there are more. This mission should be enough for me to accumulate enough credit to exchange for information, Coxcomb said with a hint of boasting. If this Zubat evolves again, its combat power will definitely increase quickly. By then, I guess I will be the captain of an elite team. The two leaned on the pole and chatted. EHH wow, Zubat and Ghastly screamed. At this moment, the 12 water-type elves of Tetsuya and his group used the huge energy fluctuations of the huge waves formed by the surfing skills, directly breaking Alakazam's illusion. It can be said that the two elves who have experienced battles reacted extremely quickly. Snap. Coxcomb was still turning his head to talk to Mushroom Head. Hearing the cry of his elf, which was completely different from usual, he subconsciously slapped the emergency alarm on his waist. Beep beep beep. In the warehouse, a red light suddenly lit up. 37. What happened? The leader of the rocket team hurriedly asked the researchers to quickly pack up the last bit of things, while turning on the communicator to ask the two people on patrol outside about the situation. But there was no response from the other end of the communicator. Alliance, flooding, retreat. Instead, the person in the monitoring room issued an alarm on another channel, and the words were very brief. The leader switched the communicator to the general channel without hesitation. Everyone evacuate, take the information, and go to the 5 escape passages. Repeat, everyone evacuate. His face was gloomy. Why are the people in the Alliance doing things so crazy recently? They just flooded casually without caring about the information inside. Although they don't get along with him, the initial elves of the two people at the door have also been debugged in various ways, and they still have the strength of Aqua Seeking. If they don't respond in this emergency, they are probably dead. However, the leader never expected that the people in the Alliance this time would be much more exaggerated than he imagined. Hurry up, don't dawdle. He stood at an escape passage, feeling the water level rising from his ankles to his knees. Really? Next time, I will definitely not let them build warehouses in such low-lying terrain. There is no place to drain water, the leader complained. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, chaotic but orderly, so he was not panicked at all, and even wanted to smoke a cigarette. Zzzz. The next moment, yellow electric currents were running wildly on the water surface. Fuck AOAO. The leader's reaction speed was very fast, but the current instantly numbed his voice with electronic music. Bang bang. The sound of data falling into the water was endless. Play. I can't afford it. The leader struggled and said. The people in the elf world are not kidding about the resistance of elf skills. The reason for running is mainly because they are worried that the water will flood their heads. People cannot breathe without oxygen, not because they are afraid of anything else. The leader is helpless. The Alliance people raided too quickly, and there was no time to change into special rubber equipment. Continue. He gritted his teeth and said to the people around him, 22 people, 16 combatants, and 6 researchers. Apart from the leader and the researcher, the remaining 3 and 1 evacuated from different escape routes. Mary, researcher. Finally, if everything is confirmed, the 2 of us will also evacuate from the 5th channel, he said to the middle-aged man beside him, while enduring the electric current. The middle-aged man had a flash of electric arc from time to time, and spoke with difficulty. He is angry. The researcher was desperate. His physical fitness was not as good as the leader. It would take longer to recover from the electric current. Of course, the most important thing was that the current had not stopped, and it came in waves. He was numbed by the electric current again after just recovering. You want them to be angry? The leader was stunned. What did he mean? Make a movie and become a star? Even though he was experienced, he was confused for a while. The middle-aged researcher's eyes were full of despair. What should he do if his teammates were pig brains? He didn't think that according to the methods of those Alliance people outside, the next step would not be what he expected. At this time, outside the warehouse, Swampert was holding 2 unconscious members of Team Rocket in his hands. It was Coxcomb and Mushroom Head. However, their original hairstyles could no longer be seen. Under the sudden impact of the water, their hair stuck tightly to their scalps. The 2 Pokémon outside, Zubat and Ghastly, were flying in the air. Although they were not flying by themselves, but were surrounded by the blue-purple light of superpowers. Their eyes also drew circles. Put it away. ZHE also skillfully found the Pokeballs from the 2 of them, and threw them to Satoshi-san. Satoshi-san habitually threw it to his Alakazam. Alakazam habitually took back the 2 Pokémon, and locked the Pokeballs more smoothly. A set of procedures was completed in one go. Everyone looked at each other strangely. It seemed that everyone had done this a lot. I feel that it's almost done. Yuji looked at his panting electric beast and suggested weakly. It's almost done. If we wait any longer, it will probably run away. Everyone subconsciously looked at Zaya. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Tetsuya looked at the time and replied calmly. Don't be too bad, he thought to himself. It was the oldest Hiroki Hirofu who reacted first. Why do you have to do this? He asked with a smile. At first, he really thought that this youngest guy was a daredevil and was going to kill people without saying anything. He was shocked at the time. Are the novice trainers now so fierce? I didn't expect that he was just playing big. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. I'm just unhappy. Let's set off some fireworks for fun. Just like Hiroki Hirofu thought, he didn't plan to take the lives of these rocket team members. Although he could be ruthless, there was no need. Killing people like crazy is not a good evaluation. He just planned to blow up this place. This is completely different. Water is decomposed by electric current to obtain hydrogen and oxygen, which are mixed together and ignited by open flames to explode in a relatively closed space. This power, needless to say, those who understand will understand. Although humans are highly resistant to energy, if they are really hit by an explosion at close range, most people will not survive. But once they are allowed to go out and then detonate, the power will be weakened, and they will probably be knocked unconscious. Ajin, what's going on? Tetsuya turned his head and looked at Alakazam, who was sensing on the other side. Alakazam said, it's almost done. Yuto-shun responded, and he finally understood why Tetsuya had his Alakazam keep watching whether the people inside had evacuated completely. It turned out that he was not afraid that they would run away, but that he was afraid that they would be really killed if he made a mistake. Tetsuya nodded and started to do the final work. On the other side, in the opposite direction, the leader who was carrying Researcher Mary on his back was very puzzled. Are you sure the other party is really that cruel? He was not so stupid as to be exaggerated, and the air gave him a wrong feeling, so he immediately reacted to what Researcher Mary meant. At that time, he was so scared that he directly ordered everyone to run away and not to worry about the data. But now everyone has evacuated, and the other side has not detonated yet. Researcher Marley, whose body was still numb, rolled his eyes with difficulty from an angle he couldn't see. You're still hoping that they'll blow you up, right? You've lived long enough, but I'm still a long way from that. First, run. He struggled to speak. Spray flames, set off fireworks, friends. At the same time, Tetsuya on the other end also spoke. Who 6 fire-type elves that had been prepared for a long time instantly spit out different pillars of fire. The next moment, boom, boom, the sound resounded through the sky, still with an aftertaste. Wow, the facial expressions of the 16 people were almost the same. Mouths opened wide, eyes widened. Don't mention it, it's pretty. Yi Zhang's muttered words were very light under the loud noise, but everyone caught it keenly and nodded in agreement. Especially with the night, this contrast is very cool. And the reason why they can watch so closely is also thanks to the elves in front. Chapter 232 Team Rocket's Quick Surrender and the Alliance's Purpose. The huge light wall and reflection wall made by Pixie, Happiny, Magneto and other Pokémon are the first and second lines of defense. Among them, the light wall can protect against energy attacks, and the reflection wall can protect against physical attacks. Although it is called the first and second lines, there are actually many layers, which can be more effectively protected and weakened layer by layer. This is also the place where they spent energy to prepare before using the jet flame. ZHE also didn't want them to withstand an explosion at such a close distance. Although it may not be a big deal, it is very embarrassing and completely unnecessary. After the resistance of the 2 lines of defense, the airflow of the explosion, the broken building debris, and the flying rocks suddenly became much weaker. Secondly, Strange and Onyx also opened a green barrier, which is a wide area defense. They successfully intercepted the weakened debris and rocks. Finally, there are a series of huge tank-type Pokémon such as Boskadle, Gulliver, and Venusaur. They stand in front of the trainer, using either iron walls or growth to resist the still fierce airflow and some debris and rocks that were accidentally missed in front. 16 people just quietly felt the explosion from the gap. To be honest, it was not the most violent explosion of the hydrogen-oxygen mixture. But it was enough. I don't know how long it took. It should be very soon. The entire fifth island, the island of time, fell into silence. Zaya looked at the scattered members of Team Rocket lying in plain sight not far away and smacked his lips. Sure enough, the vitality was tenacious, and they just fainted, but did not die. In the distance, 5 or 6 members of Team Rocket who were not unconscious climbed up from the ground with difficulty, spitting out the dust in their mouths frantically. They all came out of the 4th and 5th passages. The exits of these 2 passages were the farthest from the warehouse, so the impact was not that strong. This included the leader, Madman. The leader looked at the 16 young faces of the other side and couldn't help but say something. Of course, he obediently raised his hands to indicate surrender. The other party's Pokémons were all outside staring at him. In this case, there was no need to seek death. As a villain, the Pokéballs issued by Team Rocket are generally locked internally by default. In other words, if you want to release your own Pokémon, you have to press a button. After all, large-scale capture and snatching of Pokémon is commonplace for the Dark Organization. If the Pokéballs made by themselves do not lock automatically, but have to be locked manually one by one, it may take half a day for an operation to do this. Otherwise, a bunch of angry Pokémon that were violently captured by them suddenly run out of them during transportation, which would be a real tragedy. This is also the reason why when the explosion just happened, none of the Pokémon of the Rocket team took the initiative to protect their trainer. Coward. Another member of the Rocket team looked at him with disdain. Then he threw from his waist. Throw. Hey, he suddenly found that his hands could not move. The leader raised his hands high and pointed upwards with his index finger speechlessly. The Rocket team members only then realized that there was a relaxism floating above their heads. This was a bit embarrassing. Kauji. Jenga suddenly flashed out from the shadow of another member of the Rocket team and patted him on the shoulder from behind. Plop. A Pokéball fell from his hand to the ground. Slowly, it rolled farther and farther. The Rocket team members forced a smile at Jenga. Jenga smiled back friendly and then suddenly opened his mouth. After a short scream, he fainted. The legend of Jenga sucking life is something that every Kanto person has heard since childhood. The others saw an example and took counter-examples and decisively learned what to do. I remember that Team Rocket often fights desperately, right? Junshireri was stunned for a moment. She has done so many missions, but this is the first time she has encountered Team Rocket surrendering so easily. And how embarrassing it is. She reminded everyone to be careful before. Otherwise, Alakazam and Jenga would not have appeared in that position together. Tie them up. Zaya rubbed his temple, feeling a little overwhelmed. Please, can you have some persistence of the villain organization? You surrendered before you even fought. You don't learn from the future Team Rocket trio. While everyone was busy practicing their binding skills, he dialed the phone on his watch. Hello, it's me. I asked the logistics department to send someone to the 5th island. There are 22 Rocket team members to be escorted back. He explained the situation to Cherokee Mayor directly. So fast? Cherokee Mayor asked subconsciously. He had just received a message from the garrison personnel of the 7 islands, saying that there was a very violent noise on the 5th island. It had only been about 10 minutes, and the battle was over. Wasn't it a bit too fast? Or were the Rocket team members who stayed behind all the old, weak, sick and disabled? But soon, he also realized that there was something wrong with his question. Nothing. The logistics department will be here soon, he said hurriedly, and hung up the phone. Tetsuya shook his head. The top leaders of the alliance really treated them as babies in a greenhouse. It's normal. In fact, among these 16 people, the only ones who really have this kind of unlimited combat experience are you, me and Miseri. Shibazangshu came to his side and naturally answered his doubts. In the families training concept, even if you are a trainee, you will most likely have to be around 20 years old before you can get in touch with these things, otherwise it will only be theoretical learning. He is very familiar with this set. He also went through this in the past few years. Juncture is because of family reasons. As long as they and their partner Caterpie graduate from the internal school at the same time, they will join various tasks to accumulate experience. So, it will be relatively early. For example, the business family of Sulaf does not focus on the strength of the trainer. It is even more impossible to let their future helmsman take risks. Strength is necessary, but the requirements are not high. Each other family also has its own focus. In addition to the subsequent star creation, this time is also to give them more experience in this kind of task, which is inevitable in the future. Zibazangshu explained. After all, the family has spent a lot of money and effort to train you, and it is impossible to let you take risks. At least you have to wait until you have enough strength. And the elite and the qua-seeking are almost the dividing line of this sufficient strength. In other words, only when you are in your early 20s and reach the level of a qua-seeking trainer can you be recognized as talented by the family. Otherwise, don't waste resources too much. ZHE also nodded in understanding. I didn't think there was anything unfair. This is a very reasonable thing. Since you have insufficient foundation at the beginning, you can only make up for it by working hard. He has known this for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have the current strength. No wonder, Yizang and his research school have to reach the advanced level of students before they can complete the bounty hunter mission. ZHE also understood that it is better to say that this is the difference between the academy and the liberal school than the difference between the nobles and the common people. Even if the former does not go out of the door, there will be someone to provide him with combat experience and other training. In addition, with sufficient resources, the early development is very easy. The latter must rely on themselves. The former may travel by various means of transportation. When they arrive at a place, they challenge the gym and do what they want to do. As for the latter, they can only rely on their own feet and elf companions more often. In addition to challenging gyms, you also need to consider what is worth visiting nearby and what you can profit from. Of course, this does not mean that the former is necessarily superior. It can only be said that there are better conditions at the beginning. People live their lives, and it is not just the beginning that matters. From the data of the Alliance, in recent years, the proportion of trainers born from civilians who are above the elite level has been increasing. Even analyzing the advanced data, perhaps because of their own experience, trainers born from civilians, whether in doing tasks or in terms of combat power, are implicitly better than trainers born from nobles. Even in terms of finding a suitable development direction for their elves who are about to break through the king level, trainers born from civilians perform better. This is why more and more family trainers have begun to travel and hone themselves in recent years. In the later stage, simple closed-door training and cultivation is useless. Of course, the dark organizations in various places are the most affected. They often find that the previous job of snatching the elves of trainers in a region can no longer be done. Even more exaggerated, under the warm reception of family trainers, small dark organizations have been eliminated by them. Alliances in various regions are very happy to find that public security is getting better and better. This will encourage family members to travel, forming a virtuous circle. Civilian trainers who travel abroad also welcome them, because there is no need to worry about uneven distribution of spoils and backstabbing. This group of trainers born in aristocrats have their own family education, accomplishments and even persistence. Most of them only take the rewards they deserve. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of these trainers, those resources are not particularly valuable, and some are things that can be mass-produced by their own families. The main purpose is to be worthy of the efforts of their own elves, and they must take what they should take. This is the best result that the promoter, President Damalanki, wants to see. In fact, which noble family is not a civilian, and which family has not worked hard? It's just that before the establishment of the Alliance, thousands of years of monopoly turned their habits into what they are now. Even with such a strange creature as the elves, the solidification of class is an inevitable problem. The reason why he has to carry out reforms despite the pressure from many old stubborn families is to make the profession of trainer more popular. In this way, the Alliance can continue for a longer time. I guess they didn't expect that you would directly order the bombing. Zangshu's words were full of gloating, but he didn't take it seriously. Anyway, it was just for practice. Even if there were clues in the warehouse that were destroyed by violence, the Alliance couldn't blame them. ZHE also nodded indifferently. He had changed his mindset a long time ago. Just as AC had told him before, as long as he didn't violate the laws of the Alliance first, even if his behavior was a little excessive, the Alliance would not say anything to him. He is now an orthodox person with a lot of backers. If he is more aggressive in the tasks of the Dark Organization, it is not a problem at all, and many people will applaud, especially under the premise that he will be the focus of publicity in the future. Think about it, a handsome guy who grew up in an orphanage, became a powerful trainer through his own efforts, and also has excellent talents as a breeder and hates evil. What a big publicity point this is. ZHE also said that he is very self-aware. People like him are most suitable to evoke the resonance of civilians. The sound of the spaceship engine sounded in the distance, and the Pokeball logo showed its ownership. ZHE also dialed the encrypted channel. Soon, both parties confirmed their identities. Confirmed safe. Alliance D-78 escort spacecraft is ready to land. The voice of the driver came from the headset. Soon, with the vibration of the ground, the small-looking spacecraft landed on the ground. Everyone commanded the elves to throw the members of Team Rocket into the cage on the spacecraft. There is no death penalty in the Elf Alliance. Even the heaviest punishment is only life imprisonment. Or it can be said to be labor reform. Unless they accidentally kill a few members of the Dark Organization during the mission, their lives can still be guaranteed. ZHE was very curious about what the Alliance would do if they caught a few senior cadres of Team Rocket in the future. Ignoring Team Rocket's struggle to change to a normal posture and not stack them up, ZHE looked at the driver. Why are you still driving the escort spacecraft? There was a hint of familiarity in his tone. Aha, there are not enough people. The special forces temporarily recruited me to help. The driver shrugged and closed the door of the cage. It's mainly to save money. I'll get 3 times the salary for overtime, he added. The one driving the escort spaceship was none other than Prosecutor Miyaruma's assistant, Shirei Takanori. By the way, what did you do here? It's so shabby. Shirei Takanori looked at the remaining building debris in the puddle not far away. Nothing, I just set off some fireworks, Tetsuya said in a flat tone. Okay, then I'm leaving. I'm in a hurry. Shirei Takanori didn't say much. It's just art. He's seen a lot of people playing it. He said hello and drove the spaceship away. Do you know him? Ignoring the other people who were excitedly communicating, Yizang came up. Yes, I met him on a mission before. He's also a prosecutor. He's our senior. Tetsuya introduced him briefly. Yizang nodded. Just as this group of young people, who were actually doing this kind of mission for the first time, were excitedly communicating. Beep. The beeping of watches interrupted them at the same time. Return to Gemini as soon as possible. This was the information from the internal channel of this Gemini Island mission. Generally speaking, there are about 40,000 words updated per week, so really, there is no less. It's only Saturday, and there will be more tomorrow. Chapter 233, Battle on Twin Islands. Everyone's faces turned serious, and they stopped chatting immediately. Get on the flying type Pokémon and set off quickly, Tetsuya commanded. Don't worry about physical strength at this time. Time is of the essence. The reason why the type is specified is that although Pokémon such as Magnetron can also fly through the ability of electromagnetic levitation, the speed is not very fast. By the time it reaches the Twin Islands, the battle is probably almost over. Besides, not all flying type Pokémon can fly, such as Totoro, which can only run and glide for a short time, and Gyarados, which can only fly at low altitude for a period of time. Nookhawk / Charizard / Armored Bird / Pidgeot / Dragonite / Dragonite. Everyone threw out their Pokeballs in sync, and in the sky, all kinds of Pokémon flapped their wings and floated. Among them, Yuji's Dragonite stood out. Even for the trainers present, including Tetsuya, Quasi-God is not something out of reach, but it is inevitable to be surprised. Because at this age, there is a Dragonite, which means it must be at least his initial Pokémon. Otherwise, according to the slow early development speed of Dragon-type Pokémon, it is impossible to get a Dragonite above level 55. However, if the initial Pokémon is a Quasi-God, various problems are difficult to avoid. But this is not the time to communicate, and everyone quickly retracted their gazes. Sister Eri, Sister KK, you can follow me. Mirasame Yumiko invited. Her Pokémon is a tropical dragon with grass plus flying attributes. Although it is called a dragon, it does not have dragon attributes. The tropical dragon is a herbivorous dinosaur. Its whole body is brown-gray, similar to the trunk of a tropical tree, and it has a long neck and strong limbs. On both sides of the green leaves worn on its head like a cloak, hood or helmet are two small decorative leaves, and a bunch of yellow fruits like bananas hang on its lower jaw. The 3 huge leaves on its back that are quite eye-catching are its wings, allowing it to soar in the air. And the wide back and good physique allow it to effectively carry multiple people to the sky without affecting its speed. Junsha and Joey nodded, and the 3 of them immediately boarded the back of the tropical dragon that fell to the ground. Yumakomira same patted the long neck of the tropical dragon, and it flapped its leafy wings and flew up, heading for the Twin Islands. The others were not idle either. Licolarami pulled Nanomioki and Akokona onto her Charizard. It was very characteristic of the Laramie tribe. This Charizard was visibly bigger than the other one next to it. 3 slim girls sat on it, and it didn't look crowded at all. Yuto-shun looked calm. It wasn't that his Charizard was not well developed. His Charizard was already bigger than the normal ones of the same tribe, definitely far above the average. But the Laramie tribe made its fortune by breeding this characteristic. It was just bigger. Hiroki Sulaf naturally climbed onto the back of Yuto-shun's Charizard. The 2 Charizard sped away on the left and right. Sasaki Seiichiro's Pidgeot followed closely behind with his own trainer and Hibisoshu. On Dragonite's back, Harukato and Yuji also fixed their positions. The honest Dragonite followed slowly. The small wings did not make any movement, and the speed was immediately increased. Yamashiro Kimiya's Mukal could not bring anyone with him due to his size. As for Yanoda Tatsua's armored bird, he could only return alone with his trainer, who made him inherit the characteristics of the Yanoda family and be one size larger than others. Although his size is not small, there is no room for a second boy. On the ground, Tetsuya and Yizo returned to the beach and hid the speedboat they came in a cave. After all, it was impossible to carry it back. Then, Tetsuya's Pidgeot took the 2 people into the sky. It seems that Team Rocket is still not giving up. Yizo sighed as he sat behind Tetsuya. As expected, Tetsuya replied, Team Rocket will definitely not give up as long as they have not achieved their goals. But I didn't expect that they would dare to launch another attack on the first day that Kona and Shiba arrived. Pidgeot flew at high speed. Yuzang wanted to ask Tetsuya if he could go slower, but the oncoming wind stopped him. It didn't take much time for the 2 to reach the beach. With the speed of Pidgeot, they quickly caught up with the flying team that had set off first. Although it took 4 hours in the air, it was different in the air. The straight line distance from the 5th island to the Twin Islands was only about 200 kilometers. Even if it was measured by the slowest flying tropical dragon, it would only take 20 minutes to get back. The elves hurried on their way silently. Soon, the Twin Islands could be seen from afar. As the group approached, the fierce battle on the Twin Islands also came into view. It seems that Team Rocket's efforts were in vain. Sasaki Seiichiro sent a message in the group chat. Since they can see the situation on the Twin Islands, then by the same token, the other side must be able to see them. The huge group of people and the 2 types of elves, Dragonite and Charizard, can fully explain their identity. Even if Team Rocket came to support, it is unlikely that there would be these elves. In this situation, the Rockets did not send anyone to stop them, which shows that they were under great pressure. The situation on the island was indeed the same. However, the key was not the special forces. Hang. A monster moved among the Rockets elves with unreasonable agility. From time to time, it would take advantage of the gaps to grab an elf and throw it to the ground or onto the ice on the rock wall. Under the suppression of the powerful force, most elves were knocked unconscious. A few elves could survive the second blow, but not the third. In the cold weather of more than 10 degrees below zero, Shiba, who was still shirtless, wrapped his hands around his chest and watched quietly. Didn't they say that Shiba and Kona were both in the underground ice cave and didn't come out? A member of the Rockets who covered his left eye with an eye patch grabbed the intelligence officer next to him and asked viciously. He was the main person in charge of this operation and one of the senior cadres. His internal code name was A-Level 007, known as the One-Eyed Dragon. This, according to the insider, the two Forkings of the Alliance went deep into the ice cave. The intelligence officer's forehead was full of sweat. Everyone knows that the man in front of him has a bad temper. He doesn't want to be sunk in the sea after the mission is completed. The one-eyed dragon kicked the intelligence officer away, and his only remaining right eye was full of dissatisfaction. Forget it, he quickly adjusted himself. Anyway, his mission this time was to attract attention and let the four heavenly kings come up, just a little earlier. As Falconer's still down there, what about Athena, who is responsible for collecting genes? That's none of his business. The one-eyed dragon hoped that something would happen to Athena, so that he might be able to take a step forward. Keep going, don't stop, keep sending elves to entangle that monster for me, and the elite level will go up first. The one-eyed dragon gave orders to his younger brothers. He hoped that Shiba would stay in this strange state for a while. Anyway, he was just a bait. A dozen elite members of the rocket team and Shiba showed a weird posture in the messy battlefield. In the surroundings, Shirakimeya led his special forces members to suppress the rocket team. In comparison, the number of people and elves in the alliance is far less than that of the opponent. But in terms of strength, the gap is a bit big. The rocket team's scumbags are no match for the league's elite. Shirakimeya skillfully commanded his ace Blastoise to knock away 3 Quasi-King Pokémon. King Shiba, what are you waiting for? He looked at Shiba not far away, very surprised. Shiba's strange strength is his signature Pokémon, and he has even defeated the proud record of the second ace Charizard of the Dew. He didn't believe that the rocket team would be entangled so easily. Besides, Shiba doesn't have only one Pokémon. Perhaps for ordinary trainers, commanding 3 or 4 Pokémon in this situation is already the limit. Otherwise it is easy to make mistakes in a hurry. But at the level of the 4 kings of the region, commanding 6 Pokémon to fight at the same time is a common thing. Nidoking, the power of the earth. Shirakimeya speculated on Shiba's psychology while commanding his second king level Pokémon to attack. Bang bang bang. The ground type energy that suddenly sprang up from the ground knocked away 2 Quasi-King Pokémon again. Pidgeot, Air Slash, Moltres, Jet Flame. A young voice rang out at the entrance of the battle valley. Tetsuya arrived first and launched an attack. How come you're so fast? Following closely behind was Hibazoku. Thanks to his excellent physique from years of exercise, he kept up with Tetsuya's pace. Strength, Rhyton, Rock Blockade. He also released his 2 main Pokémon to join the battle. The third to arrive was none other than Jinsaroka. Although she was a woman and was not as good as her innate abilities, she was the best of the Jinsero family after all. Her physical fitness was still better than the others, and they were all on their way. Arcane, Godspeed. She only used her most powerful Pokémon. It was also in line with the characteristics of the Jinsaroka family. Arcane came with an after image and arrived first. Godspeed is a skill that is not ordinary. You have to know that more than a decade ago, this skill was even considered to be a special move of Arcane. That is, only Arcane can learn it. But later, researchers found that Dragonite, Lucario, Togekiss and even Ursa can also learn it. This reduced the mythical nature of Windy Dog. Bang! Windy Dog directly knocked the 2 naughty bombs away. Gilulu. The round naughty bomb, which looked like an inverted Pokeball, rolled to the middle of a group of Team Rocket Pokémons. Their bodies were emitting white light. Vas/Golbat/Arbok. Stay away from them. The faces of the members of Team Rocket changed drastically, and they hurriedly called their Pokémons, while secretly blaming other members in their hearts. I have already told you not to use Thunderball and Naughty Bomb. What is the point of such unstable Pokémons? Boom. The 2 loud noises at the same time attracted the attention of many people. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the 2 naughty bombs with swirling eyes and scars all over their bodies lay in the middle of a big pit. There were many other Pokémon scattered around. Although they reacted quickly, they also suffered a lot of damage. Naughty Bomb, nicknamed Bombball, would self-detonate to entertain itself when it was bored. After training, this situation will be much better. However, as long as it is stimulated and vibrated a little, it will immediately explode with a strong force. The electric energy gathered in their bodies is no joke. Before the rocket team Pokémons around them could recover, more than a dozen white air blades, a bright pillar of fire, and a pile of boulders hit them. Although theoretically, this was only the second time the three of them had cooperated in battle, they still had a tacit understanding. This may also be related to their mission experience. After seeing that Junshire's wind speed dog was attacking the two naughty bullets, Tetsuya and Tsunoki quickly understood each other's thoughts. They decisively commanded their Pokémons to change the direction of attack. It was a bit hasty, but the effect was very good. Hang. Another violent explosion. Smoke and dust rose. What did you blow up again? The first thing the others saw when they arrived at the battlefield was this scene. Yizo's question represented their mentality very well. Tetsuya was helpless. What did he mean by exploding again? Was he the kind of person who liked to blow things up? It just happened that among the members of the rocket team, there were more people who used double bomb gas. As a result, the gas content on the battlefield was slightly exceeded. The air blades drew out all the surrounding gas and gathered them together. With the help of the closed space formed by the rock blocking skills of the two elves of Zhongshu, the flame chicken's jet flame just happened to explode. He said that this was just a coincidence. The expressions of the crowd clearly showed that it was up to me whether I believed it or not. Shirakimeya was also startled by the sudden loud noises. These young people are so good at playing. He naturally had time to stare at the other side. Since Ziba was not in a hurry, he slowed down the speed of cleaning. Shouldn't these babies be at the Island of Time according to the plan? The one-eyed dragon asked indifferently, looking at the entrance of the valley. The tone was very flat, but it made the people around him more scared. How could the one-eyed dragon not be angry? Ziba was fine. After all, the actions of the four heavenly kings were difficult to grasp. But these young people actually appeared outside the plan, which was simply unforgivable. It seems that those useless people are really useless people. No wonder. The one-eyed dragon's words were a bit incoherent, which made the surrounding rocket team members a little confused. He didn't explain much. Don't delay any longer. Let the people who are scheduled to support them tie them up. The one-eyed dragon commanded. Although he was very angry, the plan still had to go on. Hearing the one-eyed dragon's command, the rocket team members hiding in various hidden places on the Twin Islands all rushed to the battlefield. Boss, they're moving. In Shirakimeya's left earphone, as the one-eyed dragon's order was issued, feedback came. The special forces are not fools. How could they not check the Twin Islands? It's true that there are not many people, but as elites, there are still one or two psychic and ghost type elves. Even if they can't explore all the hiding places, it's enough to know one. If one person moves, it's enough to mean that others are also moving. Tetsuya, you guard the outer entrance. The rocket team is coming from there. Shirakimeya issued instructions to Tetsuya and his team through the dedicated channel of the right ear. The previous mistakes can't be corrected, so let it be. Anyway, it's probably. You can't see where the mistakes are. Funny, it doesn't affect reading. It's just my obsessive compulsive disorder. Chapter 234. The battle continues. Tetsuya hummed to indicate that he had received it. I'm a member of the intelligence team. According to the monitoring above the Twin Islands, there are a total of 15 groups of Team Rocket coming to the valley for support. Intelligence information soon came into everyone's headphones. Generally speaking, the combat members of Team Rocket are 2 people in a group. Only a very small number of excellent and outstanding members will adopt the team-up method of 2 people and 1 Pokémon. And the Pokémon will be assigned by the superiors or instructors. You know, it is not an easy task to find a Pokémon that is smart enough and suitable. For example, the future Kojiro Musashi and Meowth, Yamato Kozaburo and Radha. Although these 2 groups of people are very miserable in the animation, don't take it seriously. In the Rocket Team Academy, these 2 teams graduated in the final assessment and ranked first. It's almost 1 against 2. Yuto-shun was eager to try. This is also the norm for the direct trainers of the Alliance, to fight against members of the Dark Organization. Even if the levels are similar, considering the difference in resources, the gap in strength often leads to the latter having only 2 against 1 to have the hope of winning. Not to mention that in most cases, the latter often do not have many high-level Pokémon like the former. As for our group is not divided into 3 people, the Dark Organization also needs to consider maximizing benefits. Don't waste things that 2 people can do. Moreover, the final victory or not still depends on the result of the fight between stronger people. To put it bluntly, they are all just soldiers and cannot decide the direction. They can only have a slight influence. If they can force the Pokémon of higher level trainers to come out and consume some physical strength and energy in advance, they will complete the task. Under the condition that it is not necessary to defeat the opponent, a two-person team is the best match. This is the Dark Organization's struggle experience over the years. Well, I'll do logistics to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps for you. Kayaoi KK took her own happily and took the initiative to withdraw from the ranks of dividing opponents. Her team composition was not suitable for such a large-scale battle scene. Naturally, everyone had no objection, and no one was more suitable for this job than Joai. Then, several rock-type and ground-type Pokémon were commanded to use rock-blocking skills to block the entrance and exit of the valley. They didn't want to be caught in a double-sided attack during the battle. Although the Alliance would not lose, this was a fact that everyone was extremely confident of. Then, I will take care of the first team. Looking at the two members of Team Rocket who showed up first, Zibazangshu rushed up without hesitation. The first one to arrive at the scene to support the other side is usually the strongest. As the oldest and the strongest among the 16 people, he naturally had to make corresponding contributions. If Zaya hadn't run too fast just now, and Junshu's wind speed dog was too fast, he would have been the first to arrive at the scene to support. Super strength empty-handed chop, rumble rock, turn round and roll. One of the two huge elves kicked the ground with his legs and ejected, and the four hands were still condensed with fighting energy light. The other shrank his limbs and head, and completely turned into a huge rock. His body was slightly lit, and he rolled quickly towards Team Rocket. Toucans, drill, infinape, cross chop. The two members of Team Rocket were not panicked at all. They were well prepared, and immediately commanded the two Pokémons, one air and one ground, to attack. The battle scene was exciting and tense, but everyone didn't have much time to observe. Team Rocket arrived one after another. The second one is mine. Junsei followed closely and rushed up on Argent, with Ninetale's steps elegant, but also unusually fast. Argent, howl, Ninetales, strange light. Ah. The long howl that resounded through the battlefield undoubtedly made people feel the majesty of Argent. The three Pokémons of the second team on the opposite side were also obviously frightened. Under the dual effect of Argent's intimidation characteristics, they unconsciously retreated a little and reacted a little slower to the command of the members of Team Rocket. Just with this step, the strange light released from Ninetale's eyes hit them. One of the Rattata immediately fell into a state of confusion and began to attack the Arbok next to it. Even as a companion, the brutal Arbok could not tolerate being attacked and pressed back without hesitation. Before the battle even started, conflicts arose among them. The effect of the strange light was the reason for this result, but the role of the wind speed dog should not be underestimated. This is also why the Junshu family prefers the wind speed dog with the intimidation attribute rather than the ignition attribute when performing tasks. For those who have a guilty conscience, the wind speed dog with the intimidation attribute is extremely deterrent. Although the ignition attribute has a great advantage in the civil war of the fire system, the former is more suitable for the identity of the police, can play a greater role in the mission, and has better universality. The two battlefields have been in full swing. Both of them consciously pulled the other to the side. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to be stuck in one place. Blazer, flame kick, Pidgeot, lightning flash cover. At the same time, ZHE also issued an order. Pidgeot flapped its wings in the air and swooped down with white light. Blaziken also rushed out with a residual image, with flames burning on its legs. This sudden burst of speed comparable to that of Arcanine attracted many sidelong glances. They quickly realized that this was a hidden characteristic acceleration, and it was probably at its limit. No wonder you kept Blaziken in combat mode without saying a word just now. Kona complained. You know, it's not easy to maintain characteristics like acceleration. The so-called combat mode not only consumes physical strength, but also energy. ZHE also smiled slightly. Come on, guys. After saying that, he rushed up. Everyone looked at each other helplessly, and without any hesitation, they chose their opponents one by one and started fighting. Just entangle them. Those little guys can't make any waves. In the valley, the one-eyed dragon listened to the report of his subordinates and nodded, and then put all his energy back on the battlefield in front of him. X-Bat, // He commanded one of his main elves to attack the strange power of Sheba. Or it should be called harassment. Above the battlefield, a huge purple bat elf was suspended in the air. Its wings swung out with power without any external interference, and the white air blades attacked the strange force on the ground, which was still dealing with the miscellaneous soldiers. The strange force glanced at it, and the two arms below waved casually, and used the empty-handed chop to throw out two air blades, which collided with the attack of the cross-shaped bat. Even if the combat energy released by the empty-handed chop weakened part of the strength, even if the flying type air slash had a restraining effect on the combat type energy, even if one side was accumulating power and the other side was careless. But under the collision, the two still disappeared at the same time. The gap between the king level elves and the champion level elves is so huge. Humph. The one-eyed dragon snorted in dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do. Even if the foremost powerful senior cadres of the rocket team came, at least 3 of them would have to work together to be a match for the Sibber in front of them. If the alliance had not always taken them seriously, the rocket team would have been destroyed long ago. Just like the Sibber in front of him, he only used one main Pokémon from beginning to end, and never released the second Pokémon. Not many, just one, and the remaining delicate balance on the battlefield would be immediately broken. The rocket team, led by Cyclops, had already spent a lot of effort to hold back one monster. If all 6 Pokémon were released, it would not be a problem to sweep all the rocket teams present. Damn it, come out quickly. The Cyclops stared at the entrance of the underground cave with his only remaining eye. He now only hoped that Athena below would quickly get the gene of Articuno and lead them to retreat. This was his first time to face off against one of the 4 heavenly kings of the alliance, and all his ambitions before the battle were gone. He originally thought that, after luring out the 4 heavenly kings, he would get a promotion and a raise after defeating one. Now he was forced to not dare to release more Pokémon, for fear that the opponent would think that he had too many Pokémon, and add one more. No wonder the 4 cadres were on the mission at the same time before. Is it really possible for a trainer and Pokémon of this strength to reach this level? Sibber was also looking at the entrance and exit of the underground cave. Are these just a few of them? Did Apollo and his gang go down? He thought he would give his orders to the strange force from time to time. Every time he spoke, the Cyclops and the other rockets would be in a panic. Sibber's attention was not on them at all. Although Cyclops was a top-level trainer, he was still far from being strong enough. It seems that Lambda disappeared recently, Sibber thought. The alliance could know the whereabouts of several rockets cadres. However, the Pokémon world was so vast, and the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto were ridiculously large, so it was impossible to know everything in detail. Let's delay it for now. Anyway, there is no big problem down there. Sibber was very calm, as if he was not fighting, but on vacation. Anyway, according to the alliance, the main purpose of this time was to give those little guys a practice and get used to it. As the battle progressed, Cyclops' face became worse and worse. Strange Force's movements did not change at all after such a long battle. Even if he had good physical strength, this was a bit too exaggerated. War Preparation Team, charge the number 3 instrument. Finally, after his own Pokémon fell again, he could not help but issue an order to his subordinates. But, Lady Athena and the others, the subordinates unconsciously advised. Then, looking at the murderous eyes of the one-eyed dragon, they decisively took back the second half of the sentence. A team of rocket team members dressed in scientific research leaned against the rock wall and turned on the so-called number 3 instrument. Oh. Are you ready to stop using the power of Pokémon? Sibber glanced at it. Although he was very disdainful, he also expressed his vigilance. The reason why the rocket team has been able to develop to this day is largely due to the technology that is ahead of the alliance in some aspects. Although Sibber, as a traditional trainer, does not agree with the power of non-Pokémon, he still recognizes the power of this technology. Strange power, release. The one-eyed dragon did not react to the random command. Nika Strange Power yelled, tore off the belt around his waist, and took out another belt from somewhere, and tied it around his waist. The hot air from its huge mouth turned into white mist on the cold Twin Islands. 100,000 horsepower. Zibber issued a skill command. The one-eyed dragon suddenly felt very bad. It seemed that he should have listened to Miss Manner's instructions and not used the instrument in advance. Nika Kaylee shouted and disappeared from everyone's sight. Bang, 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 the dense sound of hitting sounded, and the elves of Team Rocket flew out one by one. 100,000 horsepower, a pure attack skill, allows the elves to use all their strength to attack the opponent. For elves like Kaylee, it is to use the developed forehands to punch quickly. Don't underestimate this simple punch. This represents the perfect combination of speed and strength. Each arm punch is nearly 100 times per second. Combined with Kaylee's mountain-like strength, even the Dragonite of the Crossing may not be able to take this move head-on. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds later. In the center of the entire valley, except for Kaylee who was slightly panting, no elf remained able to fight. The Cyclops' forehead was covered with sweat. Damn it, is the number 3 machine ready? He frantically urged the men behind him. It will take about 10 seconds. The men also replied with sweat on their foreheads. He did not expect that Zibber would end the battle so quickly after getting serious. Iroga, Vash, Cat Boss, Starfish, Mana, come on, entangle that Stella. The Cyclops threw out his only 5 remaining king level Pokémon in one breath. Lightning Fist. With Zibber's command, Stella suddenly appeared in front of Starfish in the next second. Lightning was running, and Starfish had just emerged from the Pokeball when it was directly knocked out. Bang! It hit the ice layer on the rock wall, and the red gem core in the center of its body flickered and gradually dimmed. With just one move, the king level Starfish with super recovery ability lost its combat ability to consecutive slashes. Then, Stella kicked the ground and appeared directly above Vash. Get out of the way. Cyclops trainer instinct made him issue this magical move. But unfortunately, it was useless, and Gastlin had no time to react. With just a downward elbow strike, Gastlin was stunned, and he rushed towards Houndoom at a very fast speed. Bang! Houndoom and Gastlin, who had lost his ability to fight, rolled into a ball, with their entire dog faces in a daze. Gastlin landed on the ground, with his knees slightly bent. His huge body shot out again, and with the muscles on his back exerting force, he hit the soft body of Cat Boss diagonally. Cat Boss was also smashed into the rock wall following the jewel Starfish. Rip. A barely audible sound rang out. Gastlin's body paused slightly. 3 cuts were opened on his left leg. The instigator, Magura, jumped back and rolled back in succession, trying to distance himself. Nika, where are you going, little brother? Gastlin's huge body appeared directly behind Magura. Mala's body was still in midair, and a trace of despair flashed across her eyes. The next moment, the forearms of the strange force grabbed the petite Mala at the same time and strangled her. Mala only had time to scream before she lost her ability to fight. The forehands of the strange force loosened, and Mala fell to the ground unconsciously. A pillar of fire attacked, and it was the only survivor, Houndoom. Wheel energy bomb. Zibber ordered. The strange force stood still and calmly resisted Houndoom's jet of flames. 4 hands were placed on his chest at the same time, and a yellow and white ball was rubbed out. The ball rushed against the pillar of fire, directly breaking a passage, and heading straight for Houndoom. The real energy bomb hit Houndoom's neck, which was surrounded by bones, but the bones did not play a protective role as usual. Under the huge bombardment, Houndoom's neck and body seemed to be separated, and then the whole elf flew out backwards. When at this moment, the so-called number 3 instrument emitted a yellowish-brown light wave, rushing straight into the ground. Thank you for the jealousy cult's reward. It should be in the early morning, but the time is uncertain. Chapter 235, The Power of the Divine Beast. Shiba scratched his head. It seemed that he failed to stop the attack. But he was not too worried. The power of technology is limited, but the power of elves is unlimited. Although he admitted that some technologies are really powerful and useful, the foundation is still the development of the power of elves. Otherwise, why would elves become the mainstream in the world? I hope that Lady Athena can come out safely, otherwise Lord Apollo will definitely kill me. The younger brother who was asked by the one-eyed dragon to open the number 3 instrument prayed madly in his heart. As a younger brother, he actually didn't know much about the relationship between Apollo and Athena. But according to the rumors in the organization, whether it was a brother-sister or a couple, Apollo would definitely solve this problem. He didn't think that with the personality of the one-eyed dragon, he would save him from Apollo. For a while, except for the battle outside the valley by Tetsuya and his group, there was silence in the valley. The members of the Alliance Special Forces, led by Shirakimeya, stood behind Shiba and looked at the rocket team led by the one-eyed dragon on the opposite side. How long will it take for this damn thing to work? The one-eyed man felt that he was almost twitching from posing, but there was no movement at all. His expression did not change, and he squeezed out inaudible words from his mouth. He could not lose his momentum, and he could not move unless the opponent moved. Drive Dongbo said it would take about 10 minutes. His subordinate's words made him feel half cold. 10 minutes, this time was enough for them to be buried, dug out, and buried again by the opponent. For a moment, he even forgot to correct his subordinates for calling Dr. Nanbo's name wrong. What is that thing on the other side for? The members of the Alliance Special Forces were also whispering. According to the rocket team's nature, this kind of technological instrument only has a start button, but no stop button. Only after the Alliance's scientific and technological personnel thoroughly studied and figured out how to shut it down. As for the first time, they could only let it go. Since it was useless to catch the opponent, they might as well take the opportunity to rest. It was launched underground. Should it be a vibration or something? It is likely to be aimed at the inside of the cave. Shirakimeya was also communicating with Shiba. Although the gap in strength is a bit big, he is the captain of the Special Forces team after all, so he still has some face. Yeah. Ziba nodded and smiled. Shirakimeya naturally knew what he was laughing at, and he also found it very interesting. After seeing Ziba's strength, how did the Rockets believe that Kona, who was as famous as or even stronger, could not deal with their technological means? The only one who can defeat the champion is the champion. Shirakimeya whispered. Perhaps the Dark Organization or ordinary trainers do not have a deep understanding of this sentence, but as a person who has reached a certain level in the league, he knows very well that this is a clear rule of the world. The king level elves or king level trainers alone are not something that can be solved by simple human wave tactics. Not to mention the champion level elves and champion level trainers whose strength is far above them. In the concept of the ancient kingdom, these elves and people are like guardian totems, second only to the mythical beasts. Most of the time, when the mythical beasts did not appear, their status was no lower than that of priests and kings. As a head of the league, he never thought that there was a human organization that could overthrow the rule of the league. Even if there are disagreements within the alliance, it won't work. Haven't you seen that the ancient kingdoms were also like this? Almost no civilians who revolted succeeded. Basically, all the ancient kingdoms perished because the people in power coveted the power of the beasts, which aroused the anger of the beasts and brought down the so-called heavenly punishment. There are very few people in the alliance who have this idea now. Not everyone can continue to maintain their attitude in the face of so many living examples. Only the people in the Dark Organization want to change, or even destroy the world, by controlling the power of the beasts. Shirakimeya said that, if the beasts were so easy to control, it would be too outrageous. Well, it was because he didn't say this to Zaya, otherwise Zaya would have to teach him a lesson, and be surprised by what he saw. Time passed little by little. At a certain moment, the strange force suddenly patted Ziba's shoulder. What? Is there a reaction from the ground? Ziba asked. The strange force nodded. It's still the difference in strength. Although it is only a single fighting elf, its perception of other attribute energies is still higher than that of the other elves present. Ziba scratched his head again. He once again felt that he should subdue some Pokémons of other attributes. He didn't know how many times he had this idea, but due to time constraints, he had never had the time to do it. Fighting Pokémons are good at fighting because of their own characteristics, but they are not as functional as Pokémons of other attributes. For example, if he had a ground or rock Pokémon, he could make some changes to the underground situation. Now he can only wait. Huh? Why is the moon gone? A Special Forces member was bored and looked up at the sky. He was shocked to find that the sky was pitch black. The entire valley was unusually bright under the artificial searchlight, and no one noticed when the sky changed. Interesting. Zibba looked up at the sky and felt a different meaning. Was this caused by the ability of the frozen bird? Whoosh whoosh, the sound of the wind passed through the valley, becoming even more piercing. On both sides of the valley, gravel kept falling. Team Rocket also quickly discovered that the atmosphere was wrong. After all, the people from the opposite alliance were making too big a move. Drive Zileng didn't say that this instrument would have this kind of situation. This was my first reaction. The one-eyed dragon slapped him on the back of his head. Stupid, the energy of our instrument is placed underground. How can it reach the sky? He felt that he must change a smarter brother when he returned. This one is hopeless. Boss, do you feel that the snow is getting heavier? The younger brother smiled foolishly, not paying attention to the one-eyed dragon's strong beating, but continued to report his findings flatteringly. Is it bigger? The one-eyed dragon was stunned. The twin islands have snow all year round, even during the battle just now. After my brother said this, it seems that it is a little heavier than when we came. Captain, the sea level is not right either. The alliance has more discoveries. Whirls, many whirlpools, and 2 big waves. The intelligence officer who reported the news spoke in a very urgent tone. It seems that their situation at sea is not very good. Temporarily evacuate and stay away from the twin islands. Zibba gave the order directly. It seems that the friend underground is very unhappy. Even in such bad weather conditions, Zibba is still smiling. Outside the valley, Pidgeot, Steelwing. Zay commanded Pidgeot to continue attacking the elves on the opposite side. The cooperation between the 2 rocket teams in front of him was unexpectedly perfect. He was not good at multi-line command. Even if he had the advantage in strength, he could not defeat them in a short time. The situation of most of the others was similar to his. Pop. A piece of broken hail hit his feet. Zay narrowed his eyes. He closed the alliance channel during the battle, so he naturally didn't know what the people in the valley were discussing. But he had already noticed the change in weather, and his perception was not that slow. Articuno, is it so strong? He was very surprised. Although he was prepared, the difference between memory and reality made him a little entangled. This degree of weather influence was a bit exaggerated. It was completely inconsistent with his impression of the style of the mythical beast being attacked by electric mice and fire-breathing dragon hammers. You dare to be absent? The 2 rocket team members on the opposite side keenly caught the moment when Tetsua's attention was distracted. Dark Crow, surprise attack. One of them decisively commanded his aerial elves to attack Pidgeot. Dark Crow, as the name suggests, is a black crow, but the feathers on its head are similar to a wizard's hat, and its tail is shaped like a broom. There is a legend that it will bring misfortune to people. It also likes shiny things, so it can often be seen snatching items from the Meowth tribe. Its evolved crow head is also called Night Summoner, but it needs a dark stone to evolve. With the strength of this rocket team member, it should not be a big problem to get a normal dark stone. Tetsuya estimated that the reason why the other party has not used a normal dark stone to let it evolve is that the other party must want to use a high quality dark stone to improve the qualifications of this dark crow when it evolves. After all, the probability of a Pokémon that can successfully reach the strength of a Quaseking in its initial form is definitely greater than that of an ordinary Pokémon. No one can resist a stronger temptation, so a temporary stagnation is nothing. Swallow return. Tetsuya's quick and decisive reaction obviously exceeded the opponent's expectations. Finally, I was fooled once. Tetsuya exhaled slightly. These 2 people have a lot of combat experience. Several times, they pretended to be a little wrong and stopped. However, this time it can't be said to be completely successful. In the air, there is still a metallic luster on Pidgeot's wings. They are steel wings. Murkrow is a Pokémon with a combination of evil and flying. Its body is unusually small, and it is completely different from Pidgeot. If it weren't for Pidgeot's speed advantage, the situation in the air would have been reversed long ago. Murkrow heard the order of its trainer and came behind Pidgeot at the moment when Pidgeot used steel wings. Its body turned into a sharp black shadow and shot directly at Pidgeot. A surprise attack, a dark skill, is described as an attack that hits the enemy when he is not prepared. In fact, the essence is to use the gap that the opponent cannot avoid when connecting skills, to give a momentary blow. At this time, Pidgeot's old strength has gone, and new strength has not yet been born, so he can only let Murkrow hit him. Beep, Pidgeot screamed. This injury was not so easy to bear, but thanks to this, Pidgeot took advantage of the force, and rushed forward quickly, then flew upwards, and pulled a 180-degree turn. In an instant, the positions of the two elves in the air were exchanged. Pidgeot's body gradually showed the white light of a swallow. Beep. Pidgeot's long cry resounded through the sky, and it crashed into Murkrow with a majestic momentum. This series of actions happened in a flash. By the time Murkrow struggled to control its body from the reaction force, Pidgeot had reached its blind spot. The next moment, its huge body carried huge kinetic energy, and knocked Murkrow directly out. Murkrow's body lost its balance in the air, tumbling wildly in the air, and finally hit the branch of a big tree. Blazing Chicken, Lightning Flash, Thunder Fist. But ZHE also knew that this would not make Murkrow lose its fighting ability directly. At that moment, he immediately let Blaziken put down the opponent in front of him. Flamelon rushed to Murkrow at an extremely exaggerated speed, and the electric energy in its right hand had not even been fully charged. Sizzle, its lightning fist involuntarily collided with Murkrow's torso. Murkrow screamed, losing its ability to fight under the double blow. Titsuaya frowned. Spiny continuous water gun. Seeing that his partner's Pokémon attracted the attention of two Pokémon at the same time, another member of Team Rocket also commanded his Pokémon to attack. Spiny, as the name suggests, is a giant lobster with huge claws. The only feature is a huge yellow 5-pointed star on its forehead. It is a bully and hooligan Pokémon, very warlike, often actively provoking disputes, and will throw out all the Pokémon in its territory. In places where Spiny and its degenerate lobster soldiers live, other Pokémon are rarely seen. Spiny raised its two claws and shot out streams of water crazily. Pidgeot was still in a state of stiffness and could not move. Fortunately, the main target of the lobster was not it, and it only shot it occasionally. After all, the water system was only so effective against the flying system. The fire-type Flame Chicken took most of the damage. Go. Flame Chicken screamed in pain. It raised its arms to try to resist the powerful water gun. Pop. Fortunately, a huge hailstone hit the lobster on the open ground. The water gun skill it was using was directly interrupted. Resurrection. ZHE also seized this moment and commanded Flame Chicken, which had little physical strength left, to launch a final counterattack. Oh my. Flame Chicken cheered up and screamed, and its whole body with white light and after images teleported and hit the lobster's shell. Bang, the collision sounded, and the lobster never thought that one day the reason for its loss was because it was hit by hail falling from the sky while standing on the open ground. It flew backwards in the air, and its mind was very messy. But Pidgeot was not in a mess. He chased after it without hesitation, and fired two more steel wings, fearing that it could still hold on. Come back, Pidgeot, come back. Flame Chicken, Panton, use Rock Blockade. They couldn't care about Team Rocket and their Pokémon at this time. He hurriedly took back the two Pokémon that had finished the battle and released Panton. As soon as Panton came out, he consciously used Rock Blockade to build a temporary rock shelter. Crackle with his back against the rock wall. The continuous sound echoed in Zay's ears. He grinned and lifted the clothes on his right arm. My goodness, the power of this hail is too great. Zay looked at the bruises on his forearm, feeling the pain, and couldn't help saying. Through the gaps between the rocks, he could vaguely feel that the cold wind outside was even colder. In the darkness, the body of Panton beside him once again glowed with a yellowish brown light. This meant that it was reinforcing the rocks that formed the rock blockade. It was hard to imagine that the weather change caused by the prelude of Articuno's appearance had made Panyangui on high alert. I hope everyone is okay. ZHE also prayed for the other 15 people, thinking that there would be no big problem. They all had a lot of tricks, but it was estimated that Team Rocket was going to be in big trouble. Swish, a particle of ice came through the gap and sank into the rock. ZHE also had cold sweat on his forehead. If this hit a person, it would be so exaggerated. He hid behind Panyangui in a very conscientious way. Konateno, if you can convince Articuno, let it control it a little bit. He complained in his heart. Everyone in the valley had the same idea as him. How long can the protective layer hold up? Shirokimare asked. From the outside, the tent, which was originally ordinary, was covered with a circle of white protective shield. If the power of the hail does not continue to increase, considering the supply of electric elves, it should be able to hold up for about 2 hours. The technician calculated and gave the answer. Can we contact Kona? Shirokimare turned to the technician on the other side. No, the signal is blocked unless we use the top few signal satellites, but we can't contact the Alliance headquarters outside to obtain emergency authorization. The technician was helpless. This was not something that could be done by human power. Don't worry, she will solve it. Shiba sat aside, still very calm. Shirokimare felt that his mouth was about to get angry when he saw the boss like this. He wanted to say, that is a divine beast, can Kona be solved so easily? The rocket team outside must be in a bad situation. The special forces members were different from him. Seeing Shiba's appearance, they also relaxed and teased the enemy. They withdrew to the base at the first time. The rocket team outside, without a base and without protection, is bound to be in trouble. It is indeed as they said. At this time, the rocket team outside is in a mess. The words of the Cyclops dragon were no longer effective at this time, because all his king-class Pokémons had been beaten by Ziba and lost their combat capability, leaving only a few quasi-king-class Pokémons. At this critical moment, when his life was in danger, who would care whether this bastard would take revenge on him in the future? Let's talk about whether he could save his life first. The members of the Dark Organization were so direct. Some members of Team Rocket simply let their Pokémons dig a hole and jumped in. Although the accumulated snow would block the hole, it would be better to let the Pokémons dig a few more holes. It was better to be in danger than to be killed by hail bit by bit. Some members of Team Rocket worked together against the cold wind and hail to carve out a cave that could accommodate people on the hard rock wall ice layer. At this time, the few members with rock type and ground type Pokémons became popular. A member of Team Rocket raised his nose to the sky and released his rock snake. The second it appeared in the ice and snow, it was smashed into a fool. The larger the body, the more obvious the target, and the more damage it suffered. This is no joke. The Rocket team members were so scared that they quickly took it back. If they continued like this, they would go beyond the limit and die. The beast, is it really that strong? A person's mumbling represents not only his own thoughts, but also everyone's. On the Twin Islands, there are probably only 3 people who really understand the beasts, Shiba, Kona, and Athena of the Rocket team. Other than that, it's all hearsay, and it's the first time for them to face the power of the beasts. But at this time, these 3 people will not give them any answers. Faintly, under the ensemble of hail and blizzard, the crisp chirping of birds can be heard. There are also in the evening. Chapter 236 Weird Instrument Core. In the underground cave, Athena's right hand was covered with a thick piece of ice. She casually swung it at the rock wall next to her, easily breaking the ice on her hand. TSK, I didn't expect that you can actually command Articuno. Athena was amazed. Then should I not call you Ice King? How about the name of Divine Beast Master? She teased the woman in front of her who had the same hair color as her. If it weren't for the concept problem, maybe their relationship would be good. Kona looked at her coldly. Hey, don't be so serious. Athena smiled and wiped off the liquid on her forehead that was not sure whether it was sweat or something else. The scene in front of her was very strange. The underground cave of the Twin Islands, which was originally snow white, was clearly divided by the location of both sides. One side was still snow white, while the other side turned into the rock appearance of a normal cave, and hot air was rising. Queen of War, sunny day, lava snail, hot wind. While greeting, Athena also commanded her elves to attack. Obviously, the temperature at her location was higher. Articuno, hail, Laplace, water wave. Kona fought back very skillfully. The hail ball that changed the weather collided with the sunny ball that also changed the weather. There is no doubt that the former completely suppressed the latter, and it didn't even last for 2 seconds. But as the hail ball crossed the dividing line between ice and rock in the middle, it disappeared soon. The same was true for water wave and hot wind. Although they were both trump cards, there was still a gap in strength between Kona's Laplace and Athena's Lava Snail, not to mention that water can overcome fire. The huge water curtain formed by water wave directly dispersed the fiery hot wind. Once it crossed the dividing line, the water curtain also turned directly into water vapor, causing no damage at all. Kona frowned and looked at a strange instrument at the back of the rocket team. It was that thing that changed the environment into this state, and also forced her, who had an absolute advantage in strength, to be dragged by the group of people in front of her. A merriment broke out of the ground, sneaking near the instrument, trying to destroy it. But the rocket team and the elves guarding the instrument were extremely alert. The moment it appeared, 7 or 8 attacks were launched at it, without holding back. Merriman was not an elf that was good at defense, and it fainted the next second, even suffering more damage. On its dark grey body, the same blood color as its feathers was faintly radiating. Yi Articuno cried angrily. Having lived on the Twin Islands for so many years, not only did the elves regard it as their patron saint, it also regarded these elves as its own people. Kona patted Articuno's wings, signaling it not to get excited. So, you also used this thing to injure Articuno before? After fighting for so long, Kona spoke for the first time, and his attitude was very sharp. Although it was a question, he was very sure. Yes, it took us a lot of energy to transport this thing. Athena was still smiling, and the arc of her mouth was extremely exaggerated. Street and us. Saint Flora. Waterflow. Jacorilla. Sea Flame Horse. Breaking Waves. Kona spouted a series of names of famous cruise ships. Hey, don't try this trick. We have fought several times. Don't use the same trick twice. Athena remained calm, and responded to Kona's test with a smile. First it was Waterflow, and then it was Sea Flame Horse. Kona muttered to himself without answering the question. Athena narrowed her eyes slightly, very unhappy. What she hated most was the arrogant attitude of these guys in the alliance who were strategizing. The key point was that she thought she had hidden her psychological fluctuations very well, but why was Kona still guessed it? This was the point that she was most dissatisfied with. Kona wore glasses and could clearly see that the instrument was covered with various materials. Firestones, hot rocks, fire gems. All of them have an amplifying effect on fire energy and fire spirits. If calculated by pure market value, these numerous materials alone would cost nearly 10 digits of alliance coins. But these are obviously just auxiliary functions. At least Kona has never heard of these things being mixed together to suppress the legendary beast. Her eyes moved again to the red square rock that was fixed firmly in the middle of the instrument. Headlan. The first name that came to her mind was this. It seems that this is the only legendary fire Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. But it's not right. Kona wondered and commanded Articuno and his own Pokémon to defeat another round of attacks by Team Rocket. Headlan is definitely not that strong. It is just a life form formed by the fragments of the collision between the powerful forces of the god of time Dialga and the god of space Palkia in ancient times. Even if it is stronger than Articuno, it is limited. It is impossible to be like this now. Kona looked at the fine snow blown away by Articuno's wings and turned into mist again, and she was very worried. How long will it take? Athena turned around and asked the rockets behind her, not caring if Kona could hear her or not. Soon. Estimated 5 minutes. The operator of the instrument replied. Kona bit her silver teeth lightly. She knew that Athena was putting psychological pressure on her. Articuno's dark blue tail feathers, which were as long as its body, stood up and unceremoniously released a violent blizzard. It still had no effect, and it was very angry. It complained to Kona. If it hadn't been injured by the sneak attack of these bastards using this instrument before, it wouldn't have been unable to even suppress it. The thing on the opposite side is powerful, but it's just a dead thing. They didn't fully activate the full power of the red square rock. Do you know what that is? Kona's face moved slightly, and she looked at Articuno. Articuno tilted its head. Did it know? It didn't know. It just felt that it was not fully activated. Kona sighed silently. She knew this Articuno a long time ago, and it has always lived in this ice cave. Although she has lived for a long time, she has spent most of her time sleeping and growing. In addition, she has not had much contact with the outside world, so her personality is relatively immature. She feels that the current situation is a bit tricky and passive. She also underestimated the injury of Articuno. If she had known earlier, she should have asked the League to apply for a portion of Holy Ash. This kind of embers left by the Phoenix King's habitat has an extremely magical effect on healing Pokémon. Even the Vitality Potion developed by the Joy family, who are the best at healing Pokémon in the human world, cannot compare to the effect of Holy Ash. At least after using 3 or 4 bottles of Vitality Potions in a row. According to Articuno, some of its injuries in the body still could not be healed. Fighting is no problem, but it is not that strong. It is true that the reserves of Holy Ash in the League are pitifully small, but in exchange for the affinity of an Articuno, most people must have no objection. This not only represents a high combat power, but also represents an endless future. Berserkaki Wave suddenly intervened on both sides. Kona and Team Rocket were both slightly stunned. You are a piece of trash who is always causing trouble. Athena suddenly changed from being calm and composed to swearing. Kona didn't know what happened, but the dissatisfaction of the other party must be a good thing for him. A combined blizzard. Kona decisively commanded all the ice elves to release this ranged skill. A huge snowflake duck shape, and rushed to the rock area in a tornado-like wind. The melting speed was visibly slowed down. Retreat. Athena released her crow head without saying a word, grabbed the red square stone slapping the center of the instrument, stuffed it into the clothes on her chest and ran away. This is why the senior cadres of the Rocket team have not been caught by the Alliance. In the case of making a plan in advance, if the goal cannot be successfully achieved, sufficient retreat is always the first factor they consider. Once the plan is exceeded, it is best to escape immediately. Otherwise, the gap in strength would have destroyed them long ago. As for what to do with the ordinary members who failed to escape, Athena said that it is still easy to train them with the channels of the Rocket team. Waste is waste. So many people can't even hold back a Shiba. Athena held the crow's claws with both hands and flew out quickly. As the highest person in charge of this mission, she naturally knew what the yellow light wave just now meant. Come to the escape point number 5 to pick me up. She freed one hand and took out a strange looking communicator from her waist. Yes, the voice coming from inside was rustling, and the signal was very poor. Her figure quickly disappeared in the complex cave. The front battlefield of the cave. The rocks were gradually covered by ice. Control it, don't kill it. Kona told Articuno and the elves who originally lived in the underground cave, and chased after it with her own elves. She would not let Athena run away so easily. Even if she couldn't catch her in the end, she would make her run for her life. The Rockets who were left behind looked at Articuno and nearly 100 elves looking at them with red eyes, and swallowed unconsciously. Eek. Articuno gave a fierce command, and the 20-odd members of Team Rocket and their elves could not be seen from the outside the next moment. It did not move. It was a noble beast. How could it teach the enemy a lesson by itself? Inadvertently stepping over the bodies of all the members of Team Rocket, Articuno strolled and walked to the front of the instrument. At this time, the instrument had lost the light it had just started, and only various expensive materials occasionally emitted a hint of heat on it. Slightly leaned over. Very annoying, but also very friendly energy fluctuations. Articuno could not understand why this happened. The khaki ripples were ended layer by layer under its feet. It stepped on it disdainfully. Why are you pretending? You are different. Do you think I can't recognize you? Because you look similar. Eek. It raised its wings again and screamed. The energy fluctuations and temperature in the cave made the ice elves more comfortable. Articuno flapped its wings, but this time, there was no change in the cave, as if it was doing useless work. Faintly, the earthy yellow energy ripples on the ground were suppressed by the blue-white energy ripples. Thanks to the book friend 20210330000025045 for the reward of 497 starting coins. What's the matter with this weird number? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Cleanup and Next Plan. Kona was tracking Athena in the underground ice cave. This place could be called her airbase, so she was naturally very familiar with it. However, since Athena flew away directly by hanging on the crowhead, there were almost no clues left. Slowpoke looked at the dead end in front of him and shook his head at Kona. Kona looked around, as if she had constructed a map in her mind. There should be no exit nearby. It was probably another temporary passage made by elves or machines. She knew very well that these little mice would play this trick. Go back. Kona didn't spend any more effort and turned around to leave the scene. In the temporary base, Shiba touched his chin and walked around the instrument carried by Kona's Lapras. Is this the thing that suppressed the power of Articuno? He asked. To be precise, it is the ice attribute energy. Kona was very rigorous. As a mythical beast with ice plus flying attributes, Articuno is also very good at water. It is an old tradition that ice and water are inseparable. Fire energy has no good effect on water energy. Even if ice and water are inseparable, the nature of energy is still different. Water overcomes fire. Fire overcomes ice. This is the iron rule of energy in the Pokémon world. It's just that the gap is too big, which will interfere with some of the power, and Articuno is in poor condition, so the water attack seems a little weak. Otherwise, even if the ice type is restricted, Articuno is not something that ordinary Pokémon can contend with. Kona naturally didn't know that in the future, a newcomer trainer's Charizard can press Articuno to the ground in a formal competition. Shiba touched the slot in the center that was obviously missing a square core and said, "Go and move that number 3 instrument in." Shirokimare on the side did it without saying a word. After a while, a similar instrument appeared in the room. Unlike the machine that Kona brought up, which looked very rich, this so-called number 3 instrument only had a square stone of khaki in the center and nothing around it. Moreover, the khaki square stone was covered with cracks. Compared with its peers, it looked quite shabby. Is it a one-time imitation product? Kona looked at it, but didn't dare to touch it, fearing that it would break. Well, it's probably, and its effect is probably not as great as the red stone you saw, otherwise it wouldn't have been pressed down by Articuno. Shiba naturally got some information from Kona. God knows how wonderful the expressions of the rockets on the ground were after the hail stopped. Their instruments didn't produce any effect. This is completely different from the demonstration video given. Athena is still as cruel as ever, so many people said they didn't want it. Shiba and Kona walked outside. The work of instrument analysis is not something they can do, and it can only be handed over to specialized scientific researchers. I guess it was originally planned to be abandoned. Kona disagreed. Everyone is an old acquaintance, and they are still very clear about the habits of the Rockets. As a dark organization, the Rockets have very strict requirements for internal members, and they clean them up from time to time. The method is to inadvertently hand over unqualified people to the Alliance. Even some people in the Alliance joked that the Rockets were so sensible that they gave performance reports to each department every year. It was okay to turn a blind eye occasionally. Otherwise, it would be difficult to promote it to the public. Although the person who said this was investigated from inside to outside by the prosecutor, led by D the next day, and was severely punished. But he also expressed the thoughts of many people. Some managers of the Alliance don't care about the casualties of frontline fighters. Fortunately, there are only a few such people. Athena is a relatively gentle type of senior cadres of the Rockets. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, she will leave the people behind and leave. Whether they live or die afterwards has nothing to do with her. If it were a ruthless person like Lance, he would most likely plant a bomb and blow it up along with the people to be cleaned up, and the people in the Alliance. Have the Twin Islands been cleaned up? Shiba turned his head slightly and asked Shirokimare. In this situation, it can be confirmed that the Rockets will not come again, so it is natural to start the aftermath. Well, under the instructions of Cyclops and other members of Team Rocket, we have eliminated several temporary points. In addition, there are 3 evacuation points discovered by team members on their own, which are probably set by Athena for individuals. Shirokimare reported her work honestly. It's on the island of time. He didn't know how to start for a moment. Kona made a puzzled sound from his nose while walking. What happened to the 5th island? Didn't those young people solve it successfully and come back? The means they used were a bit violent. The warehouse of Team Rocket was blown up. Shirakimeya thought about the feedback from the logistics team and was also very speechless. He didn't know how these young people came up with so many ideas to mess around. It's okay as long as the people are fine. Let's blow it up. Whose idea was it? Kona said casually. It was indeed as she thought at the beginning. This kind of thing was nothing in her eyes. She was not someone who had never used bombs to blow up Team Rocket. But it was still quite rare to use such radical means right from the start. She thought that these people would have to wait until they got used to it 2 or 3 times before they would have the courage to do so. It's the trainer named Tetsuya Tamaki. Tetsuya, I guess it was RC who taught him. He mentioned it to me last time, saying that the kid wasn't ruthless enough. Shiba took over the conversation with a smile. As both fighters specializing in fighting type Pokémon, he and RC have a pretty good relationship, otherwise he wouldn't have taught Nobuhiko for no reason. Of course, he had heard him brag about this junior brother who took his place as a master more than once. Kona thought about it and quickly remembered Tetsuya's information. The next second after Watari reported Tetsuya's name, it's no exaggeration to say that all his information from childhood to adulthood had been placed on the desks of the highest ranking people in the alliance, including those that were deemed false. By the way, she took out her communication watch and sent a message in a group. Shiba didn't look away. He once curiously leaned in to take a closer look, but Kona didn't stop him. But he didn't go out on the Alliance's mission for a month afterwards. That's it, just organize everything into a report and hand it in. Seeing that Kona was busy chatting and didn't say anything, Ziba told Shirakimeya. Yes. Shirakimeya saluted and left. If it's over, I'll go to Rainbow City first, Kona said without looking up. Why? There are new products in the game city. Ziba joked subconsciously. Yeah, commemorative edition. Kona replied. They are talking about dolls. Kona is knowledgeable and praised by the world for her calm fighting style. She is the idol of many trainers who specialize in ice and water and is also worshipped by many women. Crazy fans have long found out Kona's room full of Pokémon dolls she collected. After all, the 7 islands are just a few people, not no people, and Kona still has many friends. This contradictory combination of queen plus girl has attracted more people's love. Okay, I'll go talk to those young people. The two walked in different directions at the exit of the base. They had a tacit understanding that they didn't talk about Articuno. Kona didn't say it, and Hiba didn't ask. As for whether Team Rocket succeeded, that was something only they knew. Outside the valley, Tetsuya and his group were still communicating. Let me tell you, the hail was only 0.01 centimeters away from my head at that time, and it might hit my head in the next second. The hail was as big as a rumblestone, which was scary to look at. But who am I, Onahiyizo? I didn't panic at all at that time. I chopped the commander twice, and the hail turned directly into fragments. Yizo leaned against a huge tree trunk and boasted endlessly. Everyone turned a deaf ear to him. This was the 3rd time that Yizo repeated the same words. If this continued, they would all want to beat him up. Don't talk nonsense. I remember that you have only collected 5 badges so far, and there are still 26 days before the official registration begins. Why don't you hurry up? Tetsuya interrupted him angrily. Isn't this just a casual thing? Who am I, Kiba Yizo? It's just 3 badges, 1 a day, and it only takes 3 days. I've calculated it all. I'll go to Viridian City one day in advance to challenge the Viridian Gym to get a badge and take the sightseeing bus directly to the Quartz Plateau. It's all done. Don't interrupt me. There was that hail at that time. Yizo was not affected by Tetsuya at all. Hey, Yizo boy is very energetic. Just when everyone was about to hold back, Ziba's powerful voice came. Ziba, Shai and Wang. They greeted politely, and Yizo finally stopped his nagging. Hey, the mission is over. Don't be so rigid. Many of you have known me for a long time. Ziba smiled and put one arm around Saoju's neck. How is it? What do you think of the partner who fought side by side with you this time? He asked carelessly. Very powerful. Saoju's voice was a little hoarse. Ziba blocked his trachea. Hey, haven't you been training well recently, Tetsuya? You should find time. to teach him a lesson. Nobuhiko told me that you have exhausted him in less than a month. There is a big difference between Shiba's private personality and his personality during missions. One is unbelievably calm, and the other is unbelievably casual. Go all out when training, and completely relax when resting. This is the secret to long-term training or exercise. This is Shiba's reply when others asked about the reason for such a big contrast. No, there are still many things I need to learn from Nobuhiko's skills. Tetsuya corrected the weirdness in Shiba's words without changing his expression. Sasaki Seiichiro, who had just moved away from him for a few steps, also moved back. There was a gleam in Saoju's eyes. Tetsuya was very confident that he could defeat him, which instantly aroused his desire to win. Don't fight, civilized man. Tetsuya crossed his hands to block Saoju's sight. Although he only knew Saoju for one day, he thought he knew him very well. After all, he was a single-celled organism. Speaking of the Quartz Conference, it seems that not many of you will be participating this time. Ziba jumped to the topic quickly. Well, we talked about it, and found that only 4 people, me, Yizo, Junai and Looping, will participate. They also caught up quickly. The others were still thinking about his real-life fight with Soshu. Oh. Ziba looked at the 2 people behind him. You 2 scholars from the scholar family are also participating? He really didn't know. After all, he didn't have so much time to get to know everyone present. The most important thing is to participate. Yuan Haitang Looping answered very elegantly and easily. Ziba nodded in agreement. Just pay attention to the priorities, and don't waste your talent for a search. This is not a joke. If they relied on cheating and discovered several new elves to become a senior researcher from scratch, these 2 people really relied on their own abilities and knowledge. Of course, family background has a certain bonus effect, which is undeniable. But those papers are also real. The theoretical direction of Haruhei Tang Looping's research is to simplify the process of teaching Pokémon skills by Zaya. It is his goal and dream to let every Pokémon master all theoretical skills. So far, the research on the possibility of Magikarp learning Water Cannon published when he was 17 years old is still talked about by many people. A Pokémon that is well known and recognized by everyone. A powerful ultimate move that is well known and recognized by everyone. These 2 can't be connected at all. However, from the simulation calculations of his paper, many Pokémon doctors agree. Everyone is curious whether there is really a Magikarp that can master the water cannon skill. Yamashiro-kun did not speak. His past research direction was the ecological balance of Pokémon, which can be regarded as inheriting his grandfather's theory. However, a variety of factors combined together, making him now work towards becoming a powerful trainer. This is not something that outsiders can tell. After all, it is a family matter. It is normal that Ziba does not know. I plan to take a temporary break today and go there early tomorrow morning. Zaya communicated with Ziba very naturally. Maybe because they are all fighters, Ziba did not give him such a great sense of oppression. Well, it's a good choice. It's good to adapt and advance. The facilities in the contestant village are also very complete. Ziba was also communicating with great interest, not caring that these topics were actually a bit far from him. At least as one of the 4 heavenly kings, he has no chance to participate in such a general competition. At most, it will be an exhibition match or an opening match. Or unless there is a large-scale competition exclusively for the 4 heavenly kings or champions. Otherwise, he will end up simply bullying others. The registration for the Quartz Conference will be from February 7th to February 10th, and the preliminaries will officially start on February 11th. The contestant village will be open 1 month in advance, and trainers with 8 official gyms can move in advance with their badges. Calculating the time, tomorrow is exactly the first day of the opening of the contestant village. ZHE also said that everything is within his plan. As for the materials for cultivation, the Quartz Plateau is the headquarters of the Alliance, and the annual conference will be held here, so many businesses will inevitably settle in. The only problem may be the Alliance currency, but it is not a big problem. Well, whoever ranks the highest among you will be treated to angry buns by me. Ziba, who was eager to watch the fun, suggested a gambling fight to the 4 people. Chapter 238, Ultimate Moves and Stab. Then I'd like to thank King Shiba for the reward. ZHE was the first to agree without hesitation, and he was very confident. Anyway, they all had to strive for a good ranking, and a little extra reward was a pleasant surprise. Although he didn't like eating angry buns, which were called buns, but were actually Japanese sweets, mostly bean-based desserts, it was nice to try them. This is a specialty of Kaju Town, and it is sold out in just a few minutes after it is made. Even though Shiba is one of the 4 heavenly kings, he doesn't have the face to ask the merchants to reserve some for him, and he often gets frustrated because he can't buy it. The most important thing is that this is given by Shiba. Not everyone has the opportunity to get the reward from the 4 heavenly kings, even if it's just a small snack. Huh? Who are you looking down on? Yizang laughed out loud in anger. ZHE's words implied that he didn't take the other 3 people seriously at all. I'm not looking down on you, I'm talking about everyone here, ZHE said with a look of disdain. A group of people were fighting wantonly. Otherwise, how can we say that fighting side by side is the best way to improve relationships? It was only the first official cooperation, and everyone's private personality was very obvious, without the kind of restraint when they first met. Let's go. I'll invite everyone to rest for a night on the private island near our Silaf family. Silaf Hiroki looked at the time and suggested. The small island in the south of the second island? Our family wanted to ask the Alliance to buy it before, but you got it first. Yuto-shun took over the conversation naturally. For several young masters, it is normal to have property in various places. The second island, Friendship Island, is located in the east of the first island and the smallest of the 7 islands. It is a port for trade with foreign countries, and the open air market on it is the only place where you can get Pokeballs that are not produced by Silaf Company, such as the timer ball. The longer the battle time, the easier it is to capture. But this is not the reason why many trainers flock to it. After all, the 2 largest manufacturers of Pokeballs are still Silaf and Devon Manufacturing, with a wide variety of products. This single special Pokeball is not worth the effort to come to this remote sea area. Many trainers from the Alliance, not only from Kanto, but also from other alliances, came here to go to the Shianai Heijio house in Kibo Bay. One of the few skill trainers in the Alliance who can teach the unique moves of the 3 starter Pokémons lives here. Of course, it is not easy to meet this trainer and let her teach Pokémon skills. Most trainers have to go through trials. If you want your 3 starter Pokémons to master exclusive moves, I can give you a chance. Ziba said with a smile. The people of Silaf just don't want to miss any opportunity to make money. Silaf Hiroki smiled. Of course, he knew that his little thoughts were too obvious, but he also wanted to find out the support of the Alliance for them. Now it seems quite good. Tonight, Tachibana Yuji was the most active. Tomorrow morning, what time is it? The old seniors also need to rest. Ziba said unhappily. These young people are really full of energy. Tachibana Yuji smiled and touched his head. He was anxious. The exclusive moves of the 3 starter Pokémons, also known as the ultimate moves, are the crazy plant of the grass type, the explosive flame of the fire type, and the water cannon of the water type. According to the data of the Alliance, the standard power is 150, which is equivalent to the standard power of the general type's destruction death ray. The side effects after use are also the same, and there will be a long stiffness time. But the real power cannot be calculated in this way. When Pokémons use skills of different types, they will be affected by their own attributes. Under the same strength, the fire type Pokémon using fire skills will definitely be stronger than the general type Pokémon using fire skills. This is STAB, also known as attribute consistency bonus, which means that when the attribute of the move is consistent with one of the attributes of the attacking Pokémon, the power of the attacking move will increase by 20% to 50%. Of course, the attribute consistency bonus is not applicable to fixed damage moves such as Dragon's Fury and moves with uncertain power such as Return of Favor. In other words, taking the Kanto fire type Charizard using explosive flame as an example, the actual theoretical power can be as high as an exaggerated value of 225. This is already very close to the maximum power of the move. This also made Yuji excited. Having such a final super powerful move will add a lot of chips to the victory of the battle. Not only him, but the others were also very excited, but they didn't ask directly like him. You must be prepared. Although you can be exempted from the initial trial, not every Pokémon is qualified to learn the ultimate move. Ziba looked at the extremely excited group of people and also put forward his own opinion. He didn't want to see these little guys look extremely disappointed tomorrow. According to the internal data of the Alliance, even if they passed the initial trial, the proportion of Pokémon who can learn the ultimate move from the trainer and the trainer is only about 50%. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Although this group of young people are the elite among the elites, it is impossible for everyone's Pokémon to do it, especially without the initial trial. Ziba knows very well that this trial plays not only a screening role, but also a pre-training specially made by the trainer for the Pokémon to master the ultimate moves. After experiencing the trial given by the trainer, even if the ultimate skills cannot be mastered, the tacit understanding between the trainer and the Pokémon will be taken to a higher level. Ziba had a strange smile on his lips, which was actually his sudden whim. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he still has this right, but he rarely uses it. After all, mastering the ultimate skills in Shianai House is more about the process than the result. Exempting the trial does not mean that it is a big deal. There are probably 5 or 6 people who can do it, he thought, and he was looking forward to tomorrow's situation more and more. This is also one of his few bad tastes. Let's go, my family's cruise ship has arrived. Soon, with the call of Hirafangi, everyone, including Ziba, boarded the Hiraf family's cruise ship and came to the independent island in the south of the second island. Everyone can follow the servants to their rooms first and come to eat after washing up. Hiroki greeted. If you like, you can also spend a few days here. I have told the housekeeper that various recreational facilities and restaurants will be open 24 hours a day recently. As guests, everyone naturally had no objection. Tetsuya also followed a male servant to his room. Master Tetsuya, if you need anything, just call me at any time. The male servant Tadamachi who introduced himself when he came bowed and left the room without saying much. Tetsuya went straight to the bathroom. This day was more tiring than usual. He didn't stop for a moment. His body was full of dust and ice and snow debris from the explosion. If he didn't clean it, he would grow hair. 20 minutes later, the well-dressed boys feasted in the restaurant. Sure enough, rich people are different, Tetsuya sighed while eating. Looking at the appearance here, it is clear that the people of the Hirofu family don't come here often, just as a rest point. But even so, there are still expensive natural ingredients here, such as natural vegetables and meat from ordinary animals. Really? But I think even ground type Pokémon are not suitable for this method. I think we should still consider the direction of food cultivation and increase its water resistance. Of course, as a Pokémon trainer, even at the dinner table, we can't leave the topic of Pokémon training and cultivation. I also think that this will probably only solve the psychological fear, but it is ineffective for the restraint damage of the attribute itself. But even the former is a big problem. Sometimes, if you subconsciously dodge when facing an attack that restrains yourself, it will delay a lot of time and affect the battle. The main reason is that this method is a bit too harsh for Pokémon. After all, it can be regarded as a torture. Ground type Pokémon are better than rock type Pokémon, but they are also limited. However, you really can't say whether it will work after years of training. The changes of Pokémon affected by the environment are still exaggerated. Just now, Seiichiro Sasaki proposed an idea, that is, whether ground type Pokémon can train their resistance to water attributes by training in water, or accepting the impact of water all year round. Zhe also felt that it sounded familiar. Wasn't this the training method of Xiaoming that Xiaozi and his group met in the future? However, unlike Sasaki Seiichiro who just talked about it casually, Xiaoming really did it. Because for everyone present, they have better ways to cultivate the attribute resistance of Pokémon, and they don't have to use such a difficult method. Everyone was discussing with great interest, and Zhe occasionally joined in. He picked up the drink next to him and drank it all. By the way, are the girls not ready yet? Next to him, Yizang, who was also bored, raised his doubts. As a master of evil Pokémon, he was not very interested in how ground type Pokémon were cultivated. No, bet. It's been 20 minutes since our boys came out for dinner, and I bet they still need 20 minutes. ZHE replied casually. Haven't you seen pigs run before? Although he has been single for so many years, in the era of information explosion in his previous life, he still knows very well how long it takes for girls to wash. This will not change, because of the different worlds. Yi Zhang didn't agree. He wasn't stupid. He just thought it was too long. He didn't have a sister at home. The girls did as Tetsuya said. They were even 10 minutes late and came to the restaurant arm in arm. The boys had almost finished eating and continued to chat. When the girls finished eating, Hiroki Hirofu, the host, suggested that they go to the beach to play for a while. Forget it. Shiba Zangshu was the first to refuse. His uncle Shiba had already returned to his room to rest. As fighters, their daily routines were not much worse than Tetsuya's. It's the same for me. I'm used to exercising and can't adjust my schedule. Tetsuya followed closely. Junsha and Joai also refused. Okay, then we'll go play. You guys have a good rest. Hiroki Hirofu looked at the other 11 people and saw that they had no objections, so he took them out. The 2 men and 2 women walked in different directions. Seriously, let's find time to fight. I'm curious about your strength. I mean your strength in real combat. Indistinctly, the conversation between Hiba and Tetsuya could be heard. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Hiba and Tetsuya returned to the restaurant after their morning run around the island and started to prepare for breakfast. Good morning. Joai and Junsha greeted them. Good morning. The 3 of them also sat down and started to eat casually. One after another, the others arrived. Although they played, they still didn't forget their work, and their daily training time was about this time. Last night, I made an agreement with the Alliance and that senior that I would take you there later. While eating, Hiba talked about the most important schedule for today. I'm done. Yuto-shun, who arrived at the restaurant last, picked up 2 slices of bread and a bottle of milk to express his eagerness. I think it's about the same. Not only him, many people expressed their opinions one after another. Hiba shook his head in annoyance, unable to keep his temper. Then let's go. He stood up very straightforwardly. This was within his expectation. It would be strange if these young people could keep calm, right? How can young people become stronger without motivation? Everyone followed with great interest. When they arrived at the beach, the shirtless Ziba jumped in without saying a word and swam on his own. Is he going to swim over there? Yuan Haitang Luping swallowed his saliva. His physical fitness was not outstanding. Although a kilometer of swimming was not a big deal, it would not be good to be so intense in the morning. Wu the others also sighed. Well, it's not just swimming. Zay nodded. He knew the general idea from Ziba during the morning jog. He didn't tell the group of friends more specific content, otherwise they would probably scream even more miserably. Let's go. Ziba Zangshu took the lead and swam with his uncle. Zay waited until everyone jumped into the sea before hanging at the back. 20 minutes later. Is he going to go around in a circle? Yuan Haitang Luping was even more desperate. At this time, Hiba led them to swim northward from the right side of the second island, with no intention of landing from the side. You know, Hiba's island is southeast of the second island, and Kibo Bay is northwest of the second island. If you don't go by land and just swim, this distance is very exaggerated. Save some energy. Don't forget, there is a cliff behind the Shianai Hagio house. ZHE said slowly, which made the companions in front even more painful. In this world, human physique is completely monster level, so they can do such sports. Otherwise, just this 20-kilometer swimming would be enough to kill people in the previous life. Not to mention the rock climbing that followed ZHE's words. A little carelessness can be a matter of life and death. 17 people swam frantically in this sea area. Just last night, Hiba had people clean up the Pokémon in this area, so it was so safe. Pokémon such as stinging jellyfish will not get along with people who invade the territory in a friendly manner. How far is it? There was a wailing on the calm sea. 3 days and 10,000 points, I said. It can't be done. It's normal, funny. It's the end of the season. I'm trying to get points, plus watching other games. I'm too busy. Chapter 239, Shiba's ranking and Quartz Plateau. Here I come. When the sun was high above Tetsuya and his group, they finally arrived at the northern part of Friendship Island. Most of the people were too tired to speak. Yuto-shun now regretted asking to set off before he had a full breakfast. He felt like he was about to break. Fortunately, there was a small open space below the cliff, enough for them to go ashore and rest. Hiba looked at the young people leisurely with his hands on his waist. It can only be said that Hiba's ability is not exaggerated, as he deserves to be a humanoid elf. Here, one for each of you. You should know what to do next. He took out the energy bar developed by the Alliance for trainers in the wild. This special food, one bar, can provide the energy required for normal human consumption in a day, and it is very small and easy to carry. Even after a lot of exercise, one bar is enough to replenish most of the physical strength, which is equivalent to the human version of elf supplements. It's just that the taste can only be viewed from a distance and not touched. Everyone wailed again. This is completely different from the agreed no trial. But soon, they each took the energy bar from Zipper and ate it, and started climbing. This group of people are not ordinary spoiled young masters and young ladies. They still have some willpower. Zaya and Zhongshu rushed to the front. The two were almost evenly matched. Zaya was better in physical fitness, and Zhongshu was better in rock climbing. The cliff was shaped like a slash from bottom to top, and the difficulty of rock climbing was still very high for non-professionals. If I fall down, I will have to lie down for a day or two. Zaya looked around and found a foothold upwards, then used his hands and feet like a long-tailed monster to rush up a distance. He still had the energy to talk to Zhongshu beside him. It's okay, isn't it? My uncle's elf still guarding it below. Zhongshu was not to be outdone and climbed up with a nimble movement that was extremely inconsistent with the appearance of his huge body. Besides, Miss Joy's happiness egg is also here, and it recovers quickly, he said, but the speed of climbing up was obviously accelerated. ZHE did not reply and silently increased his speed. Really? Yuto-shun climbed carefully below, occasionally looking up, and was speechless about the two people. Is this a competition? Hu and Haitang Looping panted. His progress was only a little faster than some girls. Why add a part? That's because Junsha Ailey is now ranked 3rd in progress, only slower than the two monsters in front. In other words, this cliff has many fulcrums to choose from, otherwise it would be extremely difficult to climb this nearly 90-meter cliff without preparation. Even for humans in the elf world, it is the same. As the height increases, the psychological pressure will be heavier. Even if you know that you won't die if you fall down, the pain is inevitable. Not many people have masochistic tendency. Everyone quickly shut up. Even the most talkative Yuzang was concentrating on finding a suitable foothold, which can't tolerate any carelessness. Tetsuya and Soshu at the top gradually decided the winner. Tetsuya has the upper hand, and he has now pulled a height of one body length ahead of Soshu. He was just not used to rock climbing at first, but after gradually becoming proficient, he was able to find positions and climb faster and faster. If he wasn't a little afraid of falling, he could have been even faster. Half an hour later, Zay finally reached the top first. Awesome. He sighed unconsciously. It's really nice to have this feeling once in a while. He now somewhat understands why, even though the mortality rate of extreme sports is so high, there are still so many people who want to try it in the past. You kid, you're good. Just as Zay was sighing, Zhongshu also climbed up right after him. He panted a few times and expressed his surprise. He watched Zay go from a beginner to a skilled worker during the rock climbing process. He was extremely envious of this learning speed. Not bad. Zay happily accepted the other party's compliment. Zhongshu rolled his eyes unhappily. They leaned against the rocks on the edge of the cliff and started chatting about fighting skills. Of course, it was limited to general moves. It was impossible to share the secrets of that school. Although the Shianai Heijio house was right in front of them, they didn't think about going in first and waited for their partners below in tacit understanding. Not long after, Junsha Rayleigh also came up heroically, pulled her whole body up with both hands on the edge of the cliff, and then rolled forward handsomely to relieve the impact of landing. Looking at the two people who were talking happily, she also leaned on the edge of the rock and used the family's massage technique to relax her forearms. Gradually, everyone gathered on the cliff. Weird power, leave it to you. After confirming that everyone had safely climbed the cliff below, Zibba nodded to his own weird power next to him. Nika weird power also responded to Zibba with a smile. I saw the two hands above it raise the confused happy egg, and the two hands below were around Zibba's waist. Nika weird power squatted down to accumulate power and shouted dully, boom. A roar sounded, and cracks appeared on the ground, where weird power was, extending outward from where its feet were, as if it had been hit hard. But the man and two elves had disappeared. The people on the cliff only saw a grey shadow rushing out of the cliff, and then heard the sound from below. Tap. Strange power landed gently on the cliff, and put down the obviously frightened happy egg. Zibba walked out of Strange Power's arms without changing his expression, and said to everyone, let's go. ZHE also smacked his lips secretly. What an exaggerated strength. Although with the current strength of his Blaziken, it is not a difficult task to jump over a height of 200 meters. It is still a racial talent. Strange Power does not have the terrifying jumping ability of Blaziken. He can carry a man and an elf with a total weight of more than 150 kilograms at such a fast speed, completely relying on his exaggerated strength. A group of people followed behind Zibba and walked towards the simple cabin not far away. Mrs. Bryn, I'm here to bother you. Zibba knocked on the door of the house with a smile. Zyro Zingnan, are you the little guys you talked about last night? The slow voice of the old woman came from the house. Maseo is the name of Zibba. However, after he became one of the 4 heavenly kings, few people called him that, not to mention adding a small character in front of it. Only the respected elders in the alliance can call him that. Mrs. Bryn is naturally qualified. The young people next to him held back their laughter, although they knew that this meant that Zibba had a good relationship with the old man inside. It was really hard to associate Zibba with the adjective small. Mrs. Bryn, please give me some face in front of the little guys. Zibba smiled helplessly. Squeak. The door of the room slowly opened, and an old lady in simple clothes appeared in front of everyone. She slammed the cane in her hand on the ground and glared at Zibba. It was not like this when you were taught a lesson by little Aki and then came to me for advice. Aki is Kona's name. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to the meaning behind this. Zibba was beaten by Kona before. This kind of gossip is not often heard. You have to know that there are very few public battle videos of the 4 heavenly kings, let alone between each other. At their level, there is no need to show their strength through any publicity. So, Hibba is the weakest among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. Everyone quickly came to a conclusion based on this, and their eyes looking at Hibba became a little strange. After all, the strength of the dragon messenger is recognized by everyone as the best. If the way to obtain the champion position was not too harsh, he would have ascended to the championship throne long ago. Then there is Kikuko. As a ghost expert, her Pokémon strength will not weaken with age like ordinary trainers, but will only become stronger. As the one who has served in the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto for the longest time, her strength is no joke. The 20 years she has lived longer than the other 4 heavenly kings is not just a number. Many people even suspect that she is still hiding her strength. It is hard to say whether she is better than but at least she is stronger than the other 2. Then, the only thing that can be debated is who is stronger between Hibba and Kona. There are many different opinions, and everyone has their own views. After all, the focus is different. Although Kona has many fans, there are also many fans of Hibba. Anyway, there has never been a final conclusion. Now it seems that Kona is still stronger. Even Soshu looked at his uncle. Hibba would not tell him these things for no reason. It was the first time he knew that Hibba had been defeated by Kona. Hibba met the gazes of these little guys and naturally knew what they were thinking. That was not a formal battle, so it doesn't count. His explanation seemed a little pale and powerless. Everyone nodded in understanding, admitting that he had lost, and then retracted their gazes. If they continued to watch, Hibba would find them to fight in real life and teach them. That would be miserable. Moreover, even if they were at the bottom, they were the bottom of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, not the bottom of ordinary trainers. It would be easy for a Pokémon to beat a group of them. Okay, come with me, little guys, and release your respective starter Pokémon. Mrs. Bryn leaned on her crutches and walked towards the open space outside the wooden house with a kind tone. Everyone followed her obediently, and released their Pokémon. Thanks to the teleportation equipment on the island of the Sylph family, otherwise the 3 main elves of several people would not be around. 16 people corresponded to 16 elves, and they stood in line obediently. You bastard, you really hide your strength. Tetsuya lowered his voice, and had a friendly exchange with Yizo. Next to Yizo, there stood a huge black and red elf, which looked like a bipedal tiger, with a belt-like thing made of flames in front of its waist. If Tetsuya had not learned more knowledge from Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi, he would not have recognized this elf. This is exactly the same as the father of the green vine snake, the blazing roaring tiger, who came from the distant Alola region. Its degenerate form and original form are respectively Tornado and Flame Spot. This is a fire and evil elf, but Yizo did not send it on the 5th island yesterday. And as its final form, its strength is not weak. It is a 3-pawn that many people don't know about yet. One reason is that it is too far away, and the other is that the Alola League has not yet been established. In fact, it cannot be regarded as the initial partner given by the league to the direct trainers. However, it and the other 2 types of Pokémon in Alola, namely the Sniper Owl series with grass and ghost attributes and the final form in the water attributed, fairy not discovered, Sea Lion series, have been determined to be able to learn ultimate moves. According to convention, their initial forms should be the 3 pawns of the future Alola League, namely Owl, Litten, and Litten, which also correspond to the 3 attributes of grass, fire, and water. I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. Yizang's tone was very proud, but he avoided Tetsuya's question about his hidden strength. I thought you would choose Greninja from Kalos. Tetsuya didn't care, and continued to chat with him. Although the Kalos region is also far away, it is at least easier to obtain Frog than Litten, and the combination of water and evil attributes also meets Yizang's requirements. It's mainly because Greninja's fighting style doesn't quite match my style. Yizo replied. The 2 of them were talking casually. You, Mrs. Brin stared for a while, making everyone feel uncomfortable, and then pointed out a few people and their elves with her cane. They were Yumiko Murasame and Geranium, Hiroki Silpho and Blasto Eyes, Shun Yuto and Charizard, Seiichiro Sasaki and Swampert, and Tatsuya Yoda and Enmuking. The training is okay, but there are some shortcomings. Mrs. Brin made a simple comment. 5 people left the stage without much struggle. It's not like they only have this chance in their lifetime. Mrs. Brin's judgment is still very accurate. The remaining 11 people were a little nervous. Jump. Mrs. Brin suddenly spoke. They were all stunned for a moment, and then did as she was told. You, Mrs. Brin pointed out 4 more people without any hesitation. They were Harakatang Looping and Lizard King, Lazila Amy and Charizard, Yamashiro Kimiya and Flame Chicken, and Tachibana Yuji and Venusaur. The excitement of several people faded at once, and they stood aside helplessly. Mrs. Brin walked to the remaining 7 people one by one with a cane, and the action was the same, looking at the trainer's eyes, and then looking at the Pokemon's eyes. Okay. This is her comment on the combination of Konarayako and Emperor Nabo, Zimazonshu and Tyranitar, and Okinanami and Monarch Snake. Pretty good. This is her comment on the combination of Joe Ikk and Tute Turtle, Janshirari and Great Sword Demon, and Onoha Yizo, and Blazing Roaring Tiger. Then she stopped in front of Tetsuya and Flame Chicken. Rare talent and trust. Excellent. Her voice rose significantly. Tetsuya faced her, and his mind moved. He felt the unusual fluctuations, and he was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation. This is wave power. Tetsuya's eyes were a little erratic, and he didn't even notice that Mrs. Brin turned and left. He remembered that not many people could master Wava Guide. No wonder Mrs. Brin could make some comments. The practicality of Wava Guide power is in the upper reaches of all major abilities. Although it is not 100% accurate, it is at least better than having no reference. It's not mastery, it's just a slight perception. The voice of Flame Chicken sounded in Tetsuya's heart. Of course, it's better to say that it is similar to telepathy than voice. The so-called voice is formed by his automatic translation, which is definitely easier than understanding the call. So there is no difference in gender maturity. Really? That's also amazing. Tetsuya muttered to himself as usual. This is not the first time he has communicated with Flame Chicken, and he has long lost the surprise at the beginning. Who will come in and learn first? Granny Bryn walked into the house and asked 7 people at the same time. I'll go first. I'm in a hurry and I have to travel in the afternoon. Tetsuya smiled apologetically at the 6 people. The other 6 people also knew his plan and indicated that they had no objection. Anyway, it won't make any difference whether you learn it early or late. Zay walked into the room quickly with Flame Chicken and closed the door. It's you. Mrs. Bryn smiled kindly. Yes. Zay replied respectfully. The so-called ultimate moves are actually the power formed by the bond between the trainer and the elves. It is precisely because of this that their power is stronger than other moves. There are 3 main points in the explosive flames that Flame Chicken has learned. First of all, it is naturally the name of explosion. These 2 words are not just casually said. Flame originally has the connotation and power of explosion, so it will be more direct in the performance of attack power than other attributes. The ultimate skill of the fire system is to bring this explosion feature to the extreme. The key lies in restraint. Only when the power is compressed and converged to the extreme, and it is exploded at the moment of attack, can it cause the effect of explosion and cause the greatest damage. There are several suggestions on how to operate. They are just suggestions, because everyone in the elves have different personalities and habits. They can only be used as a reference. You have to find, or even invent the one that suits you best. First, compress the quality of the flame. This is actually a point that many trainers let their fire elves do. For fire plus fighting elves like Flame Chicken, the best way is to operate the flame with the habit of fighting. Mrs. Bryn started to talk directly about the key points of mastering the explosive flame move, and she talked non-stop. Tetsuya and Blaziken listened carefully. This was all Mrs. Bryn's experience in teaching moves over the years, and you couldn't hear this anywhere else. Not only explosive flame, many concepts are also applicable to other general fire skills. This listening lasted for more than half an hour. Tetsuya and Blaziken walked out of the room with a thoughtful look on their faces. How is it? Asked Ziba standing aside. Tetsuya nodded silently, without replying, obviously thinking all the time. Ziba smiled. Ziba's Angshu, who had already agreed on the order to enter second, walked in impatiently. He was looking forward to it. Another half an hour later, Tetsuya suddenly woke up. It's over, I'm going to miss it. He hurriedly took back Blaziken and released Pidgeot. Sorry everyone, I'll leave first. Tetsuya said goodbye to everyone one by one, sat on Pidgeot, and left the cliff. Everyone laughed as they watched him leave. This place was a long way from the Quartz Plateau. Even at Pidgeot's speed, it would take a long time to get there. It will probably be night before he gets there, said Hiroki. Everyone laughed. ZHE in the air didn't know this. He only had one thought in his mind. Quartz Plateau, here I come. The first day of trying to reach Ruin, failed. Chapter 240 Pre-registration and check into the athletes village. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was shining on the forest. ZHE was walking on the way to the Quartz Plateau. The long flight was not only a torture for him, but also a great drain on the Pidgeot's physical strength. It was currently unable to carry people from the southernmost part of the Kanto region to the northernmost part in one breath. After all, this was not a straight path, and it had to fly along a fixed route. The crooked flight would still consume a lot of energy and time. If he flew straight, ZHE would not want to be besieged by wild flying elves in the sky. Even considering the human body's tolerance, Pidgeot only flew at a low altitude of about 1,000 meters, but falling from a height of nearly 1,000 meters is a completely different concept from falling from a cliff of dozens of meters. For the above reasons, he had been letting Pidgeot fly for a while, and then walking for a while. After rushing, he officially entered the entrance of the Quartz Plateau at around 8 o'clock in the evening. He was now walking along the mountains next to him. After walking a distance, looking to the right, the mountains gradually disappeared, replaced by a bustling town. The most eye-catching thing is naturally the huge building with no obstruction in the sky below, which is similar to the football field in the previous life. That is the main venue of the Kanto Conference, where the top 64 players who enter the main competition will have the most intense battle. There are 4 sub-venues that are nearly half the size of the venue, corresponding to the 4 types of venues: water, grass, ice, and rock. Each player who enters the main competition must fight once in each of the 4 venues. Only those who win all 4 games can become the top 64 of this conference. As for the smaller standard battle venues, they are the venues for the preliminaries. In addition, the Endless Player Village, the huge Pokémon Center, the towering Alliance headquarters building, and other buildings are all emitting lights, which can be clearly seen even in the dark. They are stretched in the evening breeze, and finally arrived. Squeak. Dazzling flames flashed beside Zaya. This is Flame Chicken practicing casually. Mastering the ultimate fire move, Exploding Flame, is not something that can be done in a short time. According to Mrs. Brin, even with the most detailed steps, it will take several months. And it is still the most basic one. To fully exert the power of Exploding Flame, it must be used and practiced countless times. ZHE also thinks that with Flame Chicken's talent and hard work, it should be able to shorten the time a lot. Don't be too anxious. Take it step by step. Start with the most basic spark skills, and then strengthen it step by step. ZHE said to Flame Chicken beside him. Next. Flame Chicken nodded helplessly. It was very confident at first, and wanted to use its most familiar Flame Fist and Flame Kick as the training objects. Naturally, it started too high. The result was that the harvest was almost nothing. After all, the power of these 2 skills is too high, and the energy required to use them is also very high. Even if it is said that its ability to master fire energy is quite good, it is not easy to operate. ZHE did not stop it at the beginning, because although Blaziken would definitely listen to his advice and change the order of its moves training, it still needed to let it feel it according to its own ideas first. An excellent trainer has to take care of all aspects of the Pokémon. He felt that he was too good. Okay, let's go back to the Pokéball first. We are here. ZHE said and put Blaziken back into its luxury ball. Then, he jumped down from the edge of the cliff. Pidgeot, as he called, one of the 6 luxury balls on his waist opened. A red light flashed, and ZHE, who was falling rapidly, stopped in midair in an instant. Under him was Pidgeot. Go. ZHE smiled, and patted Pidgeot's back, and gave a command. Pidgeot flapped its wings, and rolled his eyes silently. His boss was getting more and more exciting. It remembered that he was not like this before. Not to mention jumping off the top of the mountain. Even flying on its back required it to fly low. Of course, ZHE couldn't see Pidgeot's little movements. Otherwise he would at least deduct some snacks. Beep, a clear bird song sounded, and Pidgeot and Tetsuya turned into a yellow after image in the darkness and headed towards the town with lights on below. Don't do this again next time, okay? You've caused a lot of trouble for our work. Even if it's not the Quartz Conference, you can't enter the outer perimeter of the Alliance headquarters in the Quartz Plateau like this. A Junsha was educating a man and an elf. Yes, I'm very sorry. Tetsuya and Pidgeot nodded obediently at the same time. They got so excited that they forgot that this was also an no-fly zone. The 2 of them were directly intercepted by the Junsha family who were responsible for security. Although Tetsuya took out 8 badges to show that he was here to move into the player village in advance, and he also had an illustrated book issued by Professor Oak to prove his identity, he was still fined 20,000 Alliance coins. This is considered light. If it weren't for the special period and his strong identity, he would have been invited to drink tea with Junsha for at least a month if he dared to do this. I can understand the excitement of you young trainers who want to participate in the conference. This is the 4th case today. But as a trainer, calmness is also a necessary quality. Otherwise, how can you command your Pokémon in a fierce battle? Moreover, when doing tasks in the wild, Pokémon in the wild will not be friendly to you. If you can't stay calm. Junsha educated Zay in a bad mood. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. She thought she should get off work, and a little guy came to disturb her good mood. So she looked at the time on the clock on the wall of the office again. Forget it, it's late. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Go. Junsha waved her hand and decided to let go of the man and Pokémon in front of her. Zay felt relieved. After thanking Junsha, he walked out of the police station with Pidgeot. Well, coming to Quartz Plateau, the first attraction you arrived was Junsha's office. It was a good and novel experience. Really, why didn't you stop me? Zay complained to Pidgeot beside him. Beep, beep. The Pidgeot next to him jumped up and followed Tetsua's steps, rolling his eyes without disguising it. "Can you blame me for this? It was you who ordered me to fly, okay? Besides, we are not the only ones who did this. Didn't you hear what Junsha said? You are already a mature flying Pokémon. You should know which places are not allowed to fly according to the laws of the league." Tetsuya warned Pidgeot earnestly. Pidgeot directly bumped his head into Tetsua's chest and turned on the switch of his luxury ball with his beak. The next moment, it turned into a red light and entered the luxury ball. "Don't listen, don't listen," the trainer chanted. Tetsuya staggered when it hit him, and after recovering, he patted Pidgeot's luxury ball. "Humph, childish, if you can't argue, just hide in the ball." Then, he looked up at the surrounding environment. "By the way, the athlete's village is in that range, right?" Tetsuya, relying on his memory of the whole town he had just seen from a high place, touched in one direction. The main reception desk of the service hall of the athlete's village. "Hello, I'm here to pre-register and check in." An elegant male voice sounded. Miss Joy, who was busy sorting out the materials, replied without raising her head. "Okay, please show your ID and 8 official gym badges." As soon as the voice fell, a badge box with a red Pokémon illustrated book on it was handed to Joy by a hand. "Okay, please wait a moment." Miss Joy took it and operated on the computer. Tetsuya Tamaki, Tokiwa City. The illustrated book was issued by Professor Oak, and the badges are Nabi and Hualan. Miss Joy swiped the materials one by one. Whether it is the illustrated book or the official gym badge, they can all be electronically sensed. Tetsuya Tamaki, this name is a little familiar. Miss Joy operated mechanically, and her mind was a little unclear after a busy day. And this badge is also interesting. In addition to the most difficult Golden Gym and the Tokiwa Gym, that is basically not seen, 6 of the 8 gyms have been collected. Miss Joy was a little surprised in her heart. "Okay, your pre-registration and check-in have been completed. The room number is B34. Here is the key. If you go to building B, turn left and you will see it. In addition, although you have completed the pre-registration, you still need to come again to confirm the official registration. There are manuals in the room for detailed introductions to the major facilities and industries in the athlete's village. If you need it, you can also call the consultation number in the room." Miss Joy looked at the handsome trainer with a smile. She remembered that she had heard this name in the family's gossip group. No wonder, he is really handsome. "Okay, thank you." ZHE also thanked him, took his belongings, and turned to leave. Miss Joy was busy, which was natural. You should know that there are at least tens of thousands of players registered for a league meeting, and their information will be integrated in advance by Miss Joy. It doesn't mean that the information will be imported only when you come. The preparations before that were also very laborious, especially on the first day of the athlete's village. All matters had to be confirmed again. As soon as he stepped out of the service hall, a trainer with silver hair came to him. Tetsuya nodded to him and greeted him, and the other party responded with the same action. Suzuki Tetsu, that's his name. He thought to himself. Although they had only met once, and it was a rather awkward situation, with Tetsuya's memory, he still remembered all the details the moment the other party met him. I wonder if there will be a chance to fight. In the moment they crossed each other's paths, the thought that flashed through their minds was the same. In addition to getting good grades, gaining fame and fortune and other trivial matters, the main purpose of participating in the conference is to fight with more and stronger trainers and Pokémon of all kinds. And the other party, you can tell at a glance that he is not weak. Tetsuya walked towards his room, swiped the card, opened the door, closed the door, and threw himself on the bed. A series of actions were completed in one go. Comfortable. Tetsuya rested his head on the bed, like a salted fish. Ding, synchronous sounds rang out, and 6 Pokémon jumped out at the same time, exploring this small world. This is where they will live for more than a month. The Alliance has set up a separate room for each contestant, and the treatment is only slightly inferior to the single dormitory in the Pokémon Center in the general city. The dormitory kitchen and sanitation facilities are all available, and even if the trainer wants to invite 3 or 5 friends to his room for a party, it can be accommodated. According to incomplete statistics, this player village accommodated more than 20,000 trainers from all over the country at the same time. Of course, that was because the Quartz Conference and the Silver Conference were held at the same time. In this way, it is not difficult to imagine the size of this player village. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small town in the city. Next to the player village is a commercial street with various Pokémon themed restaurants, snack stalls from all over the world, and performance individuals. Trainers and spectators will play here with their families and friends. At the same time, if spectators from all over the world want to watch the Quartz Conference, which lasts for a month, for a long time, they can only stay in the major hotels on the other side, and they must book a room in advance. If they are late, it is very likely that you can only watch the broadcast on TV at home with regret. Even if you book a room, it is not so easy to get tickets for each battle at the main venue. Every time a conference is held, it is a prosperous event for a region, and the economic benefits generated during this period alone are huge, not to mention other aspects. After a while, the 5 elves, except the woolly sheep, found their favorite resting area. Let's rest early today. Tomorrow, we will start training again. Although Zay's tone was full of energy, the elves sighed helplessly when they heard this. It's not easy to rest for 2 days, and they have to enter hell mode again. Even Pidgeot and Blaziken have the same idea. For them, the battle in the Twin Island incident is not as hard as the daily devil training. The woolly sheep first got into his luxury ball. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, I don't have to listen to your nagging anymore when I go in. Zay once suspected that this was one of the reasons why it likes to stay in the luxury ball. Pidgeot, tomorrow morning you will continue to teach Pokémon flying skills. It still has some problems with turning in a rapid state. In the afternoon, you will also have to continue to master the power of wind. The preparation time for the storm skill is still too long. Flame Chicken, Spark, we can move on to the next step of training after we can make a spark pass through the rock and explode in the middle. Pangyangui, you will first help Flame Chicken make a few rocks of different hardness tomorrow. Then you will continue to improve the 3rd stage of the power of the earth. Pokémon, you little guy, don't think about stealing the snacks I prepared for you during training. Tomorrow you are not allowed to land on the ground without my permission in the air. Green Ivy Snake, your first task these days is to accumulate energy and prepare for evolution. I will see if I can find a suitable opponent for you, but you must be prepared. There will still be a lot of changes after evolution. Zaya kept nagging the almost repetitive words day after day without any fatigue. I don't know how long it took. In his self-talk, the elves fell asleep, and he also fell asleep. Only from time to time, a few words about training arrangements popped out of his mouth. He was too tired. He had not stopped for a minute since this morning. He had been jogging, swimming, rock climbing, rushing on the road, and thinking about training methods to increase the explosive flames of the Flame Chicken. But this is a trainer. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Thanks to Kwamingfei for the 2000 starting coins. Thanks to Fashion for the 100 starting coins. The second day of trying to reach 10,000 a day failed again. Chapter 241. Arrangement of training for the battle with the Green Ivy Snake. The next morning, in the training ground of the athletes village, 6 Pokémon stood in a row. Zaya paced leisurely in front of them. What is he doing? Blaziken signaled Pidgeot with his eyes. How should I know? He's like this. As soon as I woke up, Pidgeot's wings were raised inadvertently, brushing against his 2 red and 1 yellow head feathers, and he returned a look to Blaziken. Indirectly full of confidence, permanent continuous output. Pangyanga joined this silent communication. I just don't know how the meaning expressed by its empty eyes was understood by the other 5 little ones. Anyway, because of its special body, most of the time, if it doesn't speak, Zaya, who is a different species from humans, often finds it difficult to understand. In simple terms, what it means is that the trainer will soon be a non-human. The training intensity will be doubled, and you all know that new projects should be carried out from time to time, and the previous training cannot be stopped. You are worthy of being the big brothers. Pokémon floated in the air, his eyes full of admiration. Such a complex meaning was expressed so simply. It seems that it still has a lot to learn. Did you miss the point? He needs to practice harder. The Green Ivy Snake was frantically giving his friend an autistic look. As a grass type Pokémon, it is true that it likes natural power very much, but even if it likes it very much, the repetitive practice every day is enough to make people collapse, and it will cost the snake's life. No matter how powerful it is, I can bear it, but you can't, little snake. The pink fluffy sheep cast a disdainful look at the green ivy snake. Well, I don't mean to say that you are bad, but I can. The next moment, facing the eyes of the other 4 Pokémons, the fluffy sheep naturally changed the meaning of the expression of the eyes. This is not cowardice, the fluffy sheep said, that this is purely because of the internal harmony of the team, and does not want to quarrel. It has a very violent temper. Look at it again, and I will electrocute you. The fluffy sheep looked at Zay, who was walking in front of him, and staring at him, and the remaining pink hair began to become more and more fluffy. They nodded silently. Well, very good. It seems that the static electricity has accumulated well. He took a few steps back decisively. The effect of this accumulation was unexpectedly good. They nodded again to show his approval. The fluffy sheep looked at the other companions and seniors with a trace of worry. Is this a problem caused by the electric shock? Okay. Suddenly, Zay spoke. The fluffy sheep shuddered. Crackling. A long series of electric current sounds rang out. Puff, 1 person and 5 elves couldn't help but spit out black smoke from their mouths. Zay's face was also dark. It seems that your control of electric energy is not in place. Let's start training from you today. Next. Flame Chicken raised its claws. Oh. You have to help it train. Zay pondered for a moment, made a fist with his right hand, and hit the palm of his left hand. Yes, although the electric explosion caused by electric current passing through metal is different from the explosion caused by flames, it is also a good object for observation. After all, it is essentially the accumulation of energy caused by heating. Zay nodded repeatedly to show his approval. Flame Chicken tilted its head. Is that so? But forget about it today. Let's follow the plan from last night and practice the compression and release of the spark skill first. Zaya touched his chin and thought for a while, but still rejected Flame's request. The fluffy sheep on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Wait until you are a little more proficient before observing the electric explosion. I'm also going to find you a few opponents like Naughty Bomb and Infernape. They are good at explosions. Zaya added. Naughty Bomb is naturally needless to say. The Pokémon who plays self-destruction when nothing happens is naturally quite familiar with explosions. As for Infernape, the flames on its back can be controlled by it, and it is very skilled. The flames ejected are like a volcanic eruption, and the airwaves of the explosion can be used to attack the opponent. He hopes that Flame can become more familiar with the changes in this flame energy during the fight. Unfortunately, the Alola region is still too far away, Zaya thought regretfully. Otherwise, there are more suitable Pokémon. It is said that there is a Fire plus Dragon Pokémon called Blastoise, which feeds on sulfur near the crater. The shell of its body is a layer of explosives made of sulfur. Even a spark will cause a violent explosion. Even its excrement is explosive, which can be developed for various purposes. It can only be said that there are so many Pokémon that there is nothing strange. Well, the energy operation mode can refer to the big character explosion flame. Although its focus is more on continuous burning, the high temperature explosion that occurs at the moment of attacking the enemy is also one of the key points. In terms of usage skills, it is more similar to brute force, but the requirements for explosion flame are higher. After all, it is energy released outside the body, which is a little different from brute force, to mobilize the body's strength instantly. Zaya and Blaziken are constantly communicating. Because Blaziken's level will definitely not be able to be upgraded to the king level during the tournament, it is necessary to start from other aspects to strengthen its strength. And the mastery of skills and the mastery of the nature of fire are one of the most direct methods. Physical fitness and so on, not to mention that it has always been excellent. It will not be possible to improve it in a short time. After explaining everything to Blaziken in detail, ZHE also called on the Rocky to make many rocks of different sizes and hardness. In fact, this is also a compression process, but controlling flames is much more difficult than controlling rocks. The latter has a physical body, while the former is completely energy. Then ZHE arranged a training plan for Rocky, followed by Pidgeot and Pokémon, and then the sheep. Finally, of course, it is the focus of these days, the green vine snake. The green vine snake hugged its small hands in front of its chest, and the two vines extending from both sides of its body supported itself on the ground, raising itself to the same height as Zay, looking straight at him. Level 35. This is the current level of the green vine snake. According to the familiar rules, it can be said that it has already stepped half a foot into the edge of evolution. How about going to the ring? Zay said with a smile. For Pokémon, in addition to daily training and cultivation, fighting is the best way to gain experience and increase the level. And he has wanted to do this for a long time, but generally there is no such opportunity in the city. Most trainers are adventuring in the wild and only come back to rest when they need supplies. When I rest, I won't think about challenging anything. Even if I go to some special battle paths, there are not so many suitable Pokémon to fight. TSK Green Ivy Snake's eyes lit up. No need to train. Although fighting is also very hard, at least I can enjoy the joy of victory. Training is too boring. Well, the contestant village provides special facilities for trainers to set up the ring, and there are referees. Tetsuya smiled. The Alliance's move is clearly to encourage them to fight before the tournament begins. Green Ivy Snake nodded frantically, flicked the vine whip, and jumped directly onto Tetsuya's shoulder. It barked very imposingly, and then pointed to the exit of the training ground with its little hand. You train here, don't be lazy. Tetsuya and the other 5 little ones gave instructions, walked out of the training ground, and closed the door. He spent a lot of money to rent a large single-person training ground for a month. Not only are all the facilities complete, but the privacy is also protected at the highest level. He didn't want to go to the public training ground and be treated as something strange. Pokémon and Shiny Fluffy were 2 little guys that attracted a lot of attention. Although they would definitely fight in the main competition, and they couldn't avoid it when registering their Pokémons, it was better to have less trouble. They brought the Green Ivy Snake to the battle building not far away. He explained his purpose to Miss Joy. The first floor of the battlefield has a champion. If you want to be the champion, you have to defeat one of them first. Miss Joy said to one person and one Pokémon. The battle building is divided into 6 floors. The number of floors represents the number of Pokémons that can be used in the arena battle. That is, the first floor is a battle using only one Pokémon, and the 6th floor is a battle for all members. Although it was only the 2nd day of the opening of the contestant village, hundreds of trainers have gathered, and there are naturally some battle maniacs among them. In other words, every trainer is actually a battle maniac in his bones, but some people are particularly outstanding. Also, if you want this kid to challenge, you should be careful. Most of the Pokémons in the arena are in their final form now. Miss Joy kindly advised Tetsuya. In her opinion, this novice trainer with the 3 great Pokémons was still very young. Generally speaking, the reason why the 3 great Pokémons were given out by the Alliance as the first partners is that they can often evolve into their final form within the first year and have good strength and combat capabilities. Even though Miss Joy could see that this Green Ivy Snake was not far from evolving, it did not mean that Tetsuya's strength was outstanding. It could only be said that he was barely qualified. Okay, thank you Miss Joy. Tetsuya smiled at her, turned around and walked towards the battlefield to prepare to select a suitable opponent for Green Ivy Snake. It was normal for Miss Joy not to know him. His face was not famous to this extent, but his name was somewhat famous. The arena in the battle building did not have many complicated rules. It was just one person defending and one attacking, and the prize was arbitrary. The main person in charge was the referee of each field. There was no need to explain the identity and name too much, as long as the referee knew how to announce it. Miss Joy is here mainly to provide logistical support services. Post-battle treatment is very important. Many Pokémon skills will cause hidden injuries. If they are not recovered in time, it will affect the potential and strength of the Pokémon. Toucans, Sandslash, Nidoking, Rumblestone, Tyrannosaurus, Gemstar. They walked through one battle site after another with the Green Ivy Snake on his shoulder. How can I say it? It can only be said that it is worthy of the Quartz Conference. The quality of the players is better than one. Then, you choose one yourself? Zaya shook his shoulders. Green Ivy Snake looked around hesitantly. The vine whip pointed to a battle site. "You, little guy, are quite good at choosing," Zaya said with a smile. The opponent chosen by Green Ivy Snake is a Pokémon that looks like a seahorse. It has horns and spikes all over its body. Its tail is curled and very strong. Its triangular prism-shaped mouth is its hunting tool. Its body is blue, its abdomen is beige, and the tip of the spikes on its back is also beige. This is Cedrigan, a single water attribute Pokémon, but classified as a dragon Pokémon. The reason for this name and classification is that, after investigating its cells, it was found that it had a new gene that its initial form, Seahorse, did not have, the dragon gene. This has also aroused the curiosity and exploration of many scholars, because according to the genetics and evolutionary analysis of elves, this shows that Cedrigan has the possibility of evolution. Later, it was indeed discovered that it could evolve into a water plus dragon elf, Thorndragon. As for the discoverer, it was of course an authority on evolution, Dr. Yamanashi. The method of evolution is to let the powerful Cedrigan carry dragon scales, which can't help but disappoint many people. Dragon scales, as its name suggests, are the scales of dragon elves, and since they have magical effects, they are not simple ordinary scales. Often only powerful enough dragon elves will leave behind 1 or 2 pieces of hard dragon scales after death. This undoubtedly limits the output and number of dragon scales. Therefore, even if you know that Cedrigan can evolve into Thorndragon, there are still not many people who have Thorndragon. However, despite this, Seadragon is still quite popular because it has dragon genes. It is stronger than ordinary water Pokémon and can master many dragon skills, so its strength is still very good. Not to mention that, if you get lucky and get the dragon scales, you can become stronger, so trainers are naturally happy to cultivate it. Of course, there is another important reason. There are many renewable materials on Seadragon that are very valuable. For example, the poisonous spikes covering the whole body and the bones of the fins can be used as Chinese medicine materials to treat human diseases. Seadragon will produce these materials during normal life and development. There is no need to harm the elves to obtain them, and it can also make up for the poor economic situation of some trainers. As for why Green Ivy Snake will be chosen, it is because Green Ivy Snake completely defeats Seadragon in terms of attributes. However, there is a smile on the corner of Tetsua's mouth. The level of this Seadragon is not low. Although Zero can only give the stage strength, he can also roughly confirm the level of the opposite elf through his rich experience. After all, momentum is hard to deceive people, but Zero can't feel such invisible things. Then let's go. They're almost done. ZHE didn't stop Green Ivy Snake. After all, although Seadragon was high in level, it was still in the elite level, about level 45. Regardless of the trainer's command, with Green Ivy Snake's talent and ability, it could still challenge more than 10 levels. Mercenary, use the Pokémon Green Ivy Snake to challenge. ZHE came to the ring, where the Seadragon trainer was, and said to the referee, Mercenary was his code name for bounty hunter. The champion will take a 10-minute break. Wait. The referee did not express any opinion on the Pokémon ZHE's choice, but mechanically said that the champion needed time to recover the Pokémon. ZHE leisurely took Green Ivy Snake to the challenger's command platform and teased it with one hand. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the Seadragon trainer quickly returned from the front desk. Miss Joy. This was a young man who looked about the same age as ZHE. Of course, the exact age was unclear, because 25 or 16 and 17 or 18 looked the same in the Pokémon world. He saw that ZHE had already stood up, and without saying a word, he also stood on his own platform. Then, the match between the mercenaries Green Ivy Snake and Lang Seadragon begins now. The referee gave the order, and everything was so simple. Seadragon, fight on. Green Ivy Snake, come on gracefully. The two released their Pokémons at the same time. There was no so-called rule that the challenger should attack first in this kind of ring match. A red light flashed, and the Seadragon appeared in the pool in the center of the venue. Green Ivy Snake jumped lightly, and jumped off Tetsua's shoulder. The two Pokémons looked at each other from a distance. The standard battlefield of the ring match is generally a rocky field, but it will change. After all, some water-type Pokémons cannot live on land, and the trainer's right to cultivate such Pokémons cannot be deprived. Therefore, once there is a water-type Pokémon, a circular pool of water will rise in the center of the venue, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the area. Green Ivy Snake, charming. Tetsuya saw that the other party did not react, and took the lead in using his moves. There is no gender difference in sea dragons, with a male and female ratio of half each, but most trainers still choose males, because males are mainly responsible for protecting and raising children, and have stronger combat power. As a female green ivy snake, using charm, can naturally charm the opposite sex Pokémon. Tetsuya is still very confident in the charm of his green ivy snake. Otherwise, green ivy snake would not have the confidence to want to fall in love with Milotic. A hint of pink flashed across green ivy snake's proud cheeks, and her big eyes blinked at Sea Dragon, and a pink heart flew towards Sea Dragon. Lang, the trainer of Sea Dragon, frowned, dived to avoid. He chose to let Sea Dragon sink to the depths of the pool. After all, charm cannot be consumed in a fight, but because charm only needs to look at each other to take effect, there seems to be no better way, except this slightly negative move. The pink heart slowly dissipated into thin air when it touched the water surface. Green ivy snake puffed up her face. The male Pokémon opposite was really ungrateful. This princess is so cute and dares to hide. Parasitic seed. Tetsuya issued the second command without stopping. Green ivy snake put its two small hands together and sent out a continuous stream of green seeds. As the seeds fell on the water, layers of vines spread out. This is a special use of parasitic seeds, which grow when they encounter water, and can prevent water elves from showing their heads under the water. This is also the most disgusting delaying tactic, allowing the referee to announce the result. Tidal Whirl. Lang responded very skillfully. This is the habitual combat mode of many grass elves. Otherwise, why do people say that grass elves are disgusting? It's not just because of the 3 pink skills. The sea dragon under the water quickly rotated its wings and tail to make its body swim quickly, and a whirlpool appeared in the pool. I'm shopping with my girlfriend. I'll definitely do it tomorrow. I only wrote 62,000 words in the 11th day of this month. I will work hard later. Chapter 242, Victory and Amalanche. As the sea thorn dragon exerted its strength, the vortex continued to stir, and the vines made of parasitic seeds were gradually pulled apart by the power of the water flow, becoming useless fragments. However, Tetsuya's intention was also achieved. While the sea thorn dragon was creating a tidal vortex to crack the parasitic seeds, the green vine snake had already used the growth skill to successfully improve its physical and energy attack capabilities. The sea thorn dragon is a spirit that has very poor mastery of skills to increase or reduce the status of the opponent. So even if Tetsuya's behavior exposed the green vine snake's characteristic of being a single flourish without singing a different tune, there was no way for Lang to make any arrangements for this. The field returned to the state at the beginning of the battle, except that the green vine snake was ahead of the buff skill. Shadow Clone. It was still Tetsuya who launched the attack first. He didn't like to attack from behind and follow the opponent's rhythm, especially when the level of the opposite sea thorn dragon was higher than that of the green vine snake. The vine whip and the little feet were used alternately, and 8 green vine snakes, including the main body, appeared on the field. After more than 3 weeks of practice after the change of mentality, the green vine snake has almost reached the best state it could achieve before it evolved. The number of shadow clones each time is basically stable at about 7 or 8. If the number is to increase, it is not possible with the green vine snake form. After all, to put it bluntly, the green vine snake is not yet mature. It is still in the second form, and can only be regarded as a young girl. Its speed is also limited. In other words, even if it can do it, it means that it suppresses its own evolution, which is not worth the loss. Lang narrowed his eyes. Water gun. The sea thorn dragon instantly emerged from the depths of the pool and cleaned up the 8 green vine snakes from left to right. It is also different from the general water type elves in using water guns. The reason is that it has a long triangular prism shaped mouth. This is like a natural gun structure. In a true sense, it fits the skill of water gun, making the water gun used by the sea thorn dragon more penetrating and faster than the water guns used by other elves. If the speed of other water guns is bang bang, then the speed of the water gun used by the sea dragon is biu biu biu. One after another, water columns like bullets were shot at the green vine snake, with considerable accuracy and power. Vine whip, grab it. ZHE did not care about the water gun attack of the sea dragon. Under the attribute restraint, the damage caused by the charged water gun to the green vine snake was not high. Even if the level had an advantage, it would not be a problem to resist more than a dozen rounds, not to mention this kind of continuous firing mode. Under the attack of the sea dragon, the remaining 4 green vine snakes moved in unison, extending 2 vines on both sides of the body, and quickly attacked the sea dragon that surfaced from midair. The purpose of the shadow clone was also to lure the sea dragon out of the water. In a battle where victory was not the main purpose, neither the green vine snake nor ZHE wanted to win through the referee's announcement. Although without their seduction, the sea dragon would inevitably surface to attack in order to win, but at that time the initiative would not be on the side of the green vine snake. Snap. As the vine whip was on its way to bind the sea dragon defeated 2 more green vine snakes, but they were still shadow clones, not the real body. The 4 vines undoubtedly restricted the sea dragon's movements. Although the power transmitted clearly let the sea dragon know that only 2 of them were real, it was difficult to clearly distinguish which 2 they were under the layers of restraints. The use of the water gun was also suspended by the sea dragon because the vine whip blocked its mouth. Jump. Lang issued a seemingly strange order. The skill of jumping can be said to be the most useless skill. The representative Pokémon who mastered this skill is called Magikarp. This is the strange skill introduced in the illustration book. It doesn't attack, but just jumps, and nothing will happen. But the conclusion is still the same. There is no useless skill. It just depends on how the trainer and Pokémon use it. Moreover, the sea dragon and Magikarp are not Pokémon of the same species after all. While the upper body of the water was completely bound by the vine whip, the sea dragon's powerful curly tail slapped hard underwater. The next moment, the whole body of the sea thorn dragon rushed into the air. Tap! The green ivy snake exclaimed, and the only remaining shadow clone was shattered. The real body was also dragged by the powerful force of the sea thorn dragon, because of the vines that were entangled with the sea thorn dragon. It is definitely unrealistic for the green ivy snake to compare strength with the sea thorn dragon. The former is not a muscle type elf at all. Use the force to fly over, and then throw it, Zay commanded. Since you can't compete with it in terms of strength, just borrow its strength. When the green ivy snake heard it, it immediately stopped its resistance, and even kicked its feet, rushing towards the sea thorn dragon in the air instead of retreating, and its momentum became even more swift. The sea thorn dragon that jumped out of the pool became a support point. The green ivy snake used the force transmitted by the vine whip to quickly draw a 90-degree arc in the air, and arrived at the head of the sea thorn dragon. Little guy, you can't fly. The green ivy snake looked at the sea thorn dragon under him, his eyes full of ridicule. Then, the 2 elves who couldn't fly crossed each other in the air. The 2 elves at this moment were like meteor hammers, weapons from the ancient past, with chains or ropes with hammers at both ends. The vines were the extremely hard ropes that connected them. At first, it was a sea dragon that pulled the green vine snake into the air, but as the sea dragon stagnated in the air, it lost the ability to exert force again. Instead, it was the green vine snake that took over. The green vine snake quickly formed an arc and passed over the top of the sea dragon. Just as it was about to fall to the ground, with the power of the vines, the green vine snake did a front flip forward. Tap! The green vine snake's face flushed. The sea dragon, which had not yet fallen into the water, struggled in vain in the air, but it had no strength, and could only let the vine snake use the vine whip to pull it over. Snap! The speed and force of the vine whip were enough to instantly drain the surrounding air, making a bang, and the sea dragon was directly smashed to the ground, splashing dust. Well, it is very mathematically beautiful. When Zay looked at this scene, the first thought that popped into his mind was this. After all, whether it was the green ivy snake or the sea dragon, the arcs they drew in the air were very smooth. This was also thanks to the fact that the weight difference between the 2 was not too big. Energy ball. He sighed in his heart, but Zay's command was not slow at all, and he quickly let the green ivy snake beat the water dragon. Although the sea dragon is called a dragon, It also has the word sea in it. On land, it is almost in a state of being unable to move. Even though it can jump around with its powerful tail, its mobility is only a little better than that of Pokémon such as Magikarp and Magikarp on land. Compared with the extremely flexible green ivy snake, it is like the difference between a turtle and Sonic. As for how to determine the position of the sea dragon in the smoke and dust, don't forget that the green ivy snake's vine whip is still tied to its body. Lang's face changed slightly. The grass type energy ball is very effective for the sea dragon. The vine whip's blow just now seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, the damage caused was not high. That is, the center of gravity could not be adjusted for a while. He calculated the time, and his sea thorn dragon should have recovered. Use water cannon. The green ivy snake first took back the vine whip, after confirming the opponent's position. It didn't want to be pulled over by the opponent again. Then, the small mouth opened slightly, and the surrounding green light spots immediately poured in. After a while, a green light ball condensed. The next moment, the green light ball broke away from the green ivy snake, and rushed towards the smoke. It was spinning rapidly in the air, and the surrounding smoke and dust were blown away by it. Lang watched the movement in the smoke and dust nervously. For the sea thorn dragon, that had left the pool environment, it would take some time to charge the water cannon. He was not 100% sure whether the water cannon could be used smoothly before the energy ball hit the sea thorn dragon. But he had no other better skills to choose. The standard power of the grass type energy ball is 90. Among the skills mastered by the sea thorn dragon, only the standard power of the water cannon is higher than it. For example, the two skills of turbidity stream and surf, although their standard power is the same as that of energy ball, they are both surface attacks, and they naturally cannot completely offset the energy ball that attacks one point. Unfortunately, Lang sighed again. If only the concentration of his sea thorn dragon's dragon gene was higher, so that if he mastered the dragon wave, he would have more options in this situation. However, the dragon gene in his sea thorn dragon can only be said to be average, and the dragon attribute skills only master the most common tornado and dragon breath. A trace of determination flashed in Lang's eyes, and he really had to get the dragon scale. The Thorn Dragon King with dual attributes of water plus dragon not only has a wider attack range of skills, but also is only double restrained by the dragon attribute in terms of attributes. The fairy did not discover it, and its resistance to the two common attributes of water and fire is exceptionally outstanding. Swish, a fierce water column containing a large amount of water rushed out of the smoke and hit the flying energy ball. The place where the two touched made a friction sound. The airflow blew away all the smoke and dust, and the sea dragon, which was pushed back by the reaction force after using the water cannon, also appeared in the eyes of the two people and the elf. That is, on land. If it were in the water, the sea dragon with a strong driving force would not be so embarrassed even when using skills. Retreat, parasitic seeds. When Lang was concentrating on the center point of the skill confrontation, ZHE also shouted to the green vine snake. The green vine snake understood and immediately hid on the side of a huge rock. With a flick of its tail, several green seeds flew into the air. At the same time, the water cannon gradually overwhelmed the energy ball, and the green light became smaller and dimmer. Lang was stunned. The opponent's predicted time point was so accurate. The water cannon is different from the energy ball. It is a skill that needs to be used continuously. This is also the reason why he looked at the center point of the collision. He had to judge when to make the next command. He couldn't let the sea dragon stop the water cannon in advance. Even if the energy in the energy ball was consumed a lot after the confrontation, the remaining damage to the sea dragon was still very good. Immediately, Lang wanted to stop the use of the water cannon, but it was too late. Under the control of the green ivy snake, the green seed landed precisely on the body of the sea thorn dragon not far away. Germination, entanglement, green light flashing. This series of changes happened in an instant. Beep, the sea thorn dragon cried out in pain. The power of the parasitic seed is not great, but the feeling of having your physical strength sucked away and the whole elf being sucked dry is very uncomfortable. Correspondingly, a ray of green light flashed on the body of the green ivy snake, and the spirit of the whole elf seemed even better. While the parasitic seed absorbs the opponent's physical strength, it will feed back the user's physical strength. Tornado. Lang saw that the situation was not good and prepared to use his skills to interfere with the green ivy snake first, and by the way, use the centrifugal force of the tornado to throw the parasitic seed off the body of the sea thorn dragon. This is probably the sorrow of the elves without hands. Sunbeam. They smiled with a smile on his face. Very good, just as imagined. Not the best solution, but enough. Lang's expression changed again and again, but the sea thorn dragon had already started its rotation, and the grey tornado was also taking shape in the field. Faintly, green objects could be seen flashing inside. It seemed that Lang's goal was not completely achieved. At least the parasitic seeds were successfully thrown away. The green vine snake was leisurely condensing the sunbeam. If it were in normal times, there would not be such a good opportunity for it to fully charge this skill, but it was different now. While the sea thorn dragon created a tornado to hide its body, it also brought hidden dangers. That is, it was very easy to lock it in the eye of the wind, and it could not attack the team itself. Under the protection of the tornado, few skills could break through, not even the water cannon, but the grass type big move sunbeam was definitely not within this range. Boom! After nearly 5 seconds of charging, a dazzling beam of light suddenly rushed to the center of the tornado, where the sea thorn dragon was faintly visible. In Lang's worried eyes, the beam of light directly broke through the tornado, and a blue figure flew out backwards. Beep! At this time, the painful sound of sea dragon was revealed in the huge roar. However, Lang was relieved. The fact that it could scream meant that it still had the ability to fight, and was not killed instantly. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. With the blessing of growth, after being beaten and consumed by the parasitic seeds, and being hit directly by the solar beam of the green ivy snake, the sea dragon on the opposite side still had the strength to fight. It can be imagined that it has been cultivated quite well. Stand up, sea dragon! Lang shouted loudly to his Pokémon. Seeing it gradually climb up with its scarred body, he also turned his eyes to Tetsuya. Are you a rookie trainer? He asked the opponent for the first time since the battle began. Lang admitted that, when he saw the green ivy snake and the young Tetsuya, he was a little underestimated for a moment. After all, such a young person who came to participate in the conference, the 3 major families are not in the final form, more or less. There are some problems. However, the strength of this green ivy snake far exceeded his imagination. A battle of 10 levels higher. This is not like the 3 Pokémon of an ordinary rookie trainer, but more like the Pokémon captured by powerful trainers. But Tetsuya's face is not like that. He is a little entangled. Well, this year is the first year. Tetsuya admitted it readily. He showed his cards. He is a genius, isn't it? Magic Leaf. Then, taking advantage of the time when the 2 Pokémons recovered at the same time, he decisively commanded the green ivy snake to launch an offensive. Tetsuya said, "You came to talk to me yourself. You can't blame me for distracting yourself." Green ivy snake has long been accustomed to the style of its own trainer, and also followed the command to throw out many leaves flashing with blue and purple light. The magic leaf has an automatic tracking effect and hits the panting sea thorn directly. This time, the sea thorn was silent and fell directly to the ground. His eyes turned into circles, and he lost his ability to fight. At this time, Lang had just woken up from Tetsuya's answer, and seeing this scene, he also shook his head helplessly. As a novice trainer, this is too good at seizing the opportunity. The mercenary wins and becomes the champion. The referee also announced the result directly. Let's go and recover your Pokémon. You just need to come back within 10 minutes, otherwise the arena will automatically become championless. Lang took back the sea thorn dragon and greeted Zaire enthusiastically. Okay. Zaire also took back the green ivy snake and replied with a smile. Although the green ivy snake only consumed some of the physical strength of the skill release, everything must be prepared for the next continuous battle. The 2 walked towards Joey, talking and laughing. Winning or losing a game does not mean anything. The friendship of trainers often starts from a battle. There can't be no losers or winners. If you lose this time, you can win back next time. Hey, you are challenging language. It seems that your strength is okay, but you still need to work hard. Miss Joey looked at the 2 people who came and said with a smile. She had already made up a reasonable plot in her mind. He still needs to work hard. I was defeated miserably. Lang said speechlessly. Of course, he didn't know the conversation between Zaya and Miss Joy when he came. Miss Joy blinked and replied awkwardly, as a trainer, there is no limit to your strength. You have to keep moving forward. ZHE also smiled and did not expose Miss Joy's roundabout way. Then, I'll leave my sea dragon in your hands. Lang scratched his head and did not notice anything wrong with Joy, so he handed her the sea dragon's Pokeball. ZHE also handed over the green Ivy Serpent's Deluxe Ball. Okay, both of you, please wait. Miss Joy's face was serious, but her ears were a little red. She ran into the recovery room with a smirking Jigglypuff. Do you also think it would be better to use Waterfall Climb just now? I only thought of it later. There is no way. There are too many skills in the skill list. I forgot it if I didn't pay attention. The two talked about the battle just now, and ZHE also expressed his incomprehension of Sea Dragon's use of leap. Lang was also helpless. Human reactions always have limits. It's good enough to be able to react in that instant, not to mention choosing the most appropriate skills. ZHE nodded in agreement with Lang's explanation. Even he would sometimes subconsciously choose the wrong skills. The two chatted enthusiastically about the battle just now. Young people are really full of energy. That's great. A kind voice sounded in their ears. President Damaranki. The two looked up and saw a well-known face. They subconsciously stood up and greeted respectfully. They were not surprised, because every year at the Quartz Conference, President Damaranki would wander around the Quartz Plateau and communicate with trainers. It has almost become a well-known thing. It is also because of this that President Damaranki has a very good reputation among the trainer community. Yeah, relax, but this time I really have something to tell you. President Damaranki's eyes turned to Zaya, who was confused. On a typhoon day, an hour of traffic jam became more than 2 hours. I really didn't have time to thank Guyu Kangiying for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Grandma Fushin for the 300 starting coins for the character Pidgeot. Chapter 243 Preparation and Evolution. Tetsuya blinked. Actually, it was supposed to be Tokiwa Jim that contacted you, but that bastard Sakaki ran off somewhere. So I had to go there myself. I really can't stand it. President Damaranki smiled. Tetsuya has always been curious about one thing, that is, whether the top leader of the alliance knows Sakaki's identity. Although Sakaki is deliberately hiding his identity, the man in front of him is the most powerful person in the Pokémon world. It is not realistic to say that he knows nothing. At least, no high-level person would casually call a Gymona a bastard, even if he is a somewhat irresponsible Gymona. This time, the main reason for coming here is that the penultimate stop of the torch relay ceremony of this Quartz conference is set in Tokiwa City. The alliance wants to find a local young trainer who is good enough to be the torch runner for this baton, and you are finally selected. President Damaranki explained his purpose very straightforwardly. Lang on the side widened his eyes. You know, not everyone can be the torch runner of the conference. At least according to Tetsuya's understanding, the scene in the future where Zayazi takes the initiative to become a torch runner is impossible to appear now. The torch is the flame that will continue to burn during the Pokémon League competition. It is a sacred flame that makes a wish to the gods so that the players in Pokémon participating in the Pokémon League competition can fight safely to the end. It has great symbolic significance. If something goes wrong on the way to pass it, it will be very troublesome. Of course, another reason is that this torch is the fire of Moltres, and it is not an ordinary Moltres. It naturally carries the genes of Moltres. Once it is obtained by some people with ulterior motives, it is hard to say what strange consequences will be caused. Any torch runner of the first leg must go through strict screening. And as the torch runner of the second to last station, the meaning is even more different. Because the last stop is the opening ceremony venue located at the Quartz Plateau. What the torch runner of the second to last station has to do is to run all the way from the city to the opening ceremony with one of his elf companions, and then hand the torch to President Damaranki to light it. During this process, it can be said that countless people in the alliance were watching, unlike other runners, where only the people in the two cities concerned about the handover. The word "the center of attention" is the best way to describe this stick. Me. ZHE also pointed at himself in disbelief. How could such a thing happen to him? Damaranki nodded with a smile. This is actually one of his reform trials. The original torch runners were middle-aged men and women with great reputations in the local area. But he believed that young talents were the future of the Alliance, and the torch runners must be younger. Even in his mind, trainers on the roadside can become torch runners and pass on glory under the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Including the current conference competition system, he is not very satisfied. However, the Alliance is not his one-man show, and all changes take time. My honor. ZHE took a deep breath and expressed his intention. Of course, he couldn't refuse. He was not a fool. This was a great thing that could be written in his resume. Even the 4 heavenly kings, not everyone has been a torch runner. Lang stood aside, feeling the sour taste of lemon in his mouth. Okay, someone will go to your room to contact you and explain the relevant matters. I hope it won't affect your preparation for the conference. President Damaranki stroked his long beard and said. Then, I wish you to a remarkable achievement in the conference. He expressed his blessings, then turned and left. As the president, he was very busy. Being able to chat with 2 people for 5 minutes was already a great thing to take out of his busy schedule. Zaya and Lang watched him leave respectfully. TSK Lang smacked his lips aside. He was not sour at all. Hey, it's a small matter. You can do it too. Zaya's face was calm, and he was still humble. In his heart, he was rolling on the bed like to GP before. Fortunately, he brought King Teng Snake to the ring to fight, otherwise he would be notified separately in the training ground. It would be so cool to show off in front of people like this. In response to Zaya's statement, Lang only answered with 2 words, condensing all the emotions he wanted to express. Your Pokémon have all recovered. Sea Dragonite had better not fight again for nearly half an hour. The energy conflict fluctuations in its body need time to recover. At this time, Miss Joy also came out and handed the 2 Pokémon back to the trainer. Okay, thank you Miss Joy. The 2 replied in unison. Then I'll go back first. I have other Pokémon to train. Lang said goodbye to Zay. Okay, good luck. See you in the finals. Zay replied. The 2 of them got along well and just exchanged contact information. Lang was stunned. Okay, see you in the finals. He said so, then turned and left. The finals also depended on luck. Behind Zay, Lang sighed silently. This was not the first time he participated in the tournament. With his strength, it was not a 100% sure thing for him to enter the finals. Then he patted his cheek. He could not be as good as a genius, but at least he had to live up to the Pokémon and his efforts for so long. On the other side, Zay, who also turned around but walked inside, was looking forward to the next opponent of him, and Green Ivy Snake. When he walked to the ring, there was already someone standing in the position where he just stood. After a brief eye contact, the battle began again. Fight, win, heal, and repeat. Time passed little by little, and Zay and Green Ivy Snake kept repeating this process. As for being boring, of course not. Although mentally exhausted, both the man and the Pokémon felt that they had benefited a lot. As the sun was high outside, more and more people gathered around Zay's ring. It's already 12 consecutive wins. This guy is a little too good. Can he fight for a whole day? The trainers around were whispering. No wonder they were so surprised. With Green Ivy Snake's level, even if it can be seen that it is infinitely close to evolution, no trainer would maliciously send a Pokémon of too high a level to fight. It is another story that Zaya took the initiative to challenge language. He did not take the initiative to use high-level Pokémon, but if he was ignorant, overestimated his own ability, and asked for trouble at a low level, that was his own business. Basically, level 40 is the highest level for fighting against Green Ivy Snake by default. At this level, although a battle will only last for 7 or 8 minutes, the energy consumed is very terrifying. Let's not talk about the Pokémon for now. With the recovery of Miss Joy's Jigglypuff, the 10-minute break in the middle is enough, but the trainer can't do that. In the battle, the trainer has to take into account the moves of both sides and think about countermeasures. The use of brain power is comparable to the CPU burning of a computer overload. A normal person needs at least half a data buffer after an elite level 6v6 battle. Zaya's 12 consecutive victories are equivalent to 2 rounds of full member battles. The 10-minute break in each game is okay in the early stage, but it becomes more and more useless later. This is not a roadside battle. Some of the opponents cannot recognize all the Pokémons, not to mention the level of command. The people Tetsuya defeated were all contestants who came to participate in the tournament. Even if there was a difference in level, it would not be exaggerated. The next one can prepare. I'll go and recover my Pokémon. Under the gaze of everyone, Tetsuya commanded Green Ivy Snake to win its 13th consecutive victory. After finishing his words, he took back Green Ivy Snake and walked towards Miss Joy. A burly trainer walked out silently and gestured to the referee that he was Tetsuya's next opponent. The stronger Tetsuya is, the more trainers want to challenge him. This is the spirit of a trainer. A few minutes later, a familiar figure appeared again. Go up gracefully, Green Ivy Snake. Kill them, Strange Power. The battle started. A moment. Strange Power loses its ability to fight. Green Ivy Snake wins. The referee announced mechanically. He didn't rest for much time in the past half day. Really, I thought it was just an easy job. Tetsuya repeated the words just now. The burly man silently withdrew, and another nobleman in a suit gestured to the referee and stood in the position of challenger. 15 consecutive wins, 16 consecutive wins. Tetsuya and Green Ivy Snake were unstoppable, and they won 3 more games in a row, and the winning streak has reached 17. The trainers watching were even more agitated. Tetsuya pressed his temple. After the 17th consecutive win, he did not directly put Green Ivy Snake back into the Pokeball, but picked it up and walked towards Miss Joy. Next, please get ready, thank you. Unconsciously, Tetsuya's words became more and more concise when he left, and his tone became more and more stiff. This is because almost all of his consciousness was focused on commanding, and he had no time to care about these messy things. Are you tired? On the way to recover, Tetsuya looked at Green Ivy Snake in his arms and asked. The little guy's eyes were also tired. The recovery of Jigglypuff is amazing, and mental power is also within the scope of recovery, but mental power recovery does not mean that there are no other problems. Even if it has been winning streak, the blind fighting makes Green Ivy Snake feel unusually heavy psychological pressure. Tap. However, facing the trainer's question, the Green Ivy Snake shook its head stubbornly and stretched out 2 vine whips, imitating Tetsuya's way to help him press his temples, indicating that he was the one who was tired. Ha. Tetsuya laughed and did not refuse the Green Ivy Snake's action. Please. Miss Joy also saw the extremely familiar face and the elf in his arms again. She sighed silently, but she didn't say much, and walked into the treatment room with Channel and Green Ivy Snake. As Pokémon nurses, their duties are like this, and doing a good job of all logistical support is their greatest contribution. Take care of yourself. When she returned the Green Ivy Snake to Tetsuya again, she couldn't help but say it again. There were too many times she couldn't remember, and she didn't care at first, but this should be nearly 20 times. Lucky Channel was on the side and nodded seriously. If the Green Ivy Snake's injuries were not serious so many times, it would have been ready to teach Tetsuya a lesson. But after many times of accumulation, it is indeed as Joey said, I have to take care of my body. The man and the Pokémon nodded synchronously with great proficiency, which was considered as an agreement. As for whether it would work, no one knows. On the way back, tap. The Green Ivy Snake, which has recovered a lot, raised the vine whip high to declare its victory. At the same time, there was a trace of desire in its eyes. It was almost time, and it felt that its body was about to break. It was not a real break, but a reorganization at the level of life. The last game, there is still time. Zaya, who was holding the Green Ivy Snake, looked at the panel of the Green Ivy Snake displayed by Zero, and was also thinking. He silently made up his mind that he could not be impatient. The more impatient, the worse it would be. In the challenge position of the ring, a female trainer was ready. Zaya took the Green Ivy Snake to the command platform. Then, the match between the mercenaries and King will start now. The referee gave an order. Cut it, Scyther. Go up gracefully, Green Ivy Snake. The two sent out their Pokémon in an instant. Tetsuya looked at Scyther. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how Blaziken's cheap teacher was doing now. he would go and see him after the tournament was over. Bug-san. The female trainer named King immediately noticed that Tetsua's attention was not focused and immediately launched an attack. Tetsua's sight immediately returned to the field. The long battle had indeed caused his mind to be a little distracted just now. At this time, Scyther had spread its wings behind it, shaking wildly, and the piercing and sharp sound waves were transmitted in all directions. The high-powered Bug-san was very harmful to the grass-type green ivy snake. Shadow clone. In a hurry, Tetsuya shouted a useless move. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Green ivy snake used the shadow clone smoothly, but without exception, it was directly destroyed by the range attack of the sound wave. The main body also frowned in pain. Approach it, cross scissors. King commanded Scyther to pursue the victory. A battle is not a place to talk about friendship. Come on, make a grass knot. Tetsuya called on the green ivy snake to fight back. Scyther's weight was nearly 60 kilograms, which was not too heavy, but for the skill of making a grass knot that changes with the opponent's weight, it was enough to exert the fourth gear of 80 power. Although the damage was not great, it was still possible to stop it. Tap. The green ivy snake struggled to open one of its tightly closed eyes. With a wave of its little hand, a green grass knot appeared on the path of Scyther's advance. Go over. But because of its poor condition, the green ivy snake's speed of using the grass knot skill was too slow, and Scyther itself was a spirit known for its flexibility. Scyther's three toes with sharp claws touched the ground slightly, and with the flapping of its wings, it dodged the grass knot like a ghost, and came in front of the green ivy snake. Its two sickles crossed and slashed fiercely on the body of the green ivy snake. Sizzle, the sound of the sharp sickles rubbing against the flesh was heard. Tap. The whole Pokémon green snake flew backwards, letting out a cry of pain. After being hit by 2 consecutive high-powered bug-type skills, its physical strength has reached its limit. Spearmint, chase it with lightning speed and slash it continuously. King gave the final order. Spearmint kicked its feet and was about to take off, but stopped. On green snake's body, a white light representing evolution gradually emerged. Regardless of the rules of formal battles or the moral codes of Pokémon and trainers, it cannot and should not take action during evolution. There will be a fight tomorrow night, around 7 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Proud Snort. While Tetsuya blamed himself, his ugly expression also eased a lot. The small body of the green ivy snake continued to grow and lengthen in the white light. After a while, the upright part of the body alone was almost as tall as Scyther. Indistinctly, the red eyes were staring at Scyther through the white light. Scyther silently raised its sickle, ready for the real battle. Taka, with a crisp cry, the white light dissipated into nothingness. In front of Tetsuya and a group of trainers, a Pokémon with a long snake-like light green body, the Monarch. As mentioned before, the evolved Monarch lost its hind limbs, and its forelimbs degenerated into leaves, and 3 dark green leaves grew near the end of its tail. The extra yellow pattern on the body is like the noble lines of the royal family. The half-body bowtie structure that existed in the green ivy snake period has become 2 longer leaf vines that are rolled up, just like the collar and cuffs of a suit. The evolutionary chain of Pokémon actually fits the evolution of animals in Tetsuya's previous life. The line of the monarch snake is similar to the evolutionary lore of the squamata in the previous life. That is, the limbless snakes and caecilians evolved from the limbed lizards. Looking at the noble monarch snake raising its head, Tetsuya's eyes were dazed. Today's column on the trivia of the monarch snake ends here. Thank you all for watching. Then, what about the summary of the monarch snake? Let me think about it. I got it. The noble monarch snake snorted arrogantly. Calm and calm, this Pokémon Chuanliu is probably the best description of the monarch snake. In his mind, the summary of Professor Oak's Pokémon lecture kept echoing. But now is not the time for him to sigh. Evolution has a very limited recovery of physical strength. After being hurt by 2 powerful insect skills in succession, the monarch snake is still in a very bad state. Tetsuya's mind keeps turning. The previous King Tang snake, or the current monarch snake, are all pure grass type Pokémons, and they are definitely at a disadvantage against the bug plus flying types either. Whether in terms of attributes, or in terms of the mastery of skills, the former can be said to have no means to deal with the latter. Not to mention that, because of his mistakes, Monarch Snake's performance was greatly restricted. Chew Monarch Snake, with its back to Tetsuya, called out again, and the slightly arrogant voice made him relax. Then, don't hesitate to go up, glare. Tetsuya smiled and issued the first command of Monarch Snake after evolution. It is impossible to admit defeat. Although the character of his Monarch Snake is not so arrogant that it is outrageous if he admits defeat just because of excessive physical consumption, at least he will be angry when he returns. This is the nature of this type of Pokémon that cannot be changed, and there is no need to change it. Shadow Clone. King changed his idea of pursuing the victory. Although the physical strength is almost the same as before the evolution, the change in body size is too great. The 1.6 meter tall Scyther is a huge monster to the 0.9 meter tall green vine snake. But once it evolves, the average length of the Monarch Snake is 3.3 meters, and the Scyther is not much different from an adult looking at a child. Not to mention Tetsuya's Monarch Snake, you can tell at a glance that it is definitely more than 3.3 meters. The Monarch Snake's red eyes that had been staring at the Scyther suddenly widened, emitting a terrifying light. As a fearless Zerg warrior, the Scyther naturally could not retreat at all, and had been confronting the Monarch Snake in momentum. But it was precisely because of this that it was disturbed by the Monarch Snake's glare skill at the first time. Although it was fearless, it also subconsciously took a half step back, and failed to use the Shadow Clone smoothly. Titan. Just like this half step back, followed by two vines extending from the side of the Monarch Snake. One circle, two circles. 3 circles. The layers of vines seemed to wrap around the entire body of the Scyther in an instant, and then tightened. Scyther let out a painful cry. Although it was used by relying on the vine whip, the binding was a real general physical skill. The attributes of Scyther had no effect on it. Tetsuya also showed a satisfied smile. After evolving into Monarch, the speed, accuracy, length, strength, and even the strength of its vine whip were greatly improved. This is the inevitable result of evolving to the so-called perfect state. Otherwise, there would not be so many trainers pursuing the evolution of Pokémon. There are almost no Pokémon that can defeat the final form with a non-final form. The final form often means an all-round leading suppression, which is not so easy to overcome. Just use the force of nature on it. Looking at the struggling Scyther, Tetsuya commanded. The force of nature is a skill that changes according to the different places where it is used. In the current venue, it is likely to be a random one of the rock type Rockfall and Power Gem. Although it is an indoor venue in a building, it is surrounded by rocks, so it will not be a general skill such as triple attack or high speed star. Steel Wing, tear the vines apart. King was also very clear about this, and hurriedly commanded Scyther to break free from the restraints of the Monarch Snake. Whether it was a Rockfall or a Power Gem, even without the same attribute bonus, the 4x restraint hitting Scyther could still cause extremely exaggerated damage to it, which is not good at defense. Buzz, the sound of the wings vibrating at high speed came. The green body and vines were mixed, and the white light emitted from the back of Scyther could be clearly seen from the gap. Hiss, a toothache-inducing friction sound was heard. But what shocked King and Scyther was that only a small part of the vines broke apart, and the rest were just a little cracked. But this little bit was of no use at all. The Monarch Snake, which was still accumulating power, was slightly distracted and controlled, and immediately the vines filled the gap. ZHE also smiled casually. Before the evolution, the vine whip of the green vine snake could actually resist the slash of Scyther, but there was no chance, not to mention, after it evolved into the Monarch Snake. Even with the steel wings skill, the blade-like wings of Scyther are sharper than the double armsicles, but it is not so easy to destroy the vines of the Monarch Snake when the power is limited. In fact, the most suitable skill for Scyther to get rid of it at this time should be Sword Dance. Even if it is just a preparatory action, the rotating Sword Dance can effectively destroy the center of gravity of the Monarch Snake while driving the body and vines. If the Monarch Snake does not want to be forced to stop using the power of nature, it must release it. In this way, King's goal is achieved. Judging from the flexibility and speed of Scythe, it can effectively avoid a lot of damage. But unfortunately, the skill of sword dance is very difficult to master, and King Scythe has not been able to master it yet. A medium-sized stone, that is not too big for the monarch snake, gradually condenses in front of its body. It is a rock collapse instead of a power gem, but it is not bad for the standard power of 5 points. Because of the lack of proficiency, the monarch snake's release speed is relatively slow. At this time, Scythe is still struggling on the other side. Chio the monarch snake snorted proudly, and the fully formed stone rushed towards Scyther in the next second. The Zerg warrior was still working hard, flapping his wings again and again. As long as he could break free, with his speed, he could still avoid some damage. The stone was getting closer and closer to Scyther. When compared with the size of Scyther, he was shocked to find that the stone was half the size of its body, which was definitely not small. Come on, Scyther. King's face was slightly pale. The size of the rock and the sound of breaking through the air while flying in the air undoubtedly announced the result. That Scyther was it. TTTT Scyther shouted hard, and the green face turned a little red. Well, it's strange. Red and green should be yellow, but Scyther's result is still red. Seeing this, ZHE couldn't help but think about it again. But it didn't seem strange. Every Pokémon could have a red face, no matter what color their bodies were, even the fiery red fire Pokémon. Boom, the loud noise of the rock hitting Scyther's body quickly brought him back to reality. On the field, the monarch snake, which had used vines to fix Scyther and let it bear all the damage, couldn't help but slide forward a little due to the impact of the rock hitting it. Scyther was still panting hard. ZHE also raised his eyebrows. Amazing. It took all the damage head on and didn't fall down. Monarch Snake's cold eyes couldn't help but show recognition, but the vine whip suddenly exerted force, as if it had sunk into Scyther's shell. Kalalara sound like breaking came, and Scyther's face was full of pain. King gritted his teeth, but there was no better way. This is how battles are. A mistake caught by the opponent will bring many subsequent problems. Resurrection. Feeling his Scythe's condition getting worse, King decided to give it one last try. TT. It's just that the flying type Pokémon's ability in this skill is particularly outstanding and memorable. Tetsua's Blaziken is actually very good at this move, but it doesn't need to be used most of the time. Fire type and fighting type skills are enough. The agility of the evolved Serpentine is no less than that of Scyther, which is the best in this regard, so the effect of Swallow Return will naturally not be bad. Serpentine heard Tetsua's order, and the vines were like its little hands in the past, nimbly withdrawn from Scyther's body and retracted back to its body. Then, with the strength of Scyther, it slid forward quickly on the rocky ground. As for Scyther, due to the continuous force and Serpentine's sudden retraction of the vines, its body staggered involuntarily. Although it quickly stood firm, Serpentine had already arrived in front of it at this distance. Scyther's eyes and sickle arm flashed a cold light at the same time, just in time. Judging from the current physical strength of the two Pokémon, it was just a matter of one skill from each other. It shouted in a deep voice, and the two sickles on the left and right chopped diagonally and vertically, as if blocking all the directions of the monarch snake's movement. The monarch snake's red eyes reflected the figure of Scyther, full of calmness. With a twist of its body, it came to the back of Scyther with a white light in a strange posture that no one could understand. At this time, Scyther's old strength had gone, and new strength had not yet been generated, and its body had completely lost its balance. This is an inevitable point of the resurrection skill. When this skill is used when exhausted, the subsequent movements cannot be controlled, even if the divine beast comes. Its original purpose is to survive in a desperate situation, and holding back strength is the greatest disrespect for this skill. Of course, there is also a high probability that it will be like the current Scyther. The monarch snake with a white light hit it hard without hesitation. Scyther's whole body fell forward and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Survive in a desperate situation. The premise of survival is that you must not die first. Well, it seems to be a nonsense. Serpent raised his neck proudly, panting, his eyes full of confidence. Scyther has lost his ability to fight. Serpent wins. The referee announced the result numbly. He was not surprised at all that he evolved in the middle of a battle and then turned the tables. He was surprised. The opportunity to relax was gone again, he lamented in his heart. Tetsua's fighting frequency alone was comparable to the rotation of 3 or 4 people in other arenas. However, the next moment Tetsua's words made him smile a little. Well, the champion will be directly taken by the next trainer. Sorry, Serpent and I both need to rest. Tetsuya smiled at the dozen trainers around him. Congratulations, Serpent is very powerful. Congratulations, congratulations, we will have a chance to fight next time. The trainers also expressed their goodwill to Tetsuya. Although it was a pity that they didn't fight, they couldn't force it, and it wasn't just this one chance. Tetsuya responded with a smile and walked towards Miss Joy with Serpent. The little guy finally evolved, so naturally he didn't want to enter the Pokeball so easily and wanted to show off outside. Looking at the wounds all over its body, ZHE could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, it's not a big deal. A man and an elf strolled in the passage, and the midday sun slowly fell. The monarch snake squinted comfortably. Chapter 245 Fleeting. Looking at the white light gradually emerging from his lovely body, ZHE was also stunned. This is photosynthesis? He was very sure that, although it was just a simple glance, the skill panel given by Zero after evolution showed that the King Serpent had not just mastered this skill. Otherwise, he would definitely not have ignored it just now. Moreover, for the King Serpent, this skill is not very easy to master. He was a little surprised to learn it suddenly. Although the racial advantage allows the King Serpent to enhance the energy of the sun in the body, it is still a bit troublesome for the King Serpent to convert the energy of the sun into healing energy. Unlike Venusaur, Coconut Tree, Geranium and other Pokémon who are naturally easy to master photosynthesis skills, the plant characteristics on the body are abnormally obvious and can easily convert energy. The King Serpent, which does not have too many body organs to help, is somewhat inferior in using and understanding photosynthesis. This kind of understanding, while walking and basking in the sun, is really hard to say. Of course, this is a good thing. Watching the scars on the King Serpent gradually disappear, ZHE touched its head lovingly. The eyes of the King Serpent narrowed, and the head rubbed, completely losing its usual arrogant appearance. Only when it was alone, the King Serpent would show a completely different side in front of its trainer. Soon, the man and the Pokémon came to Miss Joy. It evolved. Congratulations. Looking at Tetsuya and the King Serpent in front of her, Miss Joy also said with a smile. Lucky Jigglypuff also clapped his hands beside him. Then Miss Joy, please restore and check it. Tetsuya handed the empty King Serpent's luxury ball to Miss Joy. King Serpent consciously raised its tail, clicked on the switch of the luxury ball, and turned into a red light to enter the interior. It seems that you have a very good relationship with it. Miss Joy kept nodding. You know, for a Pokémon like King Serpent with a proud temperament, entering the Pokéball is not something that they are not happy about. Not to mention such an active and obedient one. Miss Joy didn't know how many naughty or arrogant Pokémons refuse to enter the Pokéball. Please wait a moment, it will take a while this time. Lucky following the words of Miss Joy and Chandler, Tetsuya walked to the side and sat down. The familiar light blue panel unfolded. Monarch Snake. Category, Royal Pokémon Attribute, Grass Height, Body Length 4 meters, averages 3.3 meters, Weight 75 kilograms, averages 63 kilograms, Characteristics, Lush, omitted, Skills, omitted, Leaf Blade, Ultimate Absorption, Bluff, Dragon Tail, Iron Tail, Self-Motivation, Light Wall, Photosynthesis. Level 39, Elite. Potential, Quasi-Champion Cultivation Plan. 1. Sliding Movement Practice. The special venue layout, structure and route are as shown below. The target completion time is within 5 minutes. The recommended simple meal recipes and massage techniques are as follows. 50 g of Thorn Lotus Honey plus 20 g of Strange Mint mixed with a solanum fruit, 1 finger between the second to last and the third to last leaves of the tail. 2. Strengthen the cultivation of vine whips. At present, the comprehensive strength of the Monarch Snake vine whip is about 1.62 times that of its wild counterparts. The goal is to double it and maintain it for a long time. The recommended simple meal recipes are as follows. 3. Tail muscle strengthening. Combined with Plan 1, it is detected that the monarch snake contains a certain amount of dragon energy. Using flexible tail attacks can be used as an emergency plan when being approached. The recommended training plan is as follows. Daily slapping training is increased from the original 40 minutes by 20 minutes to 1 hour, and the target strike object is changed to the recommended recipe. 4. Momentum cultivation, daily meditation and maintenance. The specific visualization content is as follows. 5. Collection and strengthening of solar energy. 6. There was a long list of breeding plans, but ZHE didn't look at them carefully, because to put it bluntly, this was the plan he had designated before. But it was not just the monarch snake that was like this. For every Pokémon that evolved to its final form, after he had carefully planned it, the training and breeding plans were very cumbersome. It was just that when he was traveling before, sometimes he would sort it out after the evolution, unlike the monarch snake, which already had a complete set of ideas and only needed to make slight changes based on actual data. Zaire smiled at the corners of his mouth. Royal Pokémon. This classification is really suitable for Pokémon like monarch snake. At this time, he was still thinking about the description of monarch snake by Professor Oak. The word arrogant completely describes monarch snake itself. In terms of body size, it was a bit beyond Zaire's expectations. Because in the period of Vine Snake and Green Vine Snake, Monarch Snake never showed that it was so much ahead of its peers. Weight is not a big deal. Eating so much is not in vain, and it is impossible to only increase energy without growing the body. Besides, the weight of Pokémon has always been a mystery, and the meaning of this weight is still debatable. But 4 meters is actually a very exaggerated number. If we only look at the height of the upright part in the normal state, it is actually only about 40% of the body length, which is about 1.6 meters, which is only up to Tetsua's shoulders. But if the whole snake is extended, and the tail is upright on the ground, the height is basically a little higher than most first floor buildings. Tetsuya quickly shook his head, and threw away the strange picture. The battle lasted too long, and he was a little dazed. As for the skills, the 3 expected ones were Leaf Blade, Ultimate Absorption, and Bluff. I have already talked about photosynthesis. Among the rest, Dragon Tail was the first to catch Tetsuya's attention. As for Iron Tail, it might be a gift when he learned Dragon Tail, and it is not worth mentioning. There is more or less some connection between snakes and dragons, so it is reasonable to learn Dragon Tail. However, being able to learn Dragon Tail means that there is still the possibility of mastering the 2 moves of Dragon Wave and Reverse Scale. Tetsuya thinks he can explore this direction a little later. It is not his character to leave 2 powerful moves unlearned. It's just that the requirement of the Reverse Scale for Dragon Energy may be a bit high. I'll find time to make up for it. Zay touched his chin and thought, feeling that it was another big expense. Nothing related to dragons is cheap. Self-motivation and Light Wall are 2 skills with great strategic significance. One is a buff type that improves physical and energy attacks, and the other is a defense type for energy. Combined with various other skills, the next practice is still necessary. Zay tapped his fingers on the armrest of the seat, and constantly combined the plan given by Zero in his mind, to change the future training plan of the monarch snake. To put it bluntly, Zero is just a panel machine that can only list all the possibilities, but if it blindly follows the steps, it is estimated that the monarch snake is more likely to collapse. 48 hours a day is not enough for it to train and recover. Monarch snake has recovered. Time passed unknowingly, and Miss Joy's call reached Zay's ears. He subconsciously stood up, walked to Miss Joy, took his luxury ball to thank her, and then turned and left. The whole set of actions was done in one go. Miss Joy smiled helplessly. She was probably thinking about training again. Trainers, really? She sighed with emotion, and Jigglypuff beside her also laughed with her. The child is very healthy, but training should still be moderate. Miss Joy shouted out the last parting words of the day to Zaire. Zaire nodded, and I don't know if he heard it. Back to the rented private training ground, the 5 Pokémon were still sweating hard. Zaire came back to his senses. It was also thanks to the fact that there were not many people on this road, plus his subconscious evasive ability from practicing fighting. Otherwise it would not be good to bump into people. Okay, everyone take a break and prepare for dinner. Zaire released the monarch snake, took out various tabla and food materials from the backpack on the side, and started to work. The 5 little ones looked at the noble and cold monarch snake, which looked a little familiar, as if it was evolved from the green ivy snake. They thought that they had only been out for a morning, and the progress was a little too fast. The monarch snake raised its head proudly, just like the male lead, or the second female lead in the old idol drama in the previous life who only looked at people with their noses. Pokjigu didn't care about that. It floated to the head of the monarch snake, and came to its back to meet its gaze. Reaching out its little hand, Pokjigu curiously pulled the yellow and green leaves on the monarch snake's body. Chew. The monarch snake was angry, and stretched out its vine whip to trap Pokjigu tightly, and tickle it to teach it a lesson. Pokjigu giggled, dodging left and right, using the power of wind or air, to evade the monarch snake flexibly in the air. Rang sheep curiously came to the monarch snake's tail, looked at the long tail, and then looked at the small ball behind it, and it fell into deep thought. Bidao Ziremo Dangoro. The other 3 seniors also offered their blessings. The monarch snake excitedly began to share its experience this morning. 18 consecutive victories. It must brag about it, right? Tetsuya looked at the noisy Pokémons and smiled. But soon, his headache-inducing words echoed in the training ground. Hey, Pokémon, don't eat secretly. No snacks before meals. Chew what? You want to fight too? Let's go after you evolve into Dragonite, okay? Dangoro. Pidgeot, you are so old and still picky about food. Eat it for me. You can't refuse it, just because you don't like spicy food. Oh my god. The most important thing is that the other Pokémons who were not preached were also secretly stirring up anger. Tetsuya felt that compared to that, the command of the 18 battles in the morning was not tiring at all. After eating noisily for an hour, the training ground was once again filled with various sounds of hitting, the Pokémons shouting, and Tetsuya's reminders. Time passed by minute. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all the Pokémons were lying in the room, including the grown-up monarch serpent, which could no longer lie on the bed, and had to curl up on the sofa. For this, Tetsuya comforted it for a long time. He lay down on the bed, exhausted, and closed his eyes. The first day in the athlete's village passed in a flash. I don't know what life will be like in the future. This was originally scheduled for 7 o'clock. Chapter 246. 3 weeks later and Yizang defeated by the divine beast. Squeak, the sound of a can of soda being opened was heard, and Tetsuya took a sip and made a satisfied sound. His face was full of fatigue. As expected, one should not have any inexplicable expectations for training. It was nothing but tiredness. Not only the Pokémons were tired, but the trainers who participated in the whole process were not much better. This was simply a double torture of the body and mind. Although it was not the first time for such training, and it was not to say that he was not happy, it did not affect Tetsuya and the Pokémons from complaining at all. However, in the next few days, he could relax, because he had to go to Viridian City to start preparing for the torch relay. He also had to relax, otherwise it would not be good for participating in the tournament battles later if he kept his nerves tense. Pokémons also pay attention to the degree of relaxation. Today is February 4th, and it is exactly 3 weeks since Tetsuya arrived at the contestant village. 3 days later, the official registration for the Quartz Conference will be opened. 6 days later, along with the opening ceremony, the preliminaries will also begin, also known as the selection meeting, or the screening qualification competition. Unlike the league conferences in some places, such as Johto, that held selection meetings before the torch was lit, eliminated too many contestants, and then held the opening ceremony, the Kanto League held competitions after the opening ceremony. The Quartz Conference is also the only Pokémon League conference that allows contestants to participate in multiple ways. In addition to collecting 8 gym badges, trainers can also participate by graduating from the Pokémon Research School. Well, we have to add the method of passing the Pokémon League certification exam that was just announced at the end of last year. Starting from the next session, you can also participate in the conference with qualified scores, but forget about it this time. Because it will take about 2 months to prepare for various matters, it will be completed just when this conference is almost over. Yeah, okay, thank you. Tetsuya was communicating with the staff of the league. When he returns to Quartz Plateau from Viridian City this time, it will be the time for the opening ceremony. The official registration time has passed, and he can't be unable to confirm his identity to participate. However, his mission as the Torch Runner was officially appointed after all, so it was naturally no problem to solve this small matter. Tetsuya briefly talked to the staff, and someone helped him complete the identity confirmation in advance, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to participate in the competition. He thought about it and called Yizo again. The two chatted briefly, and Yizo said that he was only one badge away, and he would go to Tokiwa City to challenge the Tokiwa gym in the next few days. Anyway, according to the rules of the Alliance, each official gym must be open in the half-month before the start of the competition, and the gym owner must not leave or close the gym at will, otherwise there will be corresponding penalties. Although there is no coercive power, the gyms will still give this face to the Alliance and will not close the gym and refuse challenges for no reason like usual. When the time comes, you have to treat me to a meal as the host. You promised me the glass bead last time. Yizo said to Tetsuya on the other end of the phone. He was still obsessed with the evolution keystone. Tetsuya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll treat you. All you can eat. He was very generous, completely ignoring the fact that after 3 weeks of extreme training, his bank balance was falling because he only spent money but didn't make any money. Anyway, the job of the Torch Runner is also lucrative, and it is not bad. A full 5 million. Probably among all the candidates, only Zay is interested in this money, and the rest of the Torch Runners are all rich people. Well, the all-you-can-eat at Fatty Uncle's tastes very good. If there is no big eating Pokémon like Snorlax, it will cost 3,000 Alliance coins per person, and 10,000 Alliance coins per Pokémon. Zay was calculating in his heart. Why are Pokémon so expensive? It's because they eat so much. Even for ordinary Pokémon, eating food that has no energy supply and weighs 3 or 4 times their body weight is not stressful at all, and there is no benefit. It just satisfies the appetite. If the price is not expensive, it is not a big deal to lose money, but to go bankrupt. Yizang hung up the phone contentedly. He didn't know what Zay was thinking, and was waiting for Zay to treat him happily. Of course, this price is not low. The price of a normal person's meal is only 700 to 800 Alliance coins at most. Before Tetsuya set out, when he relied on the Viridian Forest to make a living, he dared to take the Pidgeot there once a month. I just don't know if Yizo will be satisfied. But what if he is not satisfied? Tetsuya said that he can't beat himself, so he can do whatever he wants. He returned to the training ground. Papa. He clapped his hands at the door. The 6 elves who were training looked at him at the same time, and then turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was very early. It was not time for dinner yet. What's going on? Today's afternoon training ends here. Tetsuya paused. Oh no, to be precise, the special training has come to an end. In the next week or so, we will probably rest and just do condition training every day, he explained to the 6 pairs of incredulous eyes. Kai the monarch snake, who was training the absorption and conversion of solar energy, was distracted for a moment and got burned without paying attention. Not only it, Pidgeot and Pokémon tilted their heads to look at Tetsuya and listen to him during the ascent, and they directly hit the ceiling, fell straight to the ground, and hit the motionless Blaziken. Then the 3 Pokémon were given an electric shock by the excited fluffy sheep. The whole training ground was in chaos in an instant. Tetsuya's mouth twitched slightly. Was it necessary? It was too exaggerated. He turned his eyes to the giant rock monster. Sure enough, it was still reassuring. It didn't show any expression and was quite calm. If we ignore the ground vibration caused by it, which caused the other Pokémon to lose their balance, the Pokémons quickly calmed down. After all, Tetsuya had already told them what stopping training meant, which meant that the time to test their efforts was coming soon. The desire to fight was ignited in their eyes. Tetsuya looked around, looked at their status, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This is the kind of momentum he wanted. Come on, come on. Everyone helped to dismantle these arrangements. Soon, 1 person and 6 Pokémons were busy again. After returning to Viridian City, the training ground was naturally no longer in use. Tetsuya had already agreed with the Alliance to return the lease, but the venue specially arranged for each Pokémon could not be left. This was all Tetsuya's hard work. Although others would not know what it was used for, if they saw it, it still had to be kept secret. After another hour, the training ground returned to its original state. There was no difference, except that it was covered with dust and traces. Tetsuya looked at the time and the information on his watch, hurriedly collected the Pokémons, and ran to the entrance of the player's village. A small bus with a red and white Pokéball with the Alliance logo was parked on the side of the road there. The Alliance staff next to it waved at Tetsuya in uniform. The trainers passing by were all curious and looked at them. The dense crowd focused their eyes on one point, which made people feel quite pressured. Tetsuya couldn't help but secretly complain to himself, this is a bit too high profile. You know, it's not like when he first came to the player's village. The entire player's village was almost empty. At this moment, the player's village has gathered at least 7,000 to 8,000 trainers. At the entrance, where there was a lot of people, after the staff's operation, there were at least hundreds of people looking at him. Tetsuya ran over without changing his expression. It was a bit high profile, but it was nothing. In the subsequent quartz conference, not to mention the main arena after the top 64, even the sub-arena of the main competition, the number of people watching each game was at least tens of thousands, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. If the gazes of these hundreds of people could move him, how could he play the game? Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Tetsuya came to the front of the bus and said to the staff apologetically. Of course, the staff could not say to him, no, it's still early. After saying that, he also took Tetsuya to the small bus. As soon as he sat down, the driver suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the whole car turned 360 degrees and sped towards the direction of Tokiwa City. As the bus drove, Tetsuya's face was a little strange, not uncomfortable, but a little admiring. Let's put it this way. Tetsuya had only seen the driving style of this bus driver in a video in his previous life. He was a Mountain City driver. There were 3 more people on the bus. They were Tetsuya's styling team, provided by the Alliance. After all, they represented the face of the Alliance. During the final torch relay, almost everyone was watching. Not only were there members of the Kanto Alliance, but there were also many members of other nearby alliances. If Tetsuya were to dress up by himself, it would probably not work. As for the other various personnel, that was the responsibility of Tokiwa. To be honest, when Tetsuya heard the news, his first reaction was not to take this system for granted, but to run away. As for the reason, it was naturally because he knew too much. The 5 people were communicating with each other, mainly the other 4 who were unilaterally popularizing various procedures and things to do to Tetsuya. The bumpy ride did not affect their conversation at all. Fortunately, only the first 2 hours of the journey were mountain roads, and the last hour and a half of the journey was infinitely close to the plains. With the ability of the driver, it was naturally very stable. A group of people hurried, and finally arrived at the reception and rest area prepared for them in Viridian City at 7 o'clock in the evening. After enjoying the feast prepared by the logistics staff, a group of people started to prepare non-stop. Zaya, who numbly let them operate, only understood one thing, that is, what he had to do was to follow the broadcasting car and floats that would lead the way, holding the torch stick in his hand, and one of his Pokémons followed him. That was quite simple, Zaya thought optimistically, but running for 2 days in a row and occasionally taking a break in the middle was really tiring. If it weren't for his good physical fitness, he probably wouldn't have the strength to participate in the preliminaries of the conference after running this distance. So, which Pokémon are you going to choose to follow you to pass the torch? Is it the leaf Pokémon you found? The staff asked Zaya. To participate in the conference, you need to register Pokémons, at least 6, with no upper limit, even if some trainers will only experience 3v3 or 1v1 battles at most. If you use Pokémons that are not registered without permission, you will be directly disqualified from the competition, and the game that violated the rules will be regarded as a surrender. Even before each game, the league has to reconfirm whether this is your Pokémon and has not been replaced. After all, although there is a binding relationship between Pokémon and Pokéballs, and the bond cannot be faked, it is really difficult to dispel the shameless behavior of some people who temporarily borrow other people's Pokémon to compete without repeated confirmation. It is a bit too late to confirm it when they go on the field. The audience at the scene, and in front of the TV, do not want to see the trainer commanding the Pokémons without tacit understanding to fight. You can't call an emergency stop, which is even more ugly. Of course, the information to be registered is very simple. You just need to put the Pokémon in the Pokéball and give it to Joey. The Poké Center also uses this technology. Otherwise, with so many people treating in the city, it is impossible to accurately confirm which shorts boy belongs to dozens of green caterpillars. It's just that the workload of the Joey family is slightly larger in a short period of time, especially during the preliminaries. The other trainers searched on the official website of the league and saw your competition information, but only your name and the type of Pokémon registered. The league still keeps confidentiality very well in this regard. As for more detailed information about strength, you can only collect it yourself through various channels. This is a skill that a trainer should have, and it has also spawned many information dealers. Tetsuya registered 8. In addition to the 6 on his body, there are also Tyrannosaurus and Leafeon, both of which are elite level. Judging from the strength alone, Tyrannosaurus is still above Pokémon and Sheep at this time, and Leafeon is also comparable to these two. But who makes the situation different? After all, they are close and distant. Even if these two are slightly stronger, Tetsuya will still choose Pokémon and Sheep. Besides, these two will soon become stronger. The staff is responsible for helping Tetsuya register, so they naturally know which Pokémon Tetsuya has. While lamenting that he is a little different from other trainers, they also secretly think that Leafeon is a very good choice. This can well demonstrate the strength of the Kanto Alliance. This is a new Pokémon discovered by their members, and it also provides more ideas for the evolution of EV. Blazer. Tetsuya gave another natural answer, as he thought Tyranitar and Leaf were not in his plan at all, and he registered them, just to be on the safe side. Among the other Pokémon, the only one suitable for long-term running was Blaziken, which was extremely outstanding in this aspect. Pidgeot was the big brother, but unfortunately it was a flying Pokémon, so it was naturally passed. It jumped on the ground from Viridian City to the Quartz Arena. ZHE also suspected that even a strong one, like it, would wear out its claws. The reason why the giant was slow was similar. The two short legs of Pokémon and Shiny Fluffy were not much better. Serpentine was not bad, but ZHE had asked it in advance. Serpentine, who always liked to show off, was not interested in passing on the Holy Flame. After all, the grass type could not get excited about the fire type. The staff nodded without changing their expression. It was not bad. It was the second most suitable Pokémon, and Blaziken was stronger. If there was a fool who didn't know how to cause trouble, it would better show the style of the young trainers of the Kanto League. And it was the big three, although it was not from Kanto. There is no way. There are not many Pokémon suitable for long distance running in Kanto. There are only 3 Pokémons, such as Dodo, Arcanine, and Pyro. However, Arcanine is unrealistic. There are only 2 Pokémons in reality. The 3 starters are nowhere to be found. Charizard can fly, but you are overthinking it. Its big wings and flying attributes are not for show. The group continued to discuss. ZHE was also listening in a daze. The next morning and afternoon were spent in the same way. His only thought was that the chef's cooking skills were quite good and sweeted his taste. In the evening, he took time out of his busy schedule to have a meal with Yizo, who came to Tokiwa City. Of course, Yizo was disdainful of his statement, and at the same time, he strongly protested against him inviting him to eat at the fat uncle's all-you-can-eat. Eat if you like, forget it if you don't. ZHE replied to him in the same way, and stuffed a mouthful of meat. Yizo had to turn his grief and anger into appetite, and started eating crazily. ZHE did not remind him to take care of his body. Anyway, it was not his fault. Just when they were seeing them off, Tetsuya, who was always familiar with the fat uncle, looked at him with a strange expression. The two walked on the road of Tokiwa City under the moonlight. Coincidentally, the guest house and the hotel where Yizo stayed were in the same direction. So you are planning to challenge the Tokiwa gym tomorrow? Tetsuya repeated meaninglessly what Yizo had just said. Yizo nodded. He still took it very seriously. It was just a joke to say that he would challenge on the 9th and sign up on the 10th. Although it was not too early now. I wish you failure. Tetsuya gave his blessing, but in return he received 2 greeting gestures from his friends. Chatting all the way, the two left separately at an intersection. Another night passed. On the 3rd day, after arriving in Tokiwa City, that is, on the afternoon of February 6th, Tetsuya received a message from Yizo full of grief and anger. "Asshole, you are the one who congratulated me for failing the challenge, right? Sooner or later." I didn't watch the rest, because Tetsuya gloated and called him backhand to mock him. With such strength, he still failed in the gym challenge. Young people are not good enough. However, the news from Yizang made Tetsuya, who was hiding in the toilet, look a little solemn. According to Yizang, the reason for his failure was that he was suddenly arranged to fight against the Jimona Sakaki because the other party just captured a new Pokémon and was ready to test his strength. He had no objection, because fighting against the Jimona was not for the purpose of winning, and with the experience of a king level trainer, running in the newly captured Pokémon, and fighting him could also provide a template for learning. For this reason, he even prepared the blazing roaring tiger and the slashing commander with great interest, wanting to experience the pleasure of abusing a king level trainer. However, the result was the opposite, and he was still the one being abused. The spirit used by Sakaki, as Yizang said, is a silver-white upright cat-like spirit wearing armor, and with a purple tail. Its name, called by Sakaki, is Cheomeng. Chapter 247 Torch Relay. The Pokémon Mewtwo waved his hand, and the blazing roaring tiger was thrown directly to the roof. "Did you know that?" Yizang kept complaining on the phone. ZHE nodded silently. Of course he knew that Mewtwo was an artificial beast. It was not surprising that he abused Yizang's 2 Pokémons. Even if it was suppressed by the device provided by Sakaki, the energy level was never completely matched with the strength. Especially for Pokémons named as mythical beasts. God knows how Team Rocket conducted genetic experiments to create it. Even if the technology in the Pokémon world can be called black technology, it is estimated that Sakaki himself did not expect that the creation of mythical beasts would be so smooth. This is roughly equivalent to the Han Dynasty in the previous life rolling out an atomic bomb. It is a bit exaggerated, but it is almost the same. Otherwise, if mythical beasts can be artificially created, let alone ordinary ones, then quasi-gods will be everywhere. In fact, this is impossible. Artificial Pokémons are not only condemned by ethics in the Pokémon world, but also have not reached the level of cloning in terms of technology. At least as far as Tetsuya knows, the side effects are ridiculous. The lifespan is only 7 days at most. After a long time, the genes will collapse, not to mention the mind, and they will not be as smart as normal Pokémon. There are problems in various aspects, and all researchers are helpless because they can't detect the problem at all, let alone solve it. So this technology was quickly sealed. As for whether it continues in secret, Tetsuya doesn't know. Only Team Rocket can barely do it with the genes of Mew, which can be said to be the origin of all things. Like the cloning technology used by the general unscrupulous poacher team, those artificial Pokémon are basically equivalent to disposable weapons. Jay's team in the Sinnoh region is the worst example. Besides, why can the psychic Mewtwo cause damage to the evil type blazing tiger? There are many ways. Immunity between different types means that the damage caused by energy or physical attacks is invalid. For example, if the electric lightning strikes directly hit the body of the ground type Pokémon, there will be no damage at all. This is the existence of a law similar to the rules of the Pokémon world. According to research, it is probably related to the Pokémon's energy magnetic field, but that theory is too profound. ZHE can't understand it, and there is no need to understand it. Just know it. However, if the lightning strike breaks the rocks on the side, the broken stones will hit the ground Pokémon with great impact force, then the damage will still be incurred, but the damage will definitely be unsatisfactory. The same is true for the immunity of the evil type to superpowers. The simplest method is to control the air around the evil Pokémon to achieve the effects similar to controlling the Pokémon. The superpowers act on other objects to indirectly affect the Pokémon, not directly. Under similar strength, the damage caused by this control is naturally relatively limited, so basically no trainer will really choose the Pokémon to fight like this. Reverse attributes are reverse attributes, and immunity is not the same concept. Of course, Sakaki, who has Mewtwo, will naturally not take this seriously. Attribute immunity and so on will not affect his victory. ZHE timely expressed sympathy to Yizang. Then are you going to challenge again tomorrow? Yizang hummed in a sullen voice. The same gym challenge can be conducted 3 times within a month, and at most twice within a week. This is to avoid some people harassing the gym day and night. Today happens to be Wednesday, and the registration deadline is Sunday, February 10th. In other words, if Yizo fails next time, he must hurry up and challenge another gym, otherwise he will miss this quartz conference. It's not that it's impossible. Although there are many people queuing up to challenge the gym as the conference is approaching, Yizo, as Kikuko's grandson, still has a way to do it. He just has to advance the order a little. If it really doesn't work, let the gym owner who doesn't work come to fight, and people will buy face. It's his job to deal with challenges. But this doesn't sound very good. As the grandson of Kikuko's grandmother, Yizo actually receives a lot of attention. Losing to Sakaki is fine, but Tetsu also knows that the other party intends to let Mewtwo have gym battles next. In this way, it is estimated that Mewtwo's name will spread soon. When everyone knows it and can't win, Yizo, as the first person to try the water, will not be criticized. Not to mention Sakaki's command ability. Although he is a top trainer on the surface, he is actually a champion level trainer in secret. It is normal to lose to the gym leader in a gym challenge. At most, it is a bit strange to be directly sent a badge without recognition. However, recognition is really a metaphysical thing, and others can't find fault with it. ZHE was stunned when he thought of this. In his impression, after Zyossi finished the challenge of the Hone League, the temporary gym leader of Viridian City seemed to be Granny Kikuko. It should be because of a series of reasons caused by Mewtwo's escape that Sakaki's identity was exposed, and the league couldn't find the next gym leader for a while. But the problem is, it seems a bit unreasonable to let one of the 4 Heavenly Kings serve as the temporary gym leader. There are also 3 top level trainers in the league. He speculated that it might be because of Yizo that Granny Kikuko suddenly became interested. After all, from a private point of view, Granny Kikuko likes Yizo and his grandchildren very much. Then do your best. Zaire expressed his blessing at the right time. He looked at the time and thought that if he didn't go back, the people in the conference room would probably misunderstand him. He hurriedly said goodbye to Yizang and walked out of the toilet. He was not too worried. He just thought of the worst case scenario. As long as it was not Sakaki anymore, with the strength of Yizang's Takwasi King Elves, the gym challenge would be a piece of cake. It was not his turn to worry about Yizang. It's just right that you are back. We have discussed with the Alliance and changed the original departure on the afternoon of the 8th to the morning of the same day. This way, there will be more margin. 2.5 days will be more suitable for you and our preparations. The person in charge of Tokiwa City said to Zaire, who walked into the conference room. They took into account that Zaire was relatively young. The previous torch runners were all in their prime, and their physical fitness should be slightly stronger. Running from Tokiwa City to Quartz Plateau is not an easy job. Zaire didn't think it was a big deal. From his point of view, his physical fitness was still better than that of Karate Kings in Iron, and running such a short distance was simply a piece of cake. But others are kind after all. Okay, I understand. He answered immediately. The person in charge of Viridian City didn't say much, and arranged other matters. The sun rose and the moon set, and the busy 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the morning of the 8th, Tetsuya, who felt that he had been busy for 2 days in vain, was being fiddled with by the styling team in a room. Fortunately, the other party only slightly adjusted his wolf tail hairstyle and did not force him to change it. When everything was ready, Tetsuya changed into the red and white Olympic Flame Runner's uniform in the locker room. After admiring his increasingly handsome face in the mirror, he released the flame chicken to follow him and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he felt the enthusiasm of the people of Viridian City. Outside the line, the crowd cheered, and the sound was deafening. Following the decoration car, Tetsuya and the flame chicken ran along the route with an empty torch to the nearest exit of Viridian City from the quartz plateau. Another half an hour later, the Olympic flame runners from the previous city arrived at their destination under the gaze of the crowd on the scene. The two nodded in a friendly manner, and Tetsuya took the fire with the empty torch and started running. In a luxurious lounge of the Tokiwa gym, Sakaki sat on a huge single sofa, with a soft-haired cat boss lying next to him, and Muto floating behind him. "What is this?" Muto looked at the picture on the TV, and asked Sakaki telepathically. "A boring ceremony," Sakaki replied. "Muto is a force machine that conquers the world. In his opinion, it is unnecessary for it to know these things. I can feel that there is a good breath in that flame." Muto continued to speak. "That's called Moltres, but it's just a small fire." Sakaki touched the cat boss with an unknown smile on his lips. What a terrifying strength. He thought that he could feel the breath of the holy fire outside the city from here. Of course, he was happy to see it happen. The stronger Muto is, the better it is for him. Anyway, it is impossible for it to escape from his palm. "Molten, can you fight?" Muto, who was wearing a special instrument, looked indifferent. For it now, it just wanted to know if there were any Pokémons in the world that could fight. At present, all the Pokémons that Sakaki had brought it with him were vulnerable. Even with this armor that made it extremely uncomfortable, it had to carefully control its strength so as not to let those Pokémons fall into death directly. Sakaki told it that killing the other party would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Muto hated control, but hated trouble even more. Instead of solving troubles, it might as well think more about philosophical questions. Unconsciously, it fell into thinking about who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Sakaki did not answer Muto's question. He created Muto not to fight those mythical beasts. He made a phone call. "Boss, the things have been handed over to the collector." The voice of Mana's secretary came from it. "Very good. In view of the completion of this order, Jay will slow down for a while." Sakaki stroked the cat boss with a very casual tone. Manaji hesitated for a moment. "Boss, the collector. Don't worry about what he wants to do. Even if he wants to provoke the three from the Orange Islands, it has nothing to do with us. We just sold him what he wanted at a reasonable price." Sakaki interrupted Manaji's question. "Yes, boss. In addition, Orthena's previous mission on the Twin Islands was also successfully completed. Those weaklings were all packed up and sent to our allies." Manaji continued to report on the work during this period. "How is Musashi and the young master of the Sasaki family?" I asked Meow Meow to team up with them before, right? Sakaki asked about an irrelevant topic. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the cat boss, but under Sakaki's big hand, there was no other action. The current performance of the trio ranks second, which is quite good. Manaji knew what his boss wanted to hear. The alliance has taken action over there during this period. Let VIP be careful and take them away when necessary. Sakaki explained. Yes. Manaji's tone was involuntarily filled with a hint of fanaticism. She also reported the whereabouts of other cadres. Sakaki responded from time to time. Looking out the window from the dark room, groups of people were returning from outside. They had just watched the torch handover ceremony and would watch it on TV. Except for a few fanatical fans, such as Moltres' admirers, most people did not have the energy and financial resources to follow. Officials could not care too much about the lives of those who followed in the wild, and they could not manage it. Their energy was limited. After finishing the conversation with Mana, Sakaki turned his eyes to Muto. "What you have to do next is to defeat every opponent I prepare for you," he said coldly, with a completely different tone from the conversation with Mana. Muto did not answer him. "Is it necessary? He is undefeated." In the field, Tetsuya and Moltres swung their arms and feet in the same frequency. Their tacit understanding was transmitted to the homes of Kanto and even more alliance members through the camera on the broadcast vehicle in front. "Hey, Tetsuya, you're really good." In the Oak Research Institute, Professor Oak and Dr. Yamanashi were watching TV in their spare time, surrounded by a circle of their disciples and researchers. Everyone was very kind. Tetsuya had come to the Oak Research Institute many times, and smart people would naturally be recognized by smart people. Tetsuya brought many hypotheses and assumptions from his past life memories, which also brought them a lot of research directions and inspiration. They already missed the boy on TV. Well, you have a good eye. It seems that you inherited mine. In the Nabi gym, Wooneng sat on the sofa and said to Xiaogang, and then began to brag about his glorious achievements in the past. Xiaogang and Jiro turned a deaf ear to him. Brother, how about it? Are you envious? Jiro winked at his elder brother. Xiaogang squinted his eyes and watched the TV, saying nothing. This is your friend, not bad. In Rainbow City, in a room full of instruments and various boxes, a middle-aged woman said to Xiaoxu, "It's just that the main force is flame chicken, which is not very good." She shook her head unsatisfied. Xiaoxu smiled helplessly, holding an incubator in her arms, with a red egg inside. In the Golden Gym, Nancy was playing with the air out of boredom. A blue-purple screen unfolded in front of her, like a huge painting, an extremely vivid one. In Synopsis, Johto, and everywhere, everyone who knew Tetsuya was watching TV. The young man on the screen would eventually make a splash at the conference. Chapter 248, Qualifying Rounds with Both Strength and Luck. Flame ran happily on the mountain road. Its long legs were extremely powerful. With a single stride, it could reach 2 steps of Tetsuya. As a fire and fighting Pokémon, Flame itself is extremely energetic. Even if it is not training, it is still exercising every day. Not to mention that Flame itself is a Pokémon that loves running. This kind of running job is really suitable for it. Tetsuya and Flame were actually very bored during this journey. In addition to the staff in the broadcast car in front, there were only scattered people following the torch relay in the distance. Even those who were far away could not communicate. The only thing they had to do was to maintain their image and keep running until they were about 5 kilometers away from the quartz arena. There would be groups of contestants or spectators who came to watch the conference, cheering and celebrating for them around the main road. It was very peaceful along the way, so peaceful that Tetsuya could not believe it. Although there are very few people from the Dark Organization who are blind enough to snatch the torch, there are also many people who do not know how to live or die every year. You know, the purchase price of Flamebird's flame is enough to drive people crazy. Not to mention the actions of Team Rocket on the Twin Islands, which means that the 2 largest dark organizations in the Kanto metropolis are also interested in the genes of the 3 sacred birds. Unless they find the existence of Moltres and Zapdos, which is not impossible. The strength of the 3 sacred birds is the lowest among the sacred beasts, so the number is not so rare that there are only 1 or 2. It's just that they live alone in dangerous places and are protected by the surrounding elves, so it's hard to find them. With the ability and distribution of Team Rocket's members, it's not difficult to find them if you want to. Zaya had a mechanical smile on his face, and he ran mechanically, thinking constantly in his heart. It's a good thing for him that no one came to snatch the holy flame. At least many unexpected situations imagined in the previous meeting don't need to be dealt with, which saves him a lot of effort. You can't just hope for something to happen. He thought about it boringly. Speaking of which, it's time to arrange the elves to appear in the preliminaries. It's best to let all the elves appear and get used to the atmosphere, including the Tyrannosaurus and the Leaf Elves. Otherwise, if you are not prepared or used to it, and you start the game or the main venue with tens of thousands or even 50,000 or 60,000 people watching, it is hard for a Pokémon as thin as a nerve not to be nervous. That kind of noise and atmosphere is not something that can be easily endured. Every year, many new trainers Pokémon make mistakes and make a lot of jokes. Although they can adjust quickly, not many people are willing to experience such a socially dead scene. The start of the main game will be broadcast, live in the whole region and even the world. You don't know how many people will remember your embarrassing situation. ZHE also calculated. According to the preliminaries, each trainer will have 10 1v1 battles, and whether you can enter the main game in the end depends on your number of wins. Among the more than 10,000 participating trainers, only the trainers with the top 1024 wins are eligible to enter the main game and start the single round elimination match in 4 attribute venues. 10 games and 8 Pokémon are naturally more than enough, but we also have to consider more bizarre situations. For example, he encountered 3 or 4 trainers with Quasi King level Pokémon in a row. In order to win, he had to send out Pidgeot and Blaziken to fight, which might cause one or two Pokémon to lose the opportunity to play in the preliminaries. In the history of the league competition, there have been powerful trainers who have been so unlucky. Although the preliminaries of the league have largely avoided the influence of luck and paid more attention to strength, you should know that the luck of some non-Africans and European emperors does not matter how you set it. In other words, this is actually intentional by the league. Otherwise, in the background, they can completely set it so that trainers with Pokémon strength reaching a certain level cannot be randomly matched to battles. In the process of trainers and Pokémon adventures, luck is also a very important part. Some trainers mistakenly enter the ruins and get the training methods and various rarer sources of Pokémon. Some Pokémon occasionally break into the territory of powerful Pokémon, gain guidance, and become stronger. There are also trainers and Pokémon who face the same situation and get nothing, or even lose their lives. This is all possible. Even if the former is temporarily inferior to the latter in strength, it is difficult to say what the future results of the two will be under the influence of two completely different fortunes. The competition system of the conference is to select those who are relatively outstanding. In addition to outstanding strength, if your luck is also different from ordinary people, then you may become a powerful trainer in the future, and the league will naturally not mind you entering the public eye. Anyway, if you are lucky, but not strong enough, the main competition is basically the limit, and the top 64 is an unattainable dream. And if you are strong enough, bad luck will not affect the result. ZHE also feels that his luck is a little bad, but it is definitely not ridiculously bad. The number of trainers with more than one Qua-seeking level Pokémon in the entire conference will not exceed 3 digits, and the proportion is probably less than 1%. The probability of randomly getting 4 digits is already less than 1 in a billion, and basically the probability of picking up a legendary beast on the road is about the same. If he really has this luck, ZHE really needs to think carefully about whether he should use ordinary red and white Pokeballs to directly capture Arceus with full stamina in the future. If it were not so, the past data would not show that basically, as long as there are more than 3 elite level Pokémon, you can enter the main competition. Of course, the 3 Pokémons here should have different attributes and higher levels. It is difficult to encounter strong people in succession, but it is common to encounter trainers who restrain a single attribute in succession. When the strength is not much different, the attribute basically represents everything. The key to the title of Reverse Attribute Master is not the first 3 words. ZHE also hesitated for a moment. Forget it. When the opponent is randomly matched, let Pokémon go. Anyway, he just needs to win 10 games in a row. ZHE also thought so. The preliminaries seem simple, but in fact they are quite cumbersome. The whole process will last about a month. In addition to the tolerance of various institutions such as the Pokémon Center and the Referee Association, various problems must be considered. The simplest one is what to do if there are more players with 10 consecutive wins than the 1024 places in the main competition. From a probability perspective, the people who enter the main competition should be trainers who meet the requirements and rank in the top 10% of the overall strength, so it is enough to keep the number of wins at 8 or 9 games. This is indeed the case with the data of most conferences, but accidents are inevitable. In more than 100 conferences, this simple problem has occurred more than once or twice, not to mention other problems such as the same win. Of course, the Alliance will intervene at this time, based on strength. Usually, trainers with Qua-seeking level Pokémon will randomly draw lots to fight other trainers, eliminating those with insufficient strength and bad luck. It can be said that the elites in these conferences have become tools before they officially serve the Alliance. February 10th. An ordinary but highly watched day. On this day, the opening ceremony of this quartz conference will be held. Registration will end at noon. Of course, few trainers will come to confirm at this time, and most of them have completed the registration long ago. At this time, the contestant hall is completely devoid of the lively scenes of the past 2 or 3 days. Hey, I also want to go to the scene to watch the torch relay. The Miss Joys who stick to their posts are chatting. It can't be helped. It's our turn, Miss Joy replied, with the live broadcast of the torch relay on the computer in front of her. Fortunately, the live broadcast can still be watched, otherwise it would be too boring. Not only her, but the other Miss Joys also paid more or less attention to it. Although the torch relay takes place every year, it does not affect their attention to the runners of this leg every year. As members of the mainstay family of the Alliance, they understand the meaning of this more than many people. This is a talented civilian trainer discovered by cousin Zyajin back then. He is really handsome. They sighed. As early as the day when Zay became the runner of this torch, his information was dug out by many people with ulterior motives. These are not particularly secret things, and Zay is not a wild man who has left the social life of the Alliance. Not to mention the various things he did this year. There are not many things that are related to being low-key, but some are scattered, and if you don't pay special attention, you really don't know if they are done by the same person. Looking at his entire resume, people can only sigh that he is another future of the Alliance. Many people sighed. No wonder the league specially selected him to be the torch runner this time, not just because he was born in Changpon. Even if other cities were the penultimate stops, the league probably had countless opinions about him becoming the torch runner. This is a replica of Do. Even if family background is not taken into account, ZHE is still better than Do. Before ZHE knew it, he had a large number of fans in various places. His sunny, cheerful, and handsome side, his extremely high talent as a trainer, breeder and even researcher, and his extremely harmonious and visible bond with Pokémon, can be said to have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people under the league's publicity. In just 2.5 days, he can be said to have attracted countless fans. Are you a little impatient? Looking at President Damalanchi in front of him browsing the comments about Zaire on various forums, his whole person showed no emotional fluctuations, and his secretary asked, "The league has lacked an outstanding young man who can lead the times in the past 10 years. President Damalanchi said so. The age of the group of people of Do is actually not young, and the influence on the new generation that has not grown up yet, such as Xiaozi and Xiaomeo, is actually not that great. It is more due to the propaganda of the Alliance, because the younger members of the Alliance only know their achievements from the text, but have not actually witnessed them. Watching the video and experiencing it in person are completely different feelings. They did not see Dudu, Ziba, and Kona defeat strong enemies in various conferences or even in the King Challenge. The Alliance needs people like Tetsuya to let more people embark on the path of trainers, so that they can develop better. Besides, you underestimate this kid a little bit," President Damalanki said to his confidant. Although he only met for a short time, he saw many similar characteristics in Tetsuya from Do. The secretary naturally didn't know what the president thought, but thinking about the admiration of Tetsuya by various characters, he didn't express his worries anymore. He looked at the time and followed President Damalanki out of the door. At this time, the atmosphere around the quartz plateau had become extremely warm. The noisy voices of the early rising trainers and spectators had long resounded throughout the quartz plateau. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the Holy Flame. In fact, since the day before yesterday, when Tetsuya set out, various official activities and even folk parades and carnivals have been continuing, and the atmosphere has never calmed down. It's just that today, the lively atmosphere has reached its peak. When the beautifully decorated broadcast car with President Damalanki on it appeared in front of everyone, the cheers were deafening. This old man deserves such praise. Damalanki smiled and waved his hands around. But soon, his limelight was taken away. The flames of the Moltres burned fiercely on the exquisite torch, and the red and yellow colors made the decibels of the cheers even higher. Tetsuya, with a slightly shy smile, continued to run at a steady speed with the flame chicken next to him. Bang, not far away, special fireworks were being set off above the circular quartz arena, which were clearly visible even in the daytime. This is the magic of the power of the Pokémon. As the flame entered the passage, the atmosphere gradually calmed down, but this was for a better outbreak. Trainers and spectators in groups of 3 or 2, holding special limited souvenirs from merchants near the players' village, poured into the arena. Their faces were slightly flushed. The quartz plateau, which should have been slightly cold at this time, could not help but become hot because of this atmosphere. Tetsuya looked down from the exclusive passage of the flame, and the trainers entering the venue had different postures. Some had red faces and moved forward with their hands and feet, while others had upper bodies that were extremely stiff, comparable to ice. Even with Tetsuya's excellent eyesight, he could tell that many people's hands and feet were shaking, of course not because of the cold, but because of excitement. He took a deep breath, and Flame Chicken stood next to him and imitated the same action. Tetsuya grinned. Looking down again, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Those trainers who looked calm and indifferent must be the powerful senior trainers who had participated in more than one conference. He couldn't wait to fight them. Next, let's turn our attention to the 12,956 outstanding trainers who signed up for the Quartz Conference. Each of them is a powerful trainer who has collected 8 official gym badges in Kanto. In the next 2 months, they will bring everyone an ultimate visual and auditory feast. The commentator said excitedly, accompanied by deafening cheers, which made it difficult to hear clearly. Of course, probability is different from this, so just look at the river and don't get too accurate. Chapter 249, End of the opening ceremony and Tetsuya's information. Then, the host spoke a bunch of old-fashioned but passionate words. It must be said that he was very capable and did not feel nervous at all in such a grand occasion. The atmosphere in the arena became even more heated with his sometimes passionate and sometimes low voice. After introducing the 4 kings who were the last to enter, the host took a deep breath and shouted louder. Next, let us welcome the chairman of the executive committee of the alliance, the most beloved Mr. Damelanchi. Wow, everyone applauded the old man. Even the 4 kings were inferior to him. The short and even short President Damelanchi had a serious face, with thick white hair, white eyebrows and white beard, and walked steadily towards the podium above step by step. I can't stand it. He stood in front of the microphone, looked around, and spoke a familiar catchphrase as soon as he opened his mouth, and the atmosphere relaxed all of a sudden. I enjoy this fiery scene every time before the conference. Facing the gazes of nearly 100,000 people in the arena, and countless more people watching on the TV broadcast, President Damelanchi began his routine sighing session several times a year. This old man is a model worker, and he strives to attend the opening ceremony of each regional conference. Fortunately, he is in good health, and the interval between each conference is not short. Otherwise it would be extremely tiring for the old man to work non-stop, not to mention the tedious handling of various alliance affairs. The core concept of his speech is the same every time, but people just enjoy it. This may be one of the manifestations of his prestige. No one has ever thought that this old man is too nagging, because everyone knows that his starting point is for the alliance and its members. The people are not fools. The holy flame will never go out. It symbolizes that the generations of trainers in the alliance will always be passed down. It also symbolizes the good character of our Kanto people who are constantly striving for self-improvement. The fire of the bond between trainers and elves will always shine in this hot flame. Zay, who was in the passage, heard this and knew that it was time for him to go on stage. Don't make a fool of yourself, he said to the flame chicken beside him with a smile. The flame chicken grinned and stretched out its thumb claw. Zay took a deep breath, holding the torch in his left hand, followed the flame chicken with his right hand, and walked towards the bright passage step by step. The cheers gradually became clearer, and his ears seemed to be deafened. They are all muggles, all muggles. With a gentle smile, he kept hypnotizing himself in his heart. In this regard, he had learned a little bit. There was no way. To be honest, it was the first time that he was stared at by so many people. He had no experience at all. It was a joke to say that he was not nervous. What he could do now was to empty himself and proceed according to the predetermined plan. Self-hypnosis was the best way to deal with it. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating wildly and the excitement of adrenaline secretion. The last time he felt this way was when he was chased by the Spearow and almost died. By the way, how did the 3 funny guys get to the place where the Olympic flame was lit? Zay's mind was still full of random thoughts. He really didn't understand how the Rocket Trio could accomplish such a feat under the attention of so many people. It was simply outrageous. His thoughts were turning, and his steps did not stop. As the young, energetic, and handsome Zaya entered the sight of the crowd, the cheers that had weakened became louder again. Zaya really wanted to advise them to pay attention to their throats and stop shouting. He was panicked. This guy is quite steady. The trainers below thought so. The public paid attention to the Olympic flame runners, and they were naturally no exception. Of course, they knew that Zaya participated in this conference and would become the opponent of some of them. Many people curled their lips in disdain. He was just a pretty boy. After all, a genius trainer was just a genius. Without the prefix of powerful, he could never be taken seriously. They would never admit that they were jealous. Again, without Tetsuya's knowledge, he had a lot of people who were hostile to him and had never met him. Only a few people who were familiar with Tetsuya could see that his movements were a little stiff. He was indeed still a young man. However, Tetsuya's usual performance was no different from that of ordinary young people, except for his super high talent. This situation was also expected. His performance was much better than some people imagined. But it was not only the secretary who was worried that Tetsuya's performance was lagging behind. Many people expressed concerns about his background, either openly or secretly. If his psychological quality was not up to standard, and he had problems at the opening ceremony of the conference, it would not be a trivial matter. Under the attention of everyone, Tetsuya took the flame chicken and handed the torch to President Damaranshi steadily. It was such a simple journey, but Tetsuya felt that he was about to collapse, and his back was full of sweat. But at the same time, he felt that his whole spirit had been improved. This was a very mysterious feeling. President Damaranshi took the torch, patted Tetsuya's arm with a smile, stood with him, and let the people below record this moment. Another half-minute passed, and after finishing the group photo, Zaya barely maintained his posture, walked down the platform, and returned to the dark passage. The backs of the people entering the passage were a little hurried. However, not many people paid attention to him at this time. As the flame of the flaming bird burned on the platform, the body of President Damaranshi in front of him looked much taller, and everyone at the scene began to go crazy. Speech, oath, for Heavenly King's exhibition match. After a series of fixed procedures, until it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone walked out of the arena in an orderly manner under the guidance of many Miss Junsha and volunteers with their excitement and hungry stomachs that had not yet subsided. As for Zaya, he had already returned to the dormitory through a special passage, which was also a benefit for him as a torch runner who had completed his mission. After taking a shower, he lay on the soft bed with his upper body naked, feeling great. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his whole body suddenly jumped up and came to the desk with a computer. ZHE also operated skillfully, opening a series of web pages and tools. At this time, there were several documents sent by others quietly in his mailbox, all of which were very large in size. He clicked the mouse and opened these documents, quickly browsed through them, and paid the balance to his old acquaintances with satisfaction. As an excellent bounty hunter, he was also very good at collecting necessary intelligence, but he was busy with various matters of the Olympic torch relay before, and there were so many contestants, so it was naturally impossible to check one by one. He handed the task of collecting intelligence to several intelligence dealers he knew, or in other words, he bought intelligence from them. At this time of year, these people make a lot of money from this. You know, not only the contestants are interested in this information, because it is related to their own performance, the audience is also very happy to know it, so that when watching the game, they can brag about the familiar contestants with the people around them. It feels quite good to see others listening to the commentary and looking confused, while you know it well. Hello, it's me, Tetsuya. Can you give me some intelligence? The intelligence from the intelligence dealers alone was not enough. Tetsuya smiled and called all his friends, and got all kinds of reports from them. Sasaki family, Yoda family, Salaf family, Nibijim, Oak Institute, etc. Compared with the information obtained by the intelligence dealers through various gossips, these big families and forces will be more accurate in their estimates of strength, and there are corresponding analyses, but it is naturally unrealistic for ordinary people outside to get this kind of information. Tetsuya still has some face, and he easily got these things. Don't underestimate the intelligence from the intelligence dealers' gossips, which is also very critical. Maybe you can analyze something. Although the big families have long hands, the strong dragons cannot suppress the local snakes. The intelligence dealers that Tetsuya found are all people who are doing well in their respective cities. It is not good to say that various theoretical analyses are not good, but the richness of information is much better, but it is a bit messy. ZHE, who has a photographic memory and is good at analysis, said that this is not a big deal. It is nothing more than a little bit of tiring to sort out in the next month. He is still confident that he can pass the preliminaries. There is no information from the Joai and Junsa families, because these two families do not participate in such things, otherwise it would be a dimensionality reduction attack. The information of all trainers is clear in their database, unless you have never dealt with these two families in your life. But this is unrealistic. As long as you are still a human being, you can't escape Junsa and Joai. It is the composition and temperament of the members of these two families that make everyone feel at ease. Otherwise the intelligence is also an extremely advantageous strategic weapon. The following information is for reference only. Betting is risky and investment should be cautious. Tetsuya Tamaki, from Kanto Tokiwa City, 17 years old, is expected to rank 52nd in strength. He is a well-deserved super genius young trainer. His counterparts are Watari and Eiko. They have been in the industry for only a year. The strongest elves are at the Qua-seeking level. Due to their age and the choice of taming, the strength of the elves in their team is quite different, which is a relative disadvantage. In addition to showing super high talent in the profession of trainer, his talent in breeding is not bad at all. He has also made many achievements in research. The two latest evolutions of EV and fossil elves were discovered by him. He has a calm personality and likes to take the initiative in battle. He uses a very fast rhythm to make the opponent lose his due rhythm and attack them by surprise. When the strength of the elves is similar or even ahead, this is an extremely difficult command method to deal with. Similarly, the disadvantage is that when facing elves with stronger strength than himself, this command method is more likely to be caught by flaws and opportunities. He is a hot-blooded player and sometimes does not pay attention to strategic intentions when making moves. He has little experience in competitions. The only thing he is known to have won is the championship of the Saint Anu competition. I wonder if his lack of combat experience will be one of the main reasons for his defeat in this competition. But at the same time, it is worth mentioning that he is an exceptionally outstanding bounty hunter with a mission completion rate that is far superior to his peers. His rich combat experience in the wild may also make up for the gap with other powerful players in this regard. Gym badges, Nibi, Hualan. A total of 8 pieces, with high gold content. Registered and possible main elves, Pidgeot, Qua-seeking, Blaziken, suspected to be Qua-seeking, Pangolin, Mantle Rock Evolution, Elite Peak, Tyrannosaurus, Elite Peak, Monarch, just evolved, around level 38. Pokémon, Elite, early 30s. Leaf Elf, Elite, unknown level, estimated to be early 30s. Fluffy Sheep, Ordinary, first. I skipped the description and the brackets at the top. The league did indeed hold a game similar to a lottery for the conference. People can get corresponding rewards by guessing the list of players in the main competition, the list of players in the top 64, the top 3, the winner of each game, and even the type and order of the Pokémons in each game, etc. Of course, the premise is to guess correctly. This is also one of the reasons why the conference has been popular for a long time and has always attracted attention. In addition to high-level battles, occasional prizes are also an indispensable part of the life of trainers, and the audience will also feel more involved. But he doesn't have extra money to play these things. It's not enough to train Pokémons. If he loses, he has nowhere to cry. At most, he will put some on himself. Any profit is a little bit, which can be regarded as confidence in himself. ZHE also looked at the analysis of himself by one of the intelligence on the computer and couldn't help but admire the strong ability of these people. This is just the content given by ordinary intelligence dealers. The analysis of those big families is more accurate. But he scratched his head. Hot-blooded trainer, isn't this used to describe Zyros? Is he hot-blooded? ZHE also thought about it, and it seemed that it was indeed quite direct. He always defeated his opponents by confronting them head-on. He would break through their skills if he could. Weather tactics, hole drilling tactics, skill combination tactics, these were basically insulated from his Pokémon in command. but he was very depressed. He was obviously a smart type. He was well prepared before every battle and had backup plans for all kinds of responses on the field. He didn't know what gave these information dealers the illusion that he was a hot-blooded person. He subconsciously refused to classify himself and the newly debuted Zyos he is the same type of person. Although there have always been many trainers who command with hot blood, among the four kings, Du and Zima were also trainers of this type at the beginning, but they later restrained and changed a little. Maybe this was also the subconscious result of the memories and habits of his childhood in his previous life. ZHE also flipped through it. The estimation of his strength ranking in each intelligence was roughly between 50th and 70th. As a rookie trainer participating in the conference for the first time, he was already in the default position to enter the main arena. Every intelligence report praised him generously, and he really deserved such praise. He twitched his nose. There was still a month left before the preliminaries. In a month, he would become stronger. ZHE was full of confidence. For other trainers, after years of training, an extra month would not change anything, but he was different. 1 month was enough to make a huge change. To put it bluntly, Flame Chicken had only been trained for less than a year, not to mention the few he had captured later. He didn't expect to win the championship, but he could still try to keep the top 16 and fight for the top 8. He shifted his gaze to the trainers, who were firmly in the top 6 in all the intelligence reports. I was so annoyed. I only wrote this much this month. Although it was not a small amount. After all, according to the requirements of Gideon, 120,000 words per month was enough, but I still had to write more later to thank the Bone Dragon G from the Netherworld for the 100 Gideon coins he gave. Chapter 250 Qualifying Round. Goal, 10 consecutive wins. Shizuo Shinagawa, male, 28 years old, from Miyoshi City, Kanto. Competition experience. 134th Kanto Tournament Finals player, eliminated in the first round. 135th Johto Tournament Finals player, eliminated in the third round. 136th Sinnoh Tournament Top 64. 137th Hone Tournament Top 16. Registered and main Pokémon, Blastoise, Guess the King, Nidoking, Quasi-King Peak, Flamahorn, Quasi-King Peak, Onix, Quasi-King Peak, Houndoom, Quasi-King Peak, Leafking, Quasi-King Peak, Tropical Dragon, Quasi-King Peak, Crowhead, Quasi-King Peak, King Swallow, Elite Peak, Dream Song Cactus, Elite Peak, Scyther, Elite Peak, etc. A total of 23 Pokémon above the Elite level. Evaluation. A player who returned to his hometown after traveling for several years and grew up quietly. Compared with real geniuses, he is not completely gifted, but his perseverance and hard-working personality has allowed his strength to grow steadily. This is his 5th individual tournament after 3 years of silence. The choice of staying silent for 3 years has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the strength of each Pokémon visible to the naked eye has reached the peak at the stage they are in, and his personal experience in Pokémon training and command must have also reached a high level, making him a strong contender for the championship of this quartz conference. The disadvantage is that, if he chooses to continue to participate in the conference in these 3 years, the attention and investment he will get, after getting a better ranking, will most likely make him closer to the threshold of a king level trainer, instead of the current situation where only one initial Pokémon, Blastoise, may be at the king level, which will have a certain adverse effect on his future development. Betting recommendation index. 3 stars. You can manage your finances steadily, but don't dream of making a fortune. This is the information of one of them. ZHE also licked his dry lips unconsciously. What a good guy. 1 suspected king, 7 quasi-kings at the peak, 15 elite peaks, including various attributes and ranges of activities on land, sea and air, and this does not count the ordinary elite and ordinary Pokémon that have not been registered. But it is normal. Considering the experience of a trainer for nearly 12 years, he certainly doesn't know how many Pokémon he has captured. It is not surprising to have this number. In other words, Tetsua's choice of capturing Pokémon is different from other trainers. Even if other trainers take the elite route, it is common for them to capture 20 to 30 Pokémon in a year. Unlike him, he has only captured about a team of 6 Pokémon in a year. Otherwise, how can we say that being a trainer is a money-burning profession? I don't know how much the food expense is for, so many Pokémons in a day will be burned. Fortunately, after a normal trainer reaches a certain level of strength, he rarely cultivates Pokémon from a young age like Tetsuya. Generally, he captures powerful Pokémon in the wild. This saves a lot of initial training costs, which can be said to be the big expense. Not everyone has a zero like Tetsuya. Instead of gambling on the potential of Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, it is more convenient to directly capture formed wild Pokémon. The latter has more combat experience, and its strength is no worse than that of the Pokémon carefully cultivated since childhood. Even if its potential may be relatively inferior, and the bond between it and the trainer will be slower to improve at the beginning, but it is cheap. This reason is enough to convince many people. Even if there is a mine at home, it cannot be squandered at will. Not everyone has the last name of Zifuchi. Take Tetsuya himself as an example. If he did not subdue the 3 small ones after cultivation, he could completely subdue Pokémon like Tyrannosaurus in the wild. A team of elite peaks would underestimate him. If the cost of cultivating the 3 small ones is transferred to daily meals, without considering the investment in continuing to strengthen to the limit in all aspects, it is possible to maintain the consumption of 2 teams of 12 elite Pokémon. Even after Pidgeot and Blaziken have broken through the Quaseeking level, it only takes time and energy for him to become a team of Quaseekings. With Zero, he can roughly judge the strength of Pokémon and make plans, instead of blindly groping like other trainers, unable to determine whether the Pokémon in the wild is an elite peak or a Quaseeking. But this is meaningless. It is equivalent to exchanging the future for the present. ZHE also thinks that his brain is quite good, and he won't do this. He also imagined that it would be great if he had the clone technique, so that he could use a large but not refined team of Pokémon to do tasks and make money to support the development of his main team. He also asked Aju specifically, but unfortunately the other party said that there was no such thing in ninjutsu, and the clone technique was more like a trick. ZHE had to give up asking the other party if there was a chakra refining method as a family secret. Looking at the information dealer's evaluation of Shinigami Shizuo, he could understand the other party's choice of silence for 3 years. For trainers, the championship is not just a title, but also an honor. Although many people are aiming to complete the top 4 rankings of the Quaseeking trainer certification, more people have only one goal, that is, the championship throne. Perhaps many people gave up in the process of working hard for it, but it is obvious that Shinigami Shizuo did not give up. However, as mentioned in the analysis, these 3 years will have a certain impact on his future prospects. After all, 3 years is very precious. For an investment family, this often means that future returns may be greatly discounted, and all aspects of consideration will become particularly cautious. ZHE can be said to be quite respectful of this kind of trainer who has ideals and persists in pursuing them, probably because he doesn't know if he can do the same under the same circumstances. His eyes gradually turn to the only information that he surpassed the other party, that is, the betting recommendation index. His index is about 4 stars. It is worth betting, and there is a possibility of making a big profit. To put it simply, everyone is not a fool, and they all know that he is completely likely to become stronger in this month. It's just a matter of degree. The top 32 is okay. If he enters the top 16 or even the top 8, it's not a dream to make a fortune. As for probability, gamblers never care about probability, they only care about odds. Several times the odds are enough to make people crazy, but I don't know if anyone is crazy enough to bet on ZHE to win the championship. Anyway, he himself doesn't dare. It is normal for players like Shinigami Shizuji, who won the championship and was not considered a surprise, but was eliminated in the top 64, to be evaluated less than ZHE in this regard. After all, once the main competition is over, the league will still intervene slightly to prevent strong trainers from meeting each other in advance. Otherwise, if the champion is known in advance in the quarterfinals, it will be boring. This is also for the sake of the excitement of the competition. It is impossible for the finals to be less interesting than the knockout rounds. Fairness is fairness, and viewing is also an indispensable thing for the tournament. The other 5 players who are equally strong as him have basically the same evaluation. Tetsuya took a look and felt that Shinigami Shizuo had a greater chance of winning the championship. Whether from the perspective of Pokémon or assume, he is more outstanding than the other 5. Steadily rising. These 4 words seem simple, but in fact they are extremely difficult. The phrase not completely gifted compared to real geniuses is also because this year's session has talented young players like Tetsuya and Yuzo, entering the main competition at around 20 years old and making a push for the championship at 28 years old. This ability and talent can be said to have surpassed 80% to 90% of trainers. Most people cannot guarantee 100% when they enter the main competition at around 30 years old. Tetsuya's feet under the table kept shaking. This feeling of being surrounded by strong people was so exciting. It's not that the strength of the people he had seen, such as Nobuhiko, RC, Oak, Nancy, Watari, Shiba, Kona, etc., was not strong, but that they were too strong, so there was no such feeling. How is it? Do you want to fight with them? Feeling the temperature gradually rising around him, Tetsuya asked with a grin on his lips. Oh my. Flame Chicken stood aside, suppressing the flames that were sprayed out of his wrist due to excitement. Pidgeot supported its body with one wing and lay on the ground with one wing, looking at the childish man and Pokémon inside silently. However, the occasional trembling tail feathers also showed that its mood was not as casual as it seemed. For many Pokémon, a hearty battle is also what they pursue. Tetsuya carefully analyzed the trainers who were firmly ranked in the top 6 in strength. This was the goal for today. The other trainers came little by little, 5 or 6 per day. In this way, from the end of the preliminaries to the main competition, almost all the trainers ranked in the top 200 in strength can be analyzed. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Besides, in the main competition, he has a chance to meet a strong trainer. Even if he meets the top few, he has to play his best. Tetsuya is fully prepared for this. Everything is possible. Okay, go to sleep. Let's draw lots tomorrow. After finishing his work, Tetsuya closed his computer, pulled the floating Pokémon into his arms, and jumped onto the bed with a herringbone. Among all the Pokémons, only Pokémons can do this now. He sighed silently. After evolving, it seems that he has to go back to sleeping alone. He is still a little uncomfortable. Pokémons who were forcibly held in his arms looked like they had lost all hope. They originally wanted to go to the sofa to rest with their friends. Soon, as the lights in the room were turned off, only the sound of even breathing remained. Tetsuya and Pokémons were lying on the bed, surrounded by Pokémons in different postures. Do you have confidence? Cha-cha-cha. Do you have confidence? Cha-cha-cha. Do you have confidence? Cha-cha-cha. The next morning, on the main road of the athlete's village, an extremely rare Pokémon floated in the air and had repeated passionate conversations with its trainer. The trainers around who also got up early to prepare for the draw cast envious glances at the Pokémon, who rarely appeared even in the tournament, to show their respect, and then felt that their blood was also burning because of this conversation. So, the draw depends on you, but you must use your European Emperor ability, Pokémon. Tetsuya said expectantly. The passion seemed to cool down all of a sudden, and the trainers around seemed to be poured with a basin of ice water. So your confidence means that the draw went smoothly, not the victory in the battle. They complained about this well-known young torch runner in their hearts. As expected of a young man, his brain circuit is really strange. Tetsuya walked all the way to the athlete hall with Pokémon without changing his expression. At this time, there was already a crowd of people queuing up. He quickly found a relatively short line and started queuing up. Not only did Tetsuya bring Pokémon, but many trainers also had their own Pokémons with them, and their strengths were different. The saying of lucky Pokémons is widely circulated. Pokémons are also divided into unlucky and European ones. Trusting Pokémons is not superstition. However, Tetsuya's Pokémons are obviously superior to others. The trainers around him all cast incredible glances. No matter where they are, Pokémons are an extremely eye-catching existence. The Pokémon floating beside Tetsuya hugged his two short hands in front of his chest, raised his head slightly, and squinted at the many Pokémons below. A group of noobs dare to compare their luck with me? Don't you know that the source of my snacks depends on picking up money for trainers? In this regard, it is a racial luck increase. Even the Murkrow series, Absol and Dove series, which also have super lucky characteristics, are not as exaggerated as the Pokémon series in terms of luck. The team slowly advanced. Tetsuya got up early and arrived at the counter as he wished after more than 40 minutes. Please swipe your ID card or your illustrated book. Miss Joy repeated the words. Pokémon stretched out his hand. As smart as it was, it naturally knew how to operate it. The illustrated book that Tetsuya had stuffed into its hand early soon made a confirmation buzzer. Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, number 34, B Stadium. The start time is 10 AM. Please be sure to arrive half an hour in advance to prepare. Miss Joy reported the information skillfully. Tetsuya's face was delighted. It was Pokémon as expected. The stadium number was the same as his room number. He was definitely a lucky star. Thank you, Miss Joy. After asking Pokémon to leave with the illustrated book, Tetsuya did not stay too long. There were still many people queuing behind him, and he did not want to be scolded. Pokémon flew with the red illustrated book in both hands. The whole Pokémon was arrogant. It was not bragging. In terms of luck, it had never been afraid of anyone. It was now 8:20 in the morning, and Tetsuya's first qualifying match was still a while away. However, as this was his first time attending the tournament, he arrived at the venue early and observed the battles of the various players. The more he watched, the more relaxed he became. Sure enough, even in a tournament, there were still many noobs, and Tetsuya was visibly relaxed. He was fully qualified to say this, because he saw that many venues nearby were still full of ordinary level Pokémon fighting each other. Even his Pidgeot could easily beat them before they set off, let alone now. Time passed quickly, and he soon welcomed his first tournament battle. Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa City vs. Pasabi from Kanto Aosato City. The match begins. The referee gave an order, and both sides released their Pokémons at the same time. Go, Sakura. Go, Blaziken. Half a minute later, the burnt Sakura was taken back into the Pokéball, and the referee announced Tetsuya's victory. A normal level battle against a Quasi King. It was really a evenly matched battle. The corners of ZH's mouth twitched as he walked out of the venue. He was so nervous, but this was the result. It seemed like there was a background music playing automatically behind him. Sure enough, he still couldn't hide his strength. He thought narcissistically, then, the goal of the preliminary should be simple. The goal is to win 10 games in a row. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.